Do you sing?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the State of the Union alternate programming. My name is Majid Padelan, but most of you know me as Brooklyn Dad Defiant, and I'm here with my lovely co-host JoJo from Jers, and our illustrious guest today is none other than the representative Mary Gay Scanlon. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for being here. So, are you not attending the proceedings tonight?
I am not. I have attended 3 Trump State of the Union addresses, and each one was more unhinged than the last. So, as an effort at self-care, I will not be attending tonight, but I will be attending some alternate events.
Interesting. So, let me ask you this. Do you believe that this will have an impact as far as your constituents are concerned? You're not attending the State of the Union. Will this make a difference to them in terms of spreading the word about Donald Trump's lies and his and his misbehavior, basically, as the president?
Propaganda.
Yeah.
I think that's foremost. Well, we announced it earlier today, and we seem to have gotten a pretty good reaction. I mean, basically, my position has been I've always gone out of respect for the office, but he hasn't shown respect to my constituents or the Constitution or to Congress. And so I'm going to spend my time instead working on issues this evening, talking about healthcare and civil rights and the things that do matter to my constituents.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. One of the things that matter to your constituents is something that Donald Trump calls a hoax, something that Carolyn Leavitt said today he will be addressing because he has been addressing affordability. Yet he says it's a hoax, and then she says he's got new policies to address the affordability issue, which is hilarious, right? Because everything is moving in the wrong direction. So what would you say to the people of Pennsylvania's 5th, but also to people in the country writ large about how Donald Trump is actually grappling with this affordability issue?
Well, he's certainly making things more unaffordable. We've seen it every step of the way with this administration. They have put their thumb on the scale for billionaires and big business, starting with their big ugly bill last summer, which gave huge tax breaks to wealthy people, but then stripped Americans of healthcare benefits and SNAP benefits. And we've seen it every step of the way with all of the legislations that's been produced, and we're seeing it in prices as well. These tariffs, which the Supreme Court has now said were illegal from the inception, those tariffs have raised costs for most American families by over $1,000 this year. We've also seen energy costs going up 13-15% because they have quashed efforts to diversify our energy grid to make sure that we're using sustainable energy going forward. So, yeah, he's dealing with the affordability crisis. He is making the crisis worse. He's making America unaffordable.
Congresswoman, you mentioned you've been to 3 of his State of the Unions previously, and I'm sure you've had your fill of his greatest hits lies. What is your least favorite and most dangerous Donald Trump lie that you expect him to share tonight?
It's probably his lies about our elections, which are in fact secure, but he continues to lie about our elections, and he's been doubling down on rewriting history since he lost the 2020 election. So I think that is dangerous, especially with all of the efforts that his administration is engaged in right now to try to cast doubt on elections, whether it's trying to pass this SAVE Act, which would disenfranchise so many Americans, or undermining the ability of people to get the kind of ID they would need, efforts to undermine college voting. They've been threatening people who try to help folks in college vote more readily. They've been threatening them with prosecution. It's really crazy. And of course, we have Steve Bannon talking about sending ICE agents to polling places, all of which is just crazy, but it's part of this narrative that he keeps pushing along with his Republican colleagues that somehow our elections are not secure, or that people are, coming to the U.S. to vote illegally in our elections, which there is no proof of. It is an absolute lie, but it's a dangerous lie.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because I'm one of the 69 million American women who changed my name when I got married, and my birth certificate does not match my name now. My children and I share the same name. Let's talk about the threats, in particular,
Yeah.
disenfranchise, and it's a poll tax essentially. They want very much to keep people from being able to exercise
Sure.
their free and fair rights to vote in this election, and they really want to. He said there will be voter ID laws, whether you like it or not, whether Congress passes it or not. Of course, spoken like a true sexual predator, spoken like the kind of person who brags about sexual assault. But let's talk about that, because again, I don't have a passport. I confessedly don't have one yet. I'm going to get one because I know I have to. But let's talk about the SAVE Act and what he is saying about keeping people from voting.
Right. Well, I mean, you're right. He's not big on consent in any kind of forum here. But yeah, this is something that's very close to my heart. I was a civil rights lawyer in Pennsylvania before coming to Congress. And about, I guess, 15 years ago now, we had to deal with a strict voter ID law in Pennsylvania. Not as strict as the one that they're proposing here. Look, every state has secure elections that check and make sure that only citizens are voting. But what this SAVE Act would do is put incredible burdens on Americans to provide specific forms of proof. And just as an example, it really relies on these Real ID driver's licenses. Most Real ID driver's licenses do not prove citizenship, so that will not be enough. Pennsylvania is one of those states. You won't be able to register to vote with your driver's license. You're going to have to get something extra. You're going to have to find a birth certificate or pay $165 to get a passport. So it is a poll tax. It disproportionately hits, as you mentioned, women who may have changed their names when they got married. It hits young people. We mentioned college students before. 9% of Americans move every year. So if you have changed your address, you're going to have to go back and re-register in person. It's just an incredible burden, and it's not about preventing non-Americans from voting. It's about preventing Americans from voting.
Let me ask you a dumb question. I'm going to pretend like I don't already know that instances of voter fraud are increasingly rare. But I frequently hear right-wing pundits like Sean Hannity or whoever it is talking about, oh, well, you need ID to buy cigarettes. You need ID to buy a beer. So what's the big deal about needing ID to vote? So why is that such a disingenuous thing to say, the difference between cigarettes and voting?
Well, first of all, there's a fundamental right to vote, and we should be making it as easy as possible for people. But you look at the types of ID that are allowed for people to vote. I think the famous case is, I believe it was Texas, where you could vote if you had a hunting ID, but not a student ID. It's all about the kinds of ID that you permit.
Wow.
So in Pennsylvania, again, I mentioned that we had a strict voter ID law. We managed to get it thrown out in the courts after we produced evidence that voter ID law would have prevented 600,000 eligible Pennsylvanians from voting because of the hoops they would have had to jump through. And it would be millions across the United States.
Yeah, I am myself. I have a passport, and I have my birth certificate for some reason. Oh, you know why I have my birth certificate? Because I had to get all of that stuff, the birth certificate, the social security card, in order to get the passport. People who don't already have a passport or don't already have a birth certificate are facing extreme hurdles. And as if they're like me, I hate red tape, right? I hate having to wait online. I hate having to take a day off from work in order to go and get those things and then put the paperwork together to, it's a hassle. And if you're like millions of Americans who are working 5, 6, sometimes 7 days a week in multiple jobs, you don't have the energy to go and hunt down those things. So how can we impress on your fellow congressmen and women that they need to
I'm perfect. Thank you so much.
that they need to vote against the state?
Well, I think part of it is helping folks understand that our elections are okay, that we don't have non-citizens voting. Everybody from the Brennan Center, which is sort of to the left, to the Cato Institute, which is very much to the right, have looked at this issue. They can't find instances of non-citizens voting.
Mhm.
Even when people don't have to prove citizenship up front, they have to swear that they're a citizen, and there are serious financial and jail terms if they aren't.
Yeah.
And there's checking on the back end. All of the states check on the back end to verify that people are citizens. So it is a solution in search of a problem that does not exist. And while all of these pundits say things like, oh, it's a terrible thing if one non-citizen votes, I think it's a worse thing if millions of American citizens aren't allowed to vote because of this foolishness.
Yeah. Absolutely. I agree. So like I said, I'm concerned about it, not because, because I already have the things I need, but voting is not an individual sport. It's a team activity. And if some of us are not able to vote, some of us are not able to participate in our democracy, then that's wrong.
And we see so many elections come down to 1 or 2 votes. You can be the deciding factor in an election. So we want to make it as easy as possible for eligible people to vote.
What can your constituents do to help move the needle in the right direction towards, spiking this SAVE
Right.
Act?
Well, it's already passed the House, so everybody can call their senators.
Okay.
And we have 1 Republican, 1 Democratic senator in the Senate,
Mhm.
U.S. Senate. Everybody can call their senators. They can go and check and make sure their registration is up to date and that they are ready to vote. Do it now while they have time.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Happy to.
Is there one thing that you would like to tell your constituents to be on the lookout for in 2026?
Disinformation. I think it's really, really important that people know that there is disinformation being spread out there to try to keep you from voting. But ultimately, it's our collective action together that is going to drive the country forward.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And folks, we're going to keep this show rolling right along. And for a second, it's going to be just me. Let me make sure I have. Is this correct? Okay. So anyway, that was Representative Scanlon, and the things that she had to say about voting, about the poll tax, are very real issues that need to be addressed, not just in tonight's State of the Union, but going forward. Which one? Okay. Well, apparently, folks, we have another Congresswoman here. It is my pleasure to meet. We're going to find who she is in a minute. In case you didn't already know, this is live. And Congresswoman Adams will be joining me. And then this gentleman here is right there, right? This is live. And while she is getting herself together, it is what it is. So here's the deal, folks, right? There are a ton of representatives, members of the House, who do not want to attend Donald Trump's Live Fest tonight. They don't want to be pepper sprayed with falsehoods, with lies about our own party. Just earlier today, this morning, I heard Caroline Levitt blaming President Biden. She said, for the affordability crisis he created when he left office a year ago. What? You mean on the way out the door, he created a crisis? That makes no sense whatsoever. And
Congressman Elmer Adams, North Carolina's 12th district.
it's very a great pleasure to meet you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
It's a wonderful outfit you've got on there.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. I have my guest, Hector Harbor from Charlotte as well. He works with immigrants, and I invited him to come and see what we're going to hear about affordability.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you're from North Carolina,
Charlotte,
North.
yeah,
Can I say North Kakalaki?
North Kakalaki. we say in Charlotte it's a great city of the great state of Mecklenburg. We say.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
All right. So tell me, what did you want to say about affordability?
Well, I think we're having issues with citizens in our community who can't afford to buy groceries, who can't afford to. Many of them are losing their health insurance because of this big ugly bill. Some people say it's beautiful, but it's hurting a lot of beautiful people. 88,000 in my district in particular. But health care, housing, all of those things. But listen, people are going to the grocery store, they can't afford it. People are working 2 and 3 jobs.
Yeah.
And they're not able to make the ends meet. And so, I say all the time, working hard is not enough if you don't make enough. And we're not making enough, so we're going to have to do something about this minimum wage. We've got to provide wages for people so that they can afford to live and take care of their families.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
You know, especially they've gotten squeezed by not having enough, not making enough money. And then on top of it, they've got these tariffs, right?
Oh, their taxes. I mean, come on, we can put a name on it. I taught for 4 decades, college professor. And I taught art, but I understand what the math is all about.
Yeah.
Everybody that I talk to, the tariffs, those taxes are hitting people because the taxes and the higher costs are being passed on to the consumer. And so regardless of what this president says, tariffs, they're hurting a lot of people, a lot of small businesses, a lot of companies. Yeah.
So about the small businesses and the companies, here's what I heard, right? So I heard that these companies are now going to start asking for a refund because as the goods came in, how the tariffs work, how I understand it, and I never taught, but I understand, that the companies, they pay the tariffs and then they increase the cost of their goods, right, to make up for what they had to pay for the tariffs. So now they're going to go to the government and ask for a refund, but we, the consumers, oh, well, I guess we're just out of pocket, right?
We need to give some rebates back to our citizens, actually. If we're going to, and I don't mind them asking for their money back, but, I think it has to go on down the line, and we've got to make sure that citizens are giving some kind of reprieve. I think it's Scott Bessent. Scott Bessent is his Treasury Secretary. It's Trump's Treasury Secretary. Just the other day, he said, "I don't see how the American people are going to get a dime in refund." What's your reaction to that? Well, I think there's some truth in that. This president's pulling everything in for himself and his family. He's not concerned about the American taxpayer. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in right now. He would have done what he promised to do day one. We're gonna work on this day one. This is gonna change. Prices are gonna be lower and that kind of thing. He said affordability is a hoax. I think he believes that, and that's why he hasn't done anything to really try to make life better and easier for American people. And so many of those people voted for him. They were tricked and fooled and that kind of thing. Yeah.
What's your biggest concern for the remainder of the year, and then for the remainder of
Donald Trump's term? What are your biggest concerns?
Well, that he's going to be here for all that time. That's a concern. But I do think that we've got to make sure that people. I heard people talking about voting.
Yeah.
We're in primary seasons right now. I certainly am in North Carolina. We have a primary coming up a week from today, and we have people who are not voting and that kind of thing. People who are being steered away from it because there are all kinds of tricks being played now with the SAVE Act, which is not saving anybody except saving Republican majorities. That's really what it's about.
Right.
So we want people to check their rolls, the voter registration rolls and everything, and that will help them, I think, a lot.
One thing I've heard about the what right wingers like to say is that when we try to say, when I say we, Democrats,
Right.
when Democrats try to say, oh, you're disenfranchising people of color with this, or you're disenfranchising women, they turn around and they say, oh, well, isn't that insulting to say that a Black person is not smart enough to get voter ID? And that's not the case. Why are they trying to paint that picture instead of explaining what it really is?
Well, because they want you to try to believe it, but it's not what you call me; it's what I answer to, and we don't answer to that. We know we're smart, some of the smartest folks in the world. We're in Black History Month, right? We didn't make this country great just in February, but we did so every month of every day of every year, and so that is Black history is American history. And so that is a hoax, what he just said. That's a hoax.
I got one last question for you. If you could speak directly to Donald Trump right now, what would you say to him?
Mr. President, do the right thing. Make sure that you take care of the people who elected you and those of us who maybe didn't vote for you, but you still have a responsibility to the United States of America and all of the people, regardless of what they look like, what they speak like, how much money they have. You have a responsibility as the president of these United States, and you need to act like it.
It is such a wonderful, wonderful statement. It's just so much grace there that he doesn't deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's a real pleasure to meet
Good to
you.
meet you as well. Thank you.
What's that? Oh, okay. So we're going to keep this show going, and our next guest is a content creator who goes by the name of V Sphere and creates a show called Under the Desk News. I believe it's actually quite popular, and I have not yet seen it myself, but I'm going to make a point of seeing it. And they are here with us right now. V Sphere. Let me scooch over.
How's it going, friend? Good to be with you guys.
Yeah. So I hear you're big news. You're a very big deal.
I'm big news. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
little news. I'm little news under the desk, typically under the desk news. But today, coming to you live from a hotel in DC, I've been doing the CNN rounds for the last couple of days, which has been great for content creators to get a seat at the table on one of the biggest news nights that there is.
Why do you call it Under the Desk News?
I'm physically under my desk. So we do the whole broadcast under the desk. We have for about 5 years. It is the purpose of it is to create a soft place to land in a hard news cycle.
Interesting. First of all, where can viewers who have not yet seen or heard you, where can they catch your show?
Sure. So it's everywhere. TikTok, Instagram, Substack is probably the best. YouTube. And it's just at Under the Desk News, wherever you get your social media.
What is the biggest issue buzzing around on your show these days? The biggest one?
I think it's immigration, certainly. And I'm hoping that the president will address this to some level tonight, though I have very little hope that he will address it honestly. The thing that folks are worried about right now isn't just the roving bands of masked ICE agents in their neighborhoods, But what exactly is happening inside these detention centers? We recently did a story about how many of these detention centers are popped up inside office buildings. So you could imagine there's not proper sanitation. There's no phone wall for them to be contacting their lawyers, friends, and families. There's no showers properly. There's not enough toilets, like just the basic things that you would expect when you're holding thousands of people somewhere just don't exist. And they are detaining people who have not been convicted of a crime. Many of these folks are here. They're trying to do it the legal way. They're getting picked up from immigration court where they were doing their mandated check-ins, and they're being thrown into these detention centers. And it's truly egregious. So I think that's what our audience cares about the most.
I'm sure by now you've seen and heard about the what a lot of people are referring to as concentration camps.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to buy places. Like I think recently the New Hampshire governor just nixed a plan after, basically straddling the fence this whole time. Oh, I don't know which way. But what I find encouraging is that people across the country have been basically saying, nope, we don't want it. We don't want it here. What's your feeling about that?
Here's the thing. Think about your community, right? And do you want to live in a place where a concentration camp is going to be? You don't. And as far as they're like, oh, it'll create jobs. Who wants to do that job? That's not a good job for anybody. Nobody feels good about that. That's why ICE has such incredibly high turnover. People cannot stand to do this job for that long because they know that it's wrong. Even if they need the money and they're taking the job, you can come up with whatever excuse for why somebody would do this job. They cannot physically stay in the role for very long. And that's why we see this massive turnover with them. And folks just don't like the idea of, the government coming in, buying a warehouse, and then saying, we're going to keep children here. We're going to keep families here. We're going to be coming through your neighborhoods and knocking on doors and pulling abuela out of the house. Like, This is not at all what anybody signed up for.
Yeah. We are now joined by my co-host with
Joe.
the co-host.
Hi, V.
Joe from Jers.
Hi, I'm so sorry. It's so great to see you. We have not seen each other since the sweeter, gentler, kinder times when we got to spend some time with Joe Biden in the Roosevelt Room, humble flex, and the Oval Office.
I know. It was a simpler time. It was a kinder time. I yearn for those times when all we were worried about was the price of ice cream and if Joe was going to give us M&Ms or Hershey Kisses that day. It was a nice time.
Honestly,
he gives out these branded Hershey Kisses that it's like a collector's item. Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like a fever dream now. I mean, it was truly incredible event. Just to give everybody some context, V and I and some other creators, Lee McGowan, Harry Sisson. Oh my gosh, my brain is just fried right now. But we were in the same room together in December of 2024 after the election. And so it was a very strange and surreal moment where, we kind of, for me anyway, I was grappling with the reality that was coming, that I was bracing for. I actually have to admit that I never fully expected how bad it was going to be, how quickly it was going to be as bad as it was. And I'll tell you what I absolutely did not expect, which was that when I said goodbye to the East Wing that day and night, and I took a whole video, I knew I wouldn't see her for a while. But I did not ever expect that I would never see it again. I didn't, in my wildest, worst nightmare scenarios, ever think that it would be demolished before our very eyes. So I know that there's so many things that are so important right now, but I think that the visceral imagery for the American people of seeing that without consulting us, without talking to us, without prepping us, without preparing us, nothing. It was just this unilateral destruction of a third of our house. Like I would like to take a minute because there's so much going on, but to reflect on that, because where you and I were together was in that building, and it was a place that I had and have so much reverence for, and to see a third of it just destroyed for this madman wannabe authoritarian, naked king. And what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think it was telling and sort of too on the nose that the part of the White House he destroyed was the visitors center, was the place where people were received. How many millions of people over since like the 1800s have passed through this place and had that moment of, oh my gosh, I'm in the White House. It also housed the First Lady's offices, and how many events and dinners and gatherings and charity thought went into the energy of that space. It also housed the family movie theater. And it was very clear that this is a president that does not spend quality time with his family.
Yeah.
That this is a first lady that would not be engaging in charity work or welcoming people to the White House. And this was not a place that was for visitors or the public anymore, because those were the areas that were destroyed. And I think that was really telling, and it's callousness. And it does hurt. It does burn to know that you were somewhere that no longer exists. Because I had hoped, someday I'll be able to bring my kids here and I'll be like, oh, I remember the first time I came through here, and you have this sort of like familiarity with it. And the folks who are at the front desk and even the gift shop, all that's gone. It's all gone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's devastating. Absolutely devastating for a ballroom, for a gilded ballroom that is a
If it even gets
grift-a-thon. Right. And it trumps the rest of the existing structure. Everything else will exist in its shadow. And there's this thing about him not accomplishing anything on his own. So he either has to piss his name all over it, or he has to destroy and build something else that's bigger and bolder and more impressive. And it's all compensating for what he knows he's lacking, which is
This
any
is the story
kind
of his life.
value. Right.
This is the story of his life. He is an annihilator and a consumer. He will either eat the thing entirely that he wants, or he will destroy that thing. But either way, it won't exist anymore.
Right.
Let me ask you this. I'm sure you've heard that he's amassing an armada around Iran. What the hell? Why is he doing that? He told.
Well, we're going to go to war, babe.
But he just told us in June that he obliterated their nuclear capabilities, which was the whole purpose of the bombing in the first place.
Sure.
Now, what is happening?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Well, now all of a sudden they're only a week away from having a nuclear weapon again. So did you destroy it or not? There's always this, it's a week away, it's 2 weeks away. I will tell you, as a millennial who in my first week of college in New York City, 9/11 happened. And by the next semester, a bunch of the boys that I went to school with no longer went to school with me, because they all went and signed up to fight in this war that we believed was just and patriotic, and we had to do something. And I will not be fooled like that again. Neither will anybody from my generation. You can't have our kids. You can't have us again, because we were lied to about weapons of mass destruction and that this had to be done to save America. And you blew it because you lied to the people. And a lot of my friends and a lot of people's friends died for that. We have not seen this buildup of artillery in the area surrounding the Middle East since 2003 Iraq. And we learned that lesson a very hard way. For Donald Trump to be coming out now and saying, I'm going to line up all the big boy war toys, and I'm going to move all of our assets into this area, which leaves Taiwan very exposed, and also Ukraine exposed, and also the Southeast or South American areas exposed. I'm going to move all my stuff into this area against our allies' wishes. Now the UK is not allowing us to land aircraft on 2 of the major air bases we need to continue to refuel a prolonged war, which is what he wants. And he's saying, Driscoll, who I think is actually a very reasonable, intelligent person, he's the Secretary of the Army, is saying, you know what, sir, maybe we don't want to do this. And he's like, no, he doesn't mean it. This will be a quick war for us. We'll just bomb the shit out of them. Everything's going to be great. We're going to be wonderful. Nobody can stop us. And it's like, that's not how it works. We're talking about more civilian casualties in Tehran and for the Iranian people who are already struggling and suffering. We're talking about another endless war with no point to it. And we're talking about trying to topple the Ayatollah and the regime for what? For it to be filled with Al-Qaeda again, like it was in Afghanistan or like it was in Iraq before. Like, this doesn't work that way. You cannot bomb your way. You cannot aerial war your way into winning Iran, Iraq, or the Middle East because of the mountains. So it just, if I know that as a civilian, I would hope the commander-in-chief would know that, yet somehow he doesn't.
Yeah. And I have a family member who served after 9/11 and flew out of Diego Garcia, one of the bases that you were talking about. I mean, one of these scandals, just one millimeter, one tiny hint of any of these scandals would have taken down any other president in our history. But now we have this as my friend Tara Setmayer, who was just here, just says all the time, fire hose of fuckery. That we're talking about war with Iran. We've already bombed Iran without congressional approval and decimated, obliterated their nuclear program. That Witkoff and others are saying we're only a week. They're only a week away from. One of these scandals would have taken down any other president, but because there's so much of this shit, they are counting on us being unable to focus, and God knows Congress is unable to check and constrain this dictator. That is
and nobody
most
wants war.
disappointing thing of all.
Nobody wants war. Nobody wants it.
Nobody wants war. Deeply unpopular.
I hate to cut in, but I've just been informed that we have 2 minutes. And Joe, if you had one question to hit V with.
Yeah. So, the thing, I know we always talk about this is a distraction from this and that's a distraction from that. And it's like a Russian nesting doll of distractions. and what would you say to people who are inside this moment right now feeling overwhelmed by all of the distractions from the distraction, that fire hose of fuckery that Tara Setmayer talks about? Like, how would you talk to somebody? You are so fucking good in your content at distilling these incredibly complex issues down to things that are bite-sized and understandable. What would you say to the average person who's like, I can't keep up, I'm checking out, I'm overwhelmed?
I think it's good to take breaks, which is one thing. So if you are a person who's like, look, that's all the news I can take for today. My wife, my mom say this to me, and I appreciate that, because when you take a break, you are reflecting on the information you have already received. If you're only ever taking in information, you're always going to feel overwhelmed. But if you hear something and you go, I want to take a little break, I'm going to go on a drive, I'm going to go on a walk, I'm going to listen to some music, your brain will start to process that. And that is really important for staying in the fight. The next thing I would say is it's not a distraction from a distraction. All the shit is actually linked. The Epstein files have to do with geopolitical forces, have to do with what's going on in Israel, which ties to what's going on in Iran, which ties to Donald Trump. Like, all of that is connected. So it's not a distraction. It's just sort of like one Papa Mole, popping up out of this like horror show that we've been living under these like psychotic, narcissistic boomers leadership for the last like 40 years. And I don't mean all boomers. I mean these specific ones, because the boomer generation, they are the greatest victims of other boomers' bad ideas. They've been dealing with it the longest. So, here we are. But I would say take it slow. And I would say focus on your neighborhood. That sounds like a cop-out. I want to be dealing nationally. I want to be dealing internationally. When you are overwhelmed and when there's this much going on, you got to hunker down and find community locally. And community does not just mean your friends, family members, and maybe the ethnic or racial or sexual orientation marginalized group you belong to. It means people that you don't like. My community is my street. And there are Republicans and people on my street that I don't particularly care for their political views, but we are even coming together. And I'm seeing them at No Kings protests. I'm seeing on our street us all make a decision that like we're not going to put political signs out. Or we're going to try to like let the kids trick or treat no matter how they identified. Let the kids be Girl Scouts no matter how they identify. Like, starting to build in your local community, I think, is the most important thing. Show up to your coffee house events, show up to poetry, show up to art, show up to music. All of that stuff is going to help us get through this time. It's not just about the fights and the protest and the resistance. It's about finding the joy, and it's about finding time to reflect. When I was a chef, this was my favorite part of cooking. Wasn't getting the dishes out at the table at 8 p.m. It was the prep. It was chopping a bucket of carrots while listening to music and just thinking about whatever I wanted to for a while. You need that time.
V, I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for joining us, and don't feel badly about that. Your what you said about keeping it local. One of my favorite. I'm a big comic book buff, and Spidey said, you can't be a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man if there's no neighborhood.
See,
right?
There you go. You got it. All right, fam. Well,
Thank
it's great
you,
chat with you. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
See you later.
Thank you. And next up, we're going to keep the show rolling. Next up, we have from Louisiana's 2nd District, Representative Troy Carter.
Hello, my friend. Good to see you again. Yes. Hello.
Hi, Representative. How are you?
How are you?
And we're also being joined by Sari Beth Rosenberg. What's up,
Hello.
Sari?
How's it going, y'all? I'm sad I can't be there with you tonight. Thanks
good to see you on the screen.
Thanks for bringing me in here from New York City to join in on the fun question mark?
Yeah.
Question mark?
I think it's fun. I met the congressman earlier today, and we had a chance to kick the Willy Bobo and discuss some issues that are important to his constituents as well as other people's constituents. Can you tell me why you are not attending the State of the Union?
Well, actually, I am going to attend.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
attend, and I'll tell you why. While I certainly respect my colleagues who decided to not go, it's a very personal decision, and there's no right or wrong answer. For me, I want to go and look him right in the eye and let him know that we're watching you, man. And I'm here to defend the democracy, to defend the people of America who recognize that the policies of the Trump administration is just wrong. They're wrong. ICE running around as supposed peace officers who are wreaking havoc on the American people, they're wrong. Kristi Noem, the head of DHS, she's wrong. And I want this president and this Secretary of Homeland Security and all of the others who are carrying out these undemocratic things to know that at least this member of Congress is going to sit in the seat that I sit in every day. This is the United States Congress, the United States House of Representatives, which I was elected. It's the people's house.
Right.
So you're welcome to come in here if you've been invited. I guess the speaker invited you, but it's still our house.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to let him or anybody else run us out.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think it's important for people to realize that what's going to be happening tonight at the State of the Union is the president is going to stand in front of the nation and tell a bunch of lies because he cannot defend the truth of his own record. What would you say is the worst thing that has happened under his leadership in his second time around?
Well, if I had to, I mean, there's been so much, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a tough question that you hit me with, and I'm not generally left wondering. But I will tell you, if I had to encapsulate the worst thing, it would be the absolute destruction of our democracy. The absolute destruction of our democracy, the peeling back of hard-fought rights of citizens, individuals, and individuals who want to come to this country to become citizens, defying the process and suggesting that we're going to go after the worst of the worst, the rapists, the murderers, the people that none of us want on the street, whether they are citizens or not. But to then pivot when you can't find them to arrest little old ladies and housewives who are working in their gardens, to attack everyday citizens who are in fact citizens and treat them as if they were criminals, and to take the life of at least 2 humans, Americans, on the streets of our cities while the public watched. This is just crazy. And the American people need to start focusing in. I tell my Republican friends, I said, listen, at what point are you going to say enough is enough?
Right.
At what point are you going to say, you've gone too far, I can't follow you anymore? I can tell you as a proud Democrat, if Barack Obama, Jimmy Carter, Joe Biden, Bill Clinton had done any of these things, we would not have followed him.
Nope.
We have the capacity to acknowledge right and wrong, even within our own parties. My colleagues don't seem to have that when the lights are on. But as I mentioned to you at lunch today, when we talk privately, they agree. They say things like he's batshit crazy, but they won't say it when the lights come on. When the lights come on, they go right into theater mode. And the ones who do have the courage to say it, they quit. Marjorie Taylor Greene, they say it, they quit. Tom Tillis in North Carolina, they say it, and then they quit. We need you to say it and stay. We need you to stay it, own up to the oath of office that you take, and continue to fight for the American people. And the sad part about his craziness is he has no loyalty to anyone. He will throw them under the bus just as fast as anyone else if he doesn't get his way. So the greatest thing would be, because there's so many things that are folded into the anti-democratic moves, when you defy the Constitution and you take away individual rights, everything else peels away. Everything else peels away.
Yeah. Sarah Beth, I want you to feel free to imagine this being like double Dutch, right?
Yeah.
You just kind of have to.
Yeah, no, I've never met the congressman, so I'm so excited to meet you. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but so little info on me. I'm a U.S. history teacher. I've been teaching U.S. history for over 2 decades. And
you started when you were 2, maybe?
When I was 2.5 years old.
You were a child prodigy, obviously.
I was a child. I came out of the womb ready to teach civics.
I can tell.
My mom had me memorize the Constitution in the womb, unlike our
clearly they talked to you in the Euro.
Yeah, exactly. It was a scientific experiment gone right. But yeah, so I've been teaching, for over almost 25 years. And here I am. I love our country, its flaws and all. And I have to stand in front of my students every day, teaching them how the country and the Constitution was intended to work, while they then watch the exact opposite on their screens, if I let them have their screens open. What are your, I know we're listening to Trump talk about the State of the Union tonight, and obviously we all understand what it is. But as we are here, 250 years of America, does anything give you hope right now? Actually, let me reframe that so you answer yes, because I don't want to hear that you're hopeless. What gives you hope right now? 250 years, we have this liar, every other word in the book, in power right now as president. What gives you hope for our 250th?
Well, I was going to say yes anyway, because I am a hopeless optimist.
Good, me
and
too.
Because I believe with my whole heart that hate cannot sustain itself forever. We've seen it throughout history. We've seen the hate of the hateful Hitler and Mussolini. We've seen the hate of the 60s and Bull Connor. We've seen the hate of George Wallace. We've seen the hate, but we're bigger and we're better than that. And my faith in humanity is that the great divider, Donald Trump, may very well become the great unifier, because the further he pushes the envelope with hate, the further he pushes the envelope with these un-American practices, inhumane practices even, people are starting every day, even his staunch supporters, of saying, you've gone too far. You've gone too far. So my belief is that we are going to get through this. Yeah. Listen, I don't push my faith nor my religion to anybody, so I'm not going to go there, but I will tell you I'm a faithful man. And for my purposes, not for anyone to follow, because I'm far from holier than thou, and I don't want to be judged at that level, but I will tell you this. I believe in my heart of hearts, there's a message. There's something we're supposed to be learning from this. This is our 40 days and 40 nights. Yeah. What are we supposed to learn from this? What are we supposed to be grasping from this? I haven't figured it out yet, but I know there's a message. There's a lesson. And the lesson is going to be somewhere around love each other better, protect each other better, take care of our environment, make sure healthcare is available to everyone, and that no one is any better than anyone else.
I'm going to tell you what I think the word of the year should be. We're only 1 month into 2026. And to piggyback off what you're saying, I'm not what I shouldn't be proselytizing myself, but I think the word will be neighbor. I really think that
the Spidey thinks too.
Yeah, I know. I heard before. Maybe exactly. And I think that's a big theme as of late. Coming out of Minneapolis, but also just coming out of communities across the country that aren't right now in the headlines right yet. I think what we're learning we're going back to this understanding that our neighbors are important and essential, and being a good neighbor is the best antidote to fascism.
Yes.
You know,
diversity, equity, inclusion, and not bad words.
Exactly. That too. DEI and neighbor. Okay. And neighbor. Those are the
one of our guests tonight mentioned 9/11 and how people reacted after 9/11. Some of their classmates went off to fight in the war. But what I
what I experienced after 9/11, like I was in New York at the time. What I experienced was people kind of came together, and people who normally don't come together, people who like hate each other when it's regular times, when there are tough times, when Americans are faced with a crisis, they somehow meld together. And that's kind of what I observed in Minneapolis, as you brought up, Sarah Beth. Minneapolis was something that they experienced, but we kind of also experienced vicariously, like through the videos we saw people blowing their whistles when ICE was coming down the block. What are your constituents feeling about this whole ICE rolling up on people with masks on and kidnapping them and shooting people in the streets? Are you hearing anything from them?
They're terrified. They're terrified. They don't know what to do. People who are going through the process, who are duly documented with work visas, are going through the process to become citizens. Heck, even citizens who happen to look a certain way or sound a certain way, even though they know they're citizens, are afraid to go out because they don't want to be accosted or challenged, even with their birth certificate or their passport in their pocket.
Yeah.
People are afraid. Why? Because the rules don't matter to these guys, and they know it. They watch it every day on the news. Someone accosted, even though they've demonstrated that they are in fact a citizen, they're pulled out of their cars, they're handcuffed, they're beaten. Listen, this is not America, and so people are afraid. Just maybe a month ago, I had a hearing, a shadow hearing in Louisiana, in New Orleans, where I had members of Homeland Security to come in. We had activists, we had ACLU, we had people who work in the immigration field who are trying to shepherd people through this process to make sure they understand their rights. And we had a great meeting, and people shared with us their fears. We saw in New Orleans a young lady running down the street. She's an American citizen, running down the street, being chased by an ICE agent. She got to a yard where her dad was standing in the yard. The ICE agent just turned around. You turned around. So what were you chasing her for? And what were you going to do if you caught her? You turned around when you saw her dad, which makes you wonder, was this a nefarious act that you were engaging in? And that's what people are afraid of. And so I want to be abundantly clear that we're not signing off on this. We oppose their budget. I don't believe they should get resources to operate under the guise of supposedly being peace officers when we know they're rogue. The agency needs to be shut down, and Kristi Noem needs to be impeached. Full stop. And that's where we're going to restore the faith of the American people and those people who want to become American citizens. Go get the robbers. Go get the rapists. Go get the murderers. We're okay with that. But leave the hardworking individuals who are trying to become citizens alone to work, do the right thing, go through the process to become citizens. Listen, unless you're a Native American, we all came from somewhere else. And some of us came not necessarily wanting to be here.
Yeah.
So well said, Congressman. And
before I go, listen, and I know you're running out of time, but if I can, just real quickly, I've got my guest with me for the State of the Union address, Mike Friedman, who is, and I'll tee up his story real quickly. Mike was a federal contractor with the federal government. Yes, please. With the federal government. And Mike, during the whole DOGE apparatus, lost his job and then had to pivot quickly to get health care. So he went to the ACA to get health care. It was affordable. It actually worked well for him. But then it expired. And my colleagues played games with wanting to extend the extension. As a result, Mike and his husband had to spend exorbitant amount of money to be able to afford healthcare. And he'll tell you some of the other atrocities that they've had to go through. You know, I brought Mike here from New Orleans to be a part of this, not because he wants to come and kiss the ring of Donald Trump. He wants to tell Donald Trump, you're killing me. You're hurting my family. And this is unacceptable. And also to put a name and a face. This is not a widget. This is not a number on a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
These are real people.
Human beings.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I really want to say to Donald Trump is that affordability isn't a joke. He makes a joke about it, but it's not. when you get told that your health insurance premiums are tripling, or if I had kept the same insurance plan that I had last year with the old subsidies, my premium would have gone from $125 a month to $625 a month. And with both of us being unemployed, we couldn't afford that.
That's
So
insane.
we chose a different plan that was $340 a month. And well, now I find out that it's actually just catastrophic. If I got cancer,
Oh my God.
then yeah, they would cover me. But I was told that I had to get an endoscopy to try and diagnose a throat problem. And my share of that, my share is $5,700.
Stop
my
it.
God.
Stop it.
Yeah, that's real.
That's
And
not
that's real.
affordability is not a joke. I think that's
It's
so
not a
so-
joke.
Not a joke.
It's not a joke.
Human
I
beings.
was, although I was joking with my friends that I could fly to Thailand, have the procedure,
Yeah.
have a beach vacation for a week, and fly back and still not spend $5,700.
Wow.
So this is
Wow.
what I'm saying. We're real people. Real
Yes.
people are being hurt by this nonsense, and because healthcare is becoming so exorbitantly expensive that if you have to buy insurance yourself, as I don't know, 30 million Americans do,
Right.
something like that. If you don't work for a large corporation and you have to buy insurance on the ACA exchanges, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
Because, and I can't imagine what it's like if you have a family of 6.
Oh,
It's obscene.
impossible.
And there's just 2 of us. And if I was 65, I would be eligible for Medicare. But you know what? I'm only 61. I'm not
I
old
was,
enough
you
yet.
don't look a day over 30, Mike. So
Oh, well, thank you. That's very sweet of you to say.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to be fighting for you as I'm sure
Thank you.
the congressman
My
will be
pleasure.
fighting
Yeah,
for
thank
you
you,
as
Mike.
well. And thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thank
Thank
you. It was great seeing you on
you.
screen.
Great
Look forward to
seeing
seeing you in person
you.
next
I'll
time.
see you in person next time.
Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much.
Have a great day.
Appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's okay? Folks, we're gonna keep this show going. Oh, okay. So we have a special guest here today. No. You're perfect, I think. Yeah. We're joined by Representative Greg Landsman from Ohio's 1st District. I think I saw you today too at the lunch. Is that right?
I don't even remember when. Oh, Library of Congress. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's right, I was there. Which is it feels like a long time ago. It was a
So
long day.
are you attending the
Here's what I do, and this is true for Biden. This is my 4th year, so this is my 4th State of the Union. I do the same thing. I like to work, so I work the floor. I go and talk to members. You can get people on your bills. You can, just build relationships. And because which you don't get anywhere else. And then the minute the president comes in, I usually walk home and watch from home.
really?
Yeah, it's just hard. I mean, especially since he's going to go on for like 3 hours.
Oh my God! Is
Like,
that
yeah.
really?
Yeah, I'd rather like work out, do something. I just sitting there is hard for me.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sure
all
it's
about me.
it's tough for us at home. Like I won't be watching tonight.
At least you can get up and walk around. Like, think about it, because there's a lot of emphasis on Trump and what Trump's going to say. But think about the people who have to sit there and then the guests, everybody in the gallery, they're locked in. They don't have a phone.
Oh man.
So they're for 3 hours. They're up there for 2 hours, 3, because they're up there starting in the next hour. Or
No
so.
phones allowed in that chamber?
Not in the gallery. So
Oh.
all of the guests up there in the gallery, they'll go 5-6 hours without a phone, which is fine, but that's a long time. It'll be 11 o'clock before they get out of here. Not for me.
That's brutal. I don't blame you for not going. Tell me what is
But
your
it's not and I think protesting is fine. It's not a protest thing for me. It's more just I get antsy, because I think there are people who are like, this guy is terrible, so I'm not going. Fine. There are people who say this guy's terrible, but I need to go. I think that's fine too.
if you went, would you have the opportunity to when he's working his way through the crowd, would you have the opportunity to say something to him?
Yeah. yes, you can. Although there's a lot of jockeying for those middle, seats, and then I don't. But I think that's what he wants.
If you could
And
say something,
he wants to pick a fight. Like I suspect that he has several scenarios in which he envisions what he's going to say creating some sort of outburst so that he can pick a fight. He's not approaching this the way presidents approach a State of the Union. Presidents typically show up and they lay out where we are in an honest way, and then they start to paint a picture of where we're going and what needs to pass in order to get there. Because the next day, the president and the White House send to Congress a package of bills, and then we get to work. That's what should happen. That's not what he's going to do.
so this guy is not operating the way most presidents or politicians operate. He's completely on his own thing. How do you deal with someone like that?
I think, first and foremost, you got to call it out and say what it is, right? Like, just be honest with folks, which is, this isn't a guy who's focused on us. This is a guy who's focused on him. He is making billions of dollars, and he intends to make billions more. I mean, he's currently suing taxpayers for $10 billion. And if he's successful, he will essentially have moved $10 billion from our account, the United States Treasury's account, to his bank account. $10 billion. So he has designed a sort of presidency that enriches himself.
Yeah.
And to the extent he can, those around him. But he's most concerned with enriching himself. And he has said as much when he sat down with the New York Times a couple weeks ago. He said, look, in my first presidency, like, I tried to not be so corrupt or not, move so much money and, into my own, hands, or to the, into the businesses, that I, run. But no one seemed to care. So I don't care anymore. I'm going to collect as much money as possible. And I think you have to be really honest with the American people that that's what he's doing. And I think for most people, they see it, right? They see how corrupt this is. But he's also, the only legislative achievement he has so far is the one big spending bill where he spent trillions of dollars.
It only benefits the rich.
See, they spent trillions of dollars. Most of that was spent on tax cuts for the wealthy.
Mhm.
And to pay for that, he cut healthcare for 50 million Americans. It's the most unpopular thing I think a president or administration has done, right? In a single piece of legislation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's anything that speaks more to this moment too than that legislation, which is they are trying to build something that really benefits a few people at the top, and it at the expense of everyone else.
I hear a lot of people, more and more people, are now talking about impeachment if the House flips over to the Democrats, which it's looking more and more likely. The way his popularity has plummeted, and the economy is not doing well. Do you think impeachment is the way to go?
Look, there's no question in my mind that there are a whole host of impeachable offenses. I mean, the corruption in and of itself is impeachable. He's stealing from us. The $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS is
insane.
He's stealing $10 billion. I mean, he's trying to steal $10 billion from the American taxpayers. That is one of many things that you could easily say, look, that's a high crime, right? Now,
how about bypassing Congress for these tariffs?
The tariffs. I mean, he an illegal scheme that costs the American economy, farmers, families, small businesses, $200 billion.
Yeah,
sure. I mean, there's a list. The question, I think, for Democrats is how do you hold these folks accountable? Because oversight is critical. You have to hold people accountable, while also making life better for the American people. The American people desperately need somebody on their side. they don't feel like anyone's on their side. And I think Democrats have to be like, no, look, yes, we're going to hold this guy accountable, but we are not going to spend a single day not getting things done for you. Like, for every oversight or investigation that gets launched, we're going to pass 5 bills that make your life better. That I think it's really important that the American people get a group of leaders, us, focus entirely on them.
Let me ask you another question. We all understand that Democrats don't have power right now, so there's very little that you guys can actually get done in the House. But what can you do? Are there little like procedural tricks that you guys
Sometimes,
can?
yeah. I mean,
do
look,
just to gum up the works or slow things down?
there's the litigation and taking this administration to court, which we've done, and folks throughout the country have done, and it's been successful, right? Like one of the only major bulwarks to this guy's madness have been the courts. There's the communications work that we do, sort of, creating the moral imperative for change in the midterms. There are some procedural things that we've done. You can force a vote if you get 218 people to sign on to a discharge petition. And we did that with the Epstein files. We did that with the Affordable Care Act. We were able to do that with federal bargaining rights. I think but that requires us getting a few Republicans, because we can't get to 218 without a few of them.
Right.
So the only way to do that is, make sure that you're picking things that, you can pick them off on, right? Like it makes it very difficult for them to continue to support the president when it's about the Epstein files and protecting child predators. And then I think once his numbers continue to fall, you're going to see more. So when he got to 40%, you saw like a little split. When he got below 40%, there were some folks who started to vote with us. If he goes below 35, and he's almost there, he's at 36.
Yep.
I think you're going to see even more people come to us, at which point, yes, that's a procedural thing we can do on a regular basis to force a vote. And if we pass something in the House, it does put pressure on the Senate to do the same.
Interesting. It's just wild as you say that they are motivated just by poll numbers alone.
Yeah, I mean, there's the polling and sort of that breaks some of them away because they think, it's at this point politically necessary for them personally to create some distance the further down he goes. And then once they get past their primary, that's a whole new ball game. Because if they can get past a primary or their filing deadline without him filing somebody or running somebody against them, then they'll have a little more courage. It's terrible because they should just be willing to put the republic and the country and their constituents before themselves. But there's a lot of politicians up here.
Yeah. Okay. Are we same segment? Okay, this is live, folks. So it's my pleasure to introduce Vanessa Branda. I believe don't you go by Little? Look at Jared, how he done here too.
How's everybody doing?
It's
a party.
Everybody's looking
Hey,
good.
y'all.
Hi, Greg. How are you?
Good. I'm great.
Good to see y'all. Hey, Congressman.
Hi, Congressman. Hi, Vanessa.
This is a chill brother right here.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I saw the
no
interview
doubt.
you did with him, Vanessa, a while back. It was so good. It was hilarious. First of all, representing from Ohio, right? Ohio is near and dear to my heart.
The greatest
Is
state.
Cleveland in your district?
No, I got Cincinnati. I'm in
You
the
got
Southwest.
Cincinnati.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
friend Jill, shout out to Jill Jonathan. She's in Cincinnati. She's a
Nice.
member of the Siren. Yeah. Welcome. And are you going to this shit show?
So I was just saying, I work the floor, and then usually the minute the president, and I did this with Biden, so it's not, I usually leave just because it's so much more comfortable at home. Like you have to sit there very still for like 2-3 hours,
Oof.
which for those of you who know me, not my thing.
You do exactly what Jim from The Office does. Jim from The Office, if there's any Office fans out there, Jim will go to a party. He'll say a few things, notable things. He'll take a picture with the boss, and then he's out.
You have to do something that people remember.
Yeah.
And that's what I like go around. I say hi to everybody. I try to have a memorable experience, and then I'm like,
Oh,
And they're like, he was here,
Yeah, like
right?
Greg was here. Greg was here the whole time. Yeah.
Wait, what kind of memorable? What are we talking about? Shrieking?
I mean, like,
what are we
you
talking
know, like, a hug, just something. Just like, like I remember last year. I can't remember what the joke was, but I made a joke to Mark Kelly, and I thought to myself, "Oh yeah, Mark Kelly will say I was here on the floor." Landsman was here, and then what happens is that he
those are the
comes
kind
in.
of allies you need.
And the
Those
same
are the kind
thing-
of allies you need.
It's right. I mean, it's also when it's Biden would do this too. You have to go in there like an hour in advance, so you're just like sitting there for an hour. Then the president comes in. True for Biden, probably is true for Obama. That walk, which should take 10 seconds, takes like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
At which point, if I'm still there, I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta go.
Hey, Congressman, when I was a Capitol Police officer, we would get the updates on the radio outside, and they'd be like, the president has entered the chamber, and then like 40 minutes later, he finally made it to the.
Like,
he finally made it, the speech is starting. Like 40
Yeah.
minutes to walk down that small walkway. Like,
Wow.
it's and like people are trying to put their kids like, come on, like I want to hear about the State of the Union. I want to hear about where we're going, but especially in this day and age, like you gotta tighten it up a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tonight's not gonna be tight. Tonight's
No,
gonna be stormy
I think he
speeches,
thinks.
man.
I think he thinks that his poll numbers will go up if people think he's got a lot of stamina. Like, you know what I mean? Like he thinks, oh, well, they didn't like Biden because Biden was, Sleepy Joe, but look at me, I can like hang out and talk for 2 hours, and it's like, no, buddy, it's because the economy's trash.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see what happens.
What would you recommend people do instead of watching the State of the Union?
Almost anything, really. I mean, look, when I was a kid in the 90s, I loved the State of the Unions. I mean, Clinton crushed it. You can say a lot about Bill Clinton, but they were good speeches. They laid out, you learned something about domestic policy. You learned about foreign policy. George W. Bush.
You know Tara Setmeyer?
Yeah, hi, Taryn. Hi.
There she is, right there.
Hey, how are you? I didn't see you. Hi. You know what I mean? Like I thought they were the greatest. I loved them. I never missed one as a kid. But now it's just going to be this really old guy who's kind of lost touch with us and reality, just up there. I don't know, barking. I don't know. I'm gonna go home and work. Catch up on emails, make some phone calls.
Do you have any juicy gossip from like, I want to say from your Republican colleagues, right? Because I'm sure I've heard that they like to talk shit about Trump behind his back.
The one thing that one of my colleagues said when I asked this person if they were going to the holiday party, the Christmas party, because that's like a big deal,
Yeah.
And she said he hates us. And I said, what, members of Congress? He said, Republican members of Congress. Like, he really hates us. And I think that's true. I don't think he likes them.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild.
But it sort of checks out when you think about it. Like, he finds it all to be kind of a nuisance. Like, he doesn't like us as the opposition party, but I don't think he likes them either.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Anybody who doesn't have like 8 zeros after
His
their
status.
name, right?
His status. And if it's not people who can like help him further,
That's correct.
His bank account.
Yeah.
Hey, Congressman, I got a quick question for you. Can you describe this, what you anticipate this speech being, in just 3 words? Three words. What are you expecting from this speech? Just 3 words.
I think there will be a kind of chaos to it,
Chaos.
right? I suspect it will be dishonest.
Hello.
And I suspect it'll be about him. I think it'll be really kind of narcissistic. Yeah.
Narcissistic.
Dishonest,
Chaotic.
selfish,
Yeah.
narcissistic.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I wish I could because I love these things. I really did grow up on them. I thought they were the coolest.
Yeah.
And now we got this, but this won't last forever. We can build something better, and we can elect people who really will focus entirely on us. That's what we want.
Congressman,
Thank you.
it's been a pleasure.
Yeah. Enjoy. Bye, everyone.
And I think we're going to keep the show rolling. And for next, this is a great one. We have a Representative Lauren Underwood. I had the pleasure of listening to
Yay.
earlier today. Brilliant
Thank you so
speaker. Oh my
much.
goodness. Wow. What a thrill. And you were joining us. We have Tara Setmeyer, Harry Dunn, and Vanessa
Hey,
Brand.
bestie.
So what brings you to our little digital neck of the woods?
It's the State of the Union. And the president's going to take a couple hours and lie to the American people. And we want them to understand the truth and that we are fighting hard for them to have a better life.
Where will you be during the State of the Union?
I will be in my seat in the chamber.
Oh, so you unfortunately attending.
I'm attending because you have to be the light. This is our house. And there's a lot of darkness. A dark cloud is about to roll in. And the American people are going to turn on the TV and they're going to have a lot of feelings. And if we aren't there to be the light, they will not feel our energy. They will not see our presence. And I don't know that I'm going to stay the whole time. Because after that USA starts to reverberate on the walls, after probably the third time, you might see me. But
I'm going to tell you, for me, it's difficult to watch on TV. Like I'm home watching on TV, and I'm just like leaning over to my wife. These are lies. It's painful, and for you to be like sitting there subject to that is even worse. Is there anything he could say that would cause you to get up and walk right out?
absolutely. I mean, if he were to
Because he's probably
display-
gonna say it.
I mean,
Just
in the past, he's kept his racism in check. This is Black History Month, and we know he gets easily triggered. I get up and leave. If he somehow blatantly lies around the healthcare crisis that he created, taking $1 trillion out of Medicaid, refusing to extend the ACA tax credits, I'm not going to sit there and clap through that. And I would say, just like the disrespect. If he starts to go off script and have some kind of disrespectful banter, I'm not staying for that.
have to do like double dutch here, right? So if you got questions for the Congresswoman, now is the time. Because I don't want to bogart the mic. I am very capable of doing so, but I don't want to.
Well, no, I got a quick question for the Congresswoman. It's the same one that I just asked. Describe what you anticipate from this speech in just 3 words.
A piping hot mess.
She was locked and loaded with that.
Yeah. He understands that we've done this with him before, and people have minimal expectations for his oratory ability. And they all know that he's a liar. So all that he has left is to double down. And he knows he's losing, and he's self-conscious about that. So he doubles down. He thinks he can wrap himself in machismo and invite the men's hockey champions and, whichever person he's giving this medal to, and a war hero, etc. Right. And that's going to be enough for us to forget. But the emperor has no clothes.
Yeah.
And we haven't forgotten.
What's the fight plan for 2026?
Well, first of all, we're going to fight hard, and it's going to be hard. And then we're going to crush them. We are going to win, and we are going to win big, and we are going to walk onto the floor on January 3rd, 2027, and people are going to know what time it is. They're going to know that change has come to Washington, and President Donald Trump is going to be somewhere in the corner crying.
Actually, so
I hope to be there with you then.
Yes.
What I was kind of looking for was, what are some material things?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That
We're gonna win.
I mean, what are some actual things that our elected representatives can do, as well as our folks on the ground, the folks who are going to the marches and making the phone calls and doing the door knocks.
Okay, so literally next week, there are really important primaries in Texas, North Carolina. 2 weeks later, Illinois, we have our primary. So election season has begun. And so if you're in one of those states that has a primary coming up and you want to get out and knock some doors this weekend, particularly if you're in a warm state, I say it's time. If you're in a cold state like us, this is the time to be doing the phone banking, the text banking for your favorite candidate, because the primary matters a lot. The primary is essential step in this process. And the volunteers are not coming in necessarily to every campaign the way that you would think in a critical election year like we're facing.
Really?
A lot of Democrats are mad. They're mad at what happened in 2024. They're mad at what happened with Kamala's campaign. They're mad at the Democrats. They're stuck in this fight harder, do something posture. And they're forgetting that victory is within reach, that we are right now, today, we are winning, but we haven't won anything yet. And if we want to actualize that victory, it's going to require all of us getting on the field, putting in some sweat equity, putting that team blue on our back and going hard. And are we perfect? No. But we're not claiming to be, right? We're saying we're trying to save our democracy in this emergency. And this is the invitation to join us. So yesterday, the DCCC rolled out Red to Blue. I'm working with the DCCC this cycle as one of the recruitment chairs. So we have 100 candidates running across 45 competitive districts, places that we have no business competing in, and we are crushing it. And so this is not me just boasting because I'm uninformed. I'm telling you guys, this victory is within our reach, and I'm really excited to get on the road and visit with these candidates and give them the boost all the way to November 3rd.
Just out of curiosity, you said this is called Red to Blue.
Red to Blue. So there's a Republican incumbent, one of these MAGA extremists that have been wilding for too long and doing whatever Daddy Trump tells them to do. And they've messed around and they put their district in play. And then here comes young, smart, aggressive, well-funded Democratic challenger. And now all of a sudden, these guys got a race and they are shook.
This is exciting.
And so we have 12 of these great candidates. You can visit dccc.org. And we got the former president of the Navajo Nation, Jonathan Nez. He's great. He's running as Eli Crane in Arizona. I don't have the whole list in front of me, but we got folks in Arizona and Pennsylvania, really important battleground states, districts that Kamala Harris won. And then, places where these Republican extremists like Tennessee, this guy, Andy Ogles, has no money.
I've heard.
Andy Ogles is like George Santos, but not famous. Okay. Okay. So y'all know what I'm saying. Okay. Like a liar and a cheater. And he's just not famous, but he's broke. He don't have any money, cash on hand. And our Dem came in with numbers on the board. Okay. We're talking about Middle Tennessee.
Wow.
We are competing and we can win. Shout out to Chaz Mulder. We see you. But we're here to talk about Congress. We're here to talk about the State of the Union. We're here to talk about the real State of the Union and Democrats' plan to make sure that the American people understand our focus on affordability, healthcare, housing, groceries. It's too expensive for many families to turn up the heat.
Yeah.
And then obviously care, childcare, elder care, right? We need real solutions. The people are ready for these solutions, and we're excited to deliver.
Well, Congresswoman,
thank you so much for having me.
This has been a real thrill.
Okay, take care, everybody. Oh my gosh. Can I introduce your next guest?
What's that?
Can I introduce your next guest?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we have a gentleman coming to the stage who I know very well because he's my classmate. This man flipped a seat in 2018. He's out here as a science champion. He is what we call just kind. And that is not a pejorative. I wish more people were like Congressman Mike Levin, hailing from California. We're so happy he's here. Over to you, Mike.
That's so nice of you. No problem. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Great to meet you.
I slipped Lauren $20. She gave me a nice introduction. Thank you, Lauren. So
just so you know, she put the expectations way up here now. So you got to show and prove. So.
And Stephanie, my guest, come on in here as well. I want to make sure that you meet our guest for the State of the Union. Can you see everybody? Okay, here we go.
I think so.
There you go.
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So for me, this day is not about me. It's about the people that we represent. That's why I decided I'm going to go sit through that guy's speech. 750,000 people in my district. I'm the one federal representative. I'm the only person that can sit in that seat. And I'm not going to give that seat up. Not to some Republican staffer who's going to sit there in my place, for sure. I get why everybody's doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
But it's the people's house. It's our house. It's not Donald Trump's house. So when you have a house guest come over you don't like, you don't leave, right? You sit there.
I would kick him out.
Well, maybe we should do that. But I definitely want to introduce Stephanie, and maybe you want to take a minute and share your story. Stephanie's a great constituent of mine.
Hi,
And
Stephanie.
she has a tough story. All right.
Do we have her in frame? Oh yeah, there she is.
Yeah. So like Congressman Levin said, I'm one of his constituents. My parents were living in the U.S. for over 35 years. They immigrated from Colombia in 1989. Me and two of my sisters were born in the U.S. And so throughout that time that they were living in the U.S., they were seeking asylum. Sadly, they got involved with several fraudulent lawyers, dealt with really bad immigration fraud. Some of these lawyers got disbarred. One of them wasn't even a lawyer, even though he said he was. And so they just got really bad legal counsel. And throughout those years, they were trying to do everything that they could to fix their status in this country. Great, hardworking people, always paid taxes. They always went to their check-in with ICE because throughout that process, they had to check in with ICE every single year. And so it wasn't until their last check-in last year with ICE that they were unjustly detained. And they were both separated when they went together to their appointments. They were put in handcuffs and shackles, and they were taken to 3 different detention centers over the span of like 3.5 weeks in 3 different states. And it was very traumatic for me and my sisters, video chatting them with these like jumpsuits on through a screen, seeing, our parents in what literally is a jail was absolutely traumatic. And never thought that my parents would be caught up in this. I never thought that our family would be in this situation. This happened last year. So right at the beginning when everything was happening, right after Trump took office, and we never thought that that would happen. And so it's been devastating for my family that we had to get just separated in this way. A lot of Hispanic families are very close-knit, tight-knit, and so we've always spent time together, always been together. I was living with my parents when they got detained and deported, and so I saw them every day. I remember that Friday on February 16th, I said goodbye to them in the morning before I left to work, and then that was the last time I saw them until they were in detention, because thankfully I was able to go see them when they were in detention before they got moved out of state. And so here I am a year later, just trying to share their story, bring awareness that this is happening to real people, real families. Good, hardworking people are being affected by this, and it's unfair and it's not okay. And so I just want to be able to bring awareness to that and what's happening, and just the cruelty that's happening to so many families.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I mean, that is a harrowing story. It's one that hits home for me. My wife just took her citizenship oath last week.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
But in the months leading up to that, every day of last year of 2025 I lived in fear. I was afraid because I saw videos of people going through the process. They were being held up in like they're coming out of the courtroom.
And getting
by
detained.
ICE
Yeah,
right
it's
there.
awful.
And so now I have my passport on me now.
Mhm.
I'm born and raised here in America,
Yeah.
But I'm a man of color. So it's anybody's guess if somebody's going to roll up on me
Yeah, they're
and
profiling
try
people.
to take me away. So how are your parents now?
They're doing a lot better now, just being in a place. So they were moving from like place to place when they first got to Columbia. They didn't have a home. They haven't lived there in over 35 years. And so just starting from zero, trying to find a place that would take them in with no work history, no, living history in Columbia. It was a challenge, but thankfully after several months, they found a good apartment that they're living in. And so, just trying to make it work and trying to build a life there. My dad's trying to start a business selling car parts. He was a phlebotomist here. He doesn't, yeah, he does not do practicing that in Colombia just because they don't really make a lot of money over there. So he's just doing something different. A lot of people work with cars in Colombia. So that's what he's doing right now.
Oh, but that's a good. I know a lot of people who
Yeah.
did the phlebotomy here.
Yeah.
How did you meet the congressman?
Yeah, so right after my parents got detained and they were in the detention centers, my brother-in-law's mom encouraged us to reach out to our congressman just to see what he could do. And so we reached out, and within, I think, less than a day, they contacted us through a phone call, and then we got connected after that. We were able to meet in person and talk about my family's story.
That's excellent.
Mm-hmm.
What I will tell you is that, you know, this year has been a really awful year of hearing from so many constituents who are facing really bad situations related to ICE. And just last week, I was telling Stephanie I was with the father of another constituent who is trapped in that Otay Mesa detention center, the same place where Stephanie's mom was. And just the lack of humanity, the lack of just basic decency or morality to separate families, where you have 86% of the people detained by ICE last year that have no violent criminal history. And it's not to say if someone is a genuine threat to our national security, a genuine threat to our public safety, that's one thing, but that's not what they're doing. They're focusing on the number. They're focusing on however many they can deport, and they're all trying to hit a quota. And it's unbelievable to me that we're in this spot in the year 2026. And when I heard Stephanie's story back in February, hers was basically the first local case that I heard about, because we had heard rumors, you know, he came in January, late January, that they were going to start mass deportation, but you didn't think that it was going to be families like hers.
Right.
We just didn't see that coming, that level of cruelty.
They said worst of the worst.
Worst of the worst. And then when, you know, I got to know her and her family, I said, this is absolutely wrong. And I thought of my own family. So you wouldn't know it by looking at me, but my mom's parents came from Mexico. And my mom, she's the second youngest of five girls. Her parents were born in Mexico. Two of her sisters were born in Mexico. My mom was born in California. But my grandpa came when he was 15 years old. He didn't have any money. He didn't speak any English. He didn't have any formal education, but he worked his rear end off, and he knew if he worked really hard, he could do well in the United States. Eventually became a citizen, not till he was 50 years old. And my grandma, she came when she was 3 years old, and, you know, basically knew no other country but the US. My mom says she was a dreamer before there were dreamers. And she never became a citizen. She passed at age 94. She was a permanent resident when she passed. So kind of like what you said about your wife, it's like for my own family, my grandmother, would she be hassled at the grocery store if she were alive today? My grandfather, would he have even made the trip to the US at 15 without any money or resources or formal education? And I just think the answer is no.
Yeah.
So my own story would not be possible. Your story would not be possible. And what the hell are we thinking? What are we doing in this country? We are losing our way. And for what? So Stephen Miller can hit a quota? So, you know, they can, deport millions of people? I mean, what are they thinking? The last thing I'll say is our economy in Southern California, we rely on the contributions of immigrants. Roughly 1 in 6 in the service sector in Southern California is undocumented. And what is ICE going to do? Are they literally going to go business to business to every restaurant, every hotel, every farm? Are they going to just round everybody up? If they had the resources, they would. And that's scary as hell.
You bring up such a good, important point, because what is our next step, right? So we've been trying to get comprehensive immigration reform done for a very long time. Anytime Democrats bring it up, Republicans shut them down. They avoid it, whatever. But the fact is, you've closed down the border. Okay, the border is closed. The border is secure. We have people here who are productive, contributing members to this society. Whether you realize it, whether you care to acknowledge it or not, America, a lot of these people are the ones that you depend on for your services, for your products, for your goods, for building your houses. They add value to your life. So You got to get away from, I just want these people out of here. No, really, you don't. And fun fact, well, you won't know this already, a lot of undocumented immigrants pay taxes.
Oh, yeah.
Billions and billions. I think
Yeah.
it's $91 billion.
Her parents paid him for 35 years.
And they don't even get the benefit
Nope.
that comes with paying
Nope.
those taxes. They're just paying the taxes.
Yeah.
Now, I will say we have a bill, a bipartisan bill that Veronica Escobar from El Paso and Maria Salazar from Florida have been working on for a number of years called the Dignity Act. There's roughly 20 of us on the Dem side and 20 on the Republican side. And that bill is stuck. It's stuck right now because Mike Johnson won't move it forward. The Republicans won't hold hearings. They won't mark it up. They won't move it through the legislative process. The bill is not perfect, but it's a compromise. And what it would do is it would end this cruelty, and it would end treating people as less than human, putting them in these awful detention centers all across the country. It would create a path for them to stay. And at the same time, it would ensure, and the Republicans are very, very big on the secure border, and I get it, and I agree that we should have a secure border. Things were messed up in the last administration too, for very different reasons, but it wasn't with this level of cruelty and inhumanity.
Yeah.
This is something that we've not seen in many, many decades anywhere really in the developed world when I think of it. And, it's a really awful time for families just like hers.
I appreciate you sharing your story with us. I'm so glad that your parents are okay. I mean, you were breaking my heart. I was like bracing myself for the, they were doing fine, and then kaboom.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad things worked out, and you were able to contact this congressman here.
Yep. He's great. Thank you so much.
We're not going to stop until we fix this,
Yeah.
until we fix this for families like hers. We have to. We have to. Thank you
so
Good to
much.
see you. Thank you.
Thank
It's a pleasure.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure.
All right. Now
Thank
she
you so
gets to go
much.
hear Trump for 2 hours. Can't wait.
Oh no!
Can't wait.
This one here?
Thanks, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Have a good rest of the night.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, folks. So yeah, we're gonna keep this show going. I just slide over because the camera is off. All right. I gotta say this. So far, we've had guests here who are attending the proceedings and guests who are opting not to. And I think it's important that that our Democratic Party does both. I think both are useful. I think, like Lauren Underwood said, we are the light. It's important to show that, when people tune in, because there are going to be people who are Democrats or Republicans or, people straddling the fence, independents, who will turn on the TV and will wonder, well, damn, if no Democrats showed up, where's the Democrats? Do they not care? So it is good to have representation there. But I think it's also good that some Democrats were like, you know what? Not me, not today, not this person. Anyway, I believe we are going to be joined next by a young man who I had the pleasure of meeting not too long ago. He's brilliant. He is a social, he's a, what do you call it? Content creator. He's a social media.
Just like you, Brooklyn. Good to see you. I'd be there in person right now, but I have so much law school reading to do, unfortunately. But it's great to be with you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here. So you, since the last since I met you, I think it was at the Democratic National Convention.
Oh, what glorious times those were.
And then soon enough, I tuned into TikTok and I was like, hey, there's Micah. And I love the stuff you're doing, man. It's good stuff. What lit a fire under your ass that made you, this young man, get so heavily involved in politics?
I mean, I grew up in a really conservative area with a very conservative family. I went to Christian schools. I remember my first political memory was people chanting for Mitt Romney in 2012 on election day. That's how conservative. The only school full of children that actually liked Mitt Romney. But I think as soon as Trump came into office, I realized something that I think a lot of people realized, which is like, this cannot be the good side, right? We grew up conservative. We were taught that the conservatives were the good guys, but you just looked at how he acted and you said, that cannot be right.
Yeah.
And then as I got older, I learned about all the material ways that Republicans are undermining the welfare of normal people. And they're doing it now. I mean, look at this. They cut healthcare by so much that my mom's health insurance premium, my mom, a Republican her entire life, went up by 350% in 1 year.
Oof.
She's not so much of a Republican anymore. I think a lot of
Nice.
people are waking up right now in the same way I did.
Are you seeing that though? Are you seeing, because you said you're from a conservative family?
Yeah.
Conservative area.
No, conservative, very conservative area and a very conservative family, but it's actually changing. My mom's a swing voter now because she saw me on MSNBC predict that health insurance prices at premiums will go up by over 100% if Trump gets his way on the ACA subsidies. Then it happened to her, and she was like, "Wait a minute, maybe I should start listening to you more." And I'm like, "It's about damn time, Mom. Start listening to me." But my father used to be a Republican. Now he prefers the Democrats. We had a Kamala sign out in our front yard in this past election, which is a big transformation for him. So I think a lot of people have woken up.
Wow. So the healthcare thing radicalized your mom, made her a swing voter. And what was it what did it for your dad? What made him a Kamala supporter?
I think it was January 6th to start, but there were so many things. Like my grandmother, which lived with us for many years, had cancer. And the only reason why she got coverage was the ACA. It's really easy to bash on the ACA and to bash on what Obama did if you have literally no idea what it did. But whenever you actually feel the benefits in your own life, you see, oh my God, imagine if this program was not in place. You start to recognize maybe the Democrats weren't so bad after all. Maybe all the Fox News and all this, OAN and all this right-wing propaganda, maybe it was just propaganda after all. And I think that a lot of people in my family have come to that discovery.
How much MAGA do you encounter on a daily or weekly basis? Do you actually talk to people in the real world? I don't mean on the internet. I mean just in your grocery store, gas
all the time,
etc. Yeah.
I got my start in normal, politics, I suppose, not internet politics. I only started doing this after the election because I was like, gosh, goddamn, man, the internet really matters. We really need to do this stuff. This is where the war of ideas is. But I actually got my start campaigning for Democratic candidates. For instance, I campaigned for a Democratic city council member exclusively in Republican areas. So we had 4 weeks of early voting for the general election and the runoff. And so I had to convince Republican voters to vote for a gay Democrat for 12 hours every single day for 2 weeks straight and then another 2 weeks straight. And we actually looked at the data from that election location. And that location is traditionally very conservative. It's like red by 50 points. Presumably because of my presence, it actually became a blue area by about 5 points. So we swung the district by having tons of conversations with people. So I have some experience with that.
Wow. So tell me what your predictions are for tonight's State of the Union.
I think that Trump is going to maintain the same gaslighting operation that he's been doing since the very beginning. He's going to say that the economy's in a golden age. It's A++++. That's what he said in the very beginning. And he's going to ignore every single economic statistic that exists because every single one shows that the economy is underperforming. Unemployment is up. We had the worst year of job growth since 2008, whenever you don't include recessions. Biden's last month created more jobs than Trump's full last year. That's the crazy statistics that they're dealing with. The stock market's grown the slowest of any president's first year since George W. Bush, since the last time we had a different Republican.
I didn't know that.
Mean, this is the disaster numbers they're dealing with, but they're not going to acknowledge it. They're going to pretend like they're going to gaslight the whole time.
Do you know Joe from Jersey?
Oh, of course I know Joe. Hey, Joe.
Hi, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. It's so good to see you. And I'm just listening to everything that you're saying, and your wisdom is incredible as always. What do you think about a 3-hour screed? That 3 hours. First of all, who do you think he's talking to? And who do you think is going to watch 3 hours of this shit?
I don't think anybody reads the tweets anymore or the Truth Social posts. I don't think anybody watches the speeches because it's been the same thing since 2016, but just increasingly incoherent every single time. But I think he's going to speak basically his own reality because everybody knows that's been paying attention to Trump, that he is really just your crazy MAGA grandpa who's scrolling on Truth Social all day and has literally no idea what's going on in the world. He has no idea that people are upset about Epstein. He has no idea that anybody's caught his corruption. he has no idea how bad the economy is because he lives in a fundamentally different world than anyone else. And he's just going to ramble incoherently for the entire time. But he's probably going to be on script for about like 3 minutes. I give him 3 minutes of scripted commentary and then it's completely off the rocker.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious what you think about his endurance because, like, his health is clearly not good. This is not a person like all these weird Oval Office meetings where he's sitting down surrounded by people, like with his black hands hiding under the desk. Like, does he have the stamina? And what are they going to have him on? If he does.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him literally AI generate speeches. Like I feel like I think the internet collectively forgot this, but his Charlie Kirk speech was an AI generated speech because his fingers were disappearing the whole time and he was glitching back and forth. Like the guy couldn't even give scripted like 25-minute remarks. How is he going to do 3 hours? I don't know. I think it's going to be an embarrassment. It's going to be like a clown on the stage, a geriatric, rambling incoherently. And the funniest thing is going to be watching the Republicans all stand up and clap and like come to tears at how inspirational they're trying to pretend he is, like he's dear leader and like he's Kim Jong-un or something.
Yeah.
Where did you hear this 3 hour thing? Because I've heard other people saying 3 hours too.
Everybody here at the event that I'm at has said that they have heard a minimum of 2.5. That they're hearing that it's more likely going to migrate into the 3 hour realm. This is just like the scuttlebutt on the street here with the people who are connected to the things. This is what they're saying. And with him, remember the RNC speech the after the not being shot thing. Remember how that went on? I would somebody please in the chat if anybody knows like how
with
long
the diaper on his ear. That one, yeah, that was
that
iconic.
one. Yeah, with I call it a Tampax, but like the one with the thing on his ear that they all did because it's not a cult. That was hours and hours of just like you said, Micah, unscripted. Like completely unscripted, like it's just top of mind, like ranting, unhinged ranting, like about windmills and electrocution and batteries and whales and all of that shit. That's what people here are expecting, and honestly, I don't know who has the stamina for that.
Do you guys have any really specific predictions? Because here's one prediction I'm going to make. He is going to attack the Supreme Court justices at least one time, which is going to be hilarious because they're going to be there. And like two of his own Supreme Court appointees are just going to like be shot on camera awkwardly as he's like attacking them from the podium.
Well, yeah, I'm certain that he will blame Biden no less than 5 times. At a minimum, he'll say that affordability is a hoax. He'll say that the American people are done with the Epstein files, so we should just move on. I think he will claim that this is the best economy ever, and that the economy, he's going to say that Joe Biden handed him the worst inflation ever, which is not true, which has never been true. The worst inflation ever was in 1923, I think, after World War I. Those are some of the top of, right off the top of my head, the biggest, most egregious lies he's going to tell. Oh, and of course, how can I forget the election lie? He's going to claim that the election was stolen from him. And he's going to use that to segue into the SAVE Act and say that Democrats, he's going to falsely accuse Democrats of wanting to cheat. He says that's all they do is cheat. And that the 20 million, he's going to say at least once, 20 million undocumented immigrants, he's going to use his own word for that.
Yes.
Snuck across the border thanks to Joe Biden, and they are going to be voting. There's 20 million people.
I didn't know it was 20. I thought it was 30 million now. I swear to God, every single time I check,
every number does that.
Yeah, every time I check on Twitter, it's like it increases by another 5 million retroactively. It started at like 8 million, and then it became 12, and then 15. It's just like we're just always, the estimates are always going up somehow. It's really interesting to me.
Yeah.
Or like the amount of wars he stopped. I think.
Oh God.
8 and 10, right?
Yes, which is like the percentage that he's decreased pharmaceutical prices. Like
like 1,000, and the amount of money he's brought in. He said like trillions of dollars. He said like Qatar gave us more than their entire economy in terms of investment into manufacturing. Meanwhile, manufacturing unemployment is is up by like 78,000 jobs. It's remarkable. It's magical, really.
Yeah, but that's all on the tariff shelf. Don't worry. My question, I'm curious. I don't know if you guys talked about this, and I apologize if I missed it. Wajahat, hi, guys. All right, this is real life. Hi, I'm on Wajahat. Hi, here.
Can you shamelessly promote yourself to the people watching?
Shamelessly promoting myself. Hi, I'm Joe. Here, come get in this.
Hi. Let me just help JoJo get a lot more subscribers. All right, real quick.
Oh, you gotta go.
Yeah.
You gotta go. Hi. So go to the sirennetwork.com or go to Are You Effing Kidding Me? That's my Substack. Or go to the sirennetwork.com where
Wow.
we are live streaming. You can also find this live stream from the Capitol on my Twitter and on my YouTube page right now. Brooklyn Dad Defiant, Micah Efron, they're there right now.
And now we're gonna go on stage. Bye.
Bye. Have a good time. Break a leg. Micah, I said
we're
your
on-
last
we're
name
on the-
wrong. I'm an asshole.
We're on the 60-second countdown now. We have our next guesses.
Irfan. I said your name wrong, and I'm sorry. I'm a jerk. Shit. Sorry.
Literally not a single
here's
person
what
has
I'm
gotten it
gonna do.
right the first time.
That I
Literally
have
not
in
a
the past,
single
and I was
person.
super proud of it.
Guys, I'm going to bring on Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan from Virginia's 4th District here.
How are you?
It's a pleasure to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Welcome.
Congresswoman.
And, we have
Hi.
JoJo from Jers right there.
Hello.
And Micah Irfan. These are two of the most dynamic, incredible content creators out there.
Awesome. Thank you guys for being here.
Well, thank you
Hey,
for everything.
Congresswoman, you spoke at my school actually not that long ago. I go to UVA Law.
Oh, yes. Yes. I did too a long time ago. But
Yeah, it's very cool. It's cool.
Are
I wish I
you
could
going to
join
be
you, but the
attending
homework is too intense.
Congresswoman, are you going to be attending this?
Yes.
I'm
I
calling it a
brought-
Monster Fire shit show.
yes, I brought a guest from my district who has been hurt by the Trump administration policies. He's a restaurant owner, Mama J's. For those of you who are in Richmond, come check him out. And his health insurance premiums went up from about $600 a month to $1,000 a month for his wife and child. And so he is here to talk about what's really happening out in our communities and not just let the lies that Donald Trump's going to tell tonight stand without, some reality.
Why don't we have him join us on camera? Folks, by the way, folks, this is a preview you won't get on the State of the Union. You won't get to hear directly from the guests that our Congress people are bringing on. So, what is your name, sir?
Lester Johnson.
Lester. So the Congresswoman was telling us about your difficulties. Can you elaborate on them?
Yeah. So as far as we've been on AC. Me and my family have been on ACA for a few years. We actually kept the exact same plan from the year previous, and based on what's happening, and as far as not extending those subsidies, our premiums went from $650 to $1,000, and it's again exact same plan. So having to factor in significant increase in my family's budget and work around that. So
That's really rough. So what was your next move?
So just again, you take a look at the things that you gotta have and the things that you want to have, and you make decisions, tough decisions in some cases. I have a 9-year-old, so she's in activities just like most other 9-year-olds, but activities cost money. So are we gonna do soccer? Or are we gonna do basketball? Are we gonna do swimming? Or are we gonna do dance? So those are the type of decisions that people are having to make at the dinner table right now.
Yeah, and I would, one of the things about Lester's story is a lot of times here we govern in silos, but Lester's not living in a silo, right? So at the same time that his insurance premiums went up, his electric bill went up like double, right?
Yep. Yeah, my wife pays the bills at the house, and she came to me the other day and was like, utilities, the electric bill was like $1,800. So again, those are the type things that we're seeing. In addition to food, it hasn't went down,
So when I go into the Energy and Commerce Committee meetings and we're talking about healthcare, we're talking about energy prices, it's Lester's story that I bring to combat.
Do you want me to just open it?
Bullshit.
Can I ask a question, Lester? When you hear, it's nice to meet you, and thank you for coming to share your story. It's so important. This the kind of things that the storytelling that connects to people who are living the same experience right now that actually makes the biggest difference, because people feel seen by you sharing your story. When you hear the president of the United States saying that affordability is a hoax, how does that feel to you when you're looking at your bank account and you're looking at the kinds of bills that you just laid out? How's that feel to hear that?
It's frustrating. It's insulting, to be honest with you. People have an understanding of what they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So when you're browsing the grocery store and you see prices that for a fact weren't that high, and prices were supposed to come down day one and they didn't. I don't know what day we're on, but we haven't seen any price decreases. So, but it's some of the stuff is beyond people's control. But when somebody gets has a form like that and comes on and tells you that don't believe that you're paying X for utilities and X for eggs and X for beef, now again, it's insulting, to be honest with you. So,
what caused you to reach out to your congresswoman to discuss your issues with the insurance?
Well, Jennifer's, she's out. She's a part of the people. So me and her have actually been friends for a while. So it was, she comes in, eats in the restaurant, so she knows my story. So it wasn't even a reach out. It was just kind of us communicating and talking like normal. And like I said, she was like, "Hey, this is something that needs to be told." So.
Yeah, and
Lester, your story is the same story as my mom. My mom's insurance premium skyrocketed. And I feel like a wake-up call for a lot of people, I don't know if you saw this at all, was their narrative was that this was only going to affect illegal immigrants. That the ACA studies were only going to illegal immigrants. Did you ever hear that? Like
I say, that the whole narrative behind it is, and it's not even just, ACA, it's everything. It's the hypocrisy of so many different things that we're discussing on a day-to-day basis in this country is amazing to me. So at 1 minute it's something that is important, Epstein, and then the next minute it's not important. So again, it's just amazing how again the insulting of people's intelligence on a day-to-day basis.
I'm so glad to hear Lester say that, because I feel sometimes I'm like screaming, that silent scream, at home, because it feels like, how is nobody else seeing this? Like, how is he getting away with these same blatant, egregious lies over and over and over?
And we see it on every issue. I mean, in my district, when he said, "Well, we're only going to go after
the worst of the worst.
The worst of the worst." And yet he's showing up at the general district court, which is where people come to pay traffic fines, where people come to get marriage licenses, and ICE was showing up to detain people there. When upstairs in circuit court is where like the felons are, they're not going up there. They're going to get people who are paying traffic fines. And I also, my district, it's urban areas like Richmond, but it's also a lot of farmers, some who voted for him. I mean, I have people that voted for Donald Trump and me. And now there's like, one of them, it's a Republican farmer in Dinwiddie County. And I saw him very early in when the tariffs went. He's like, Congresswoman, like these tariffs are really, really killing me right now. And I'm like, yeah, I'm fighting for you, man. I'm fighting for you. And the Republicans don't see that it's every community that they're hurting. It's small business owners, it's farmers, it's the self-employed, it's people that care for our family members, who just are really struggling to get by. And yet, I sat in a 26-hour hearing on the big ugly bill fighting Medicaid cuts, where they're trying to rip out health insurance from people who make like less than $34,000 a year, to give tax credits to people who make $500,000 a year so they can like buy another boat. Right? Take food out of the mouths of children so that somebody can buy an airplane. Like what does that say about their priorities?
I think, Congresswoman, I think a lot of that, I think it's actually breaking through. And I look at the metrics here in New Jersey, for instance, right? So obviously with our gubernatorial race, we saw a massive shift, between Trump and Mikey Sherrill. But in districts like my own, I'm in New Jersey's 7th district, we saw towns flip 15 points from Trump to Cheryl, at working class, blue collar towns, people who I've been to town halls with. When Stu Altman was running, I went to town halls in places like Phillipsburg, and it was deeply red, and a lot of the issues for them were kitchen table issues, were financial issues, and seeing this flip right now is what does that portend for you for the midterms and beyond, and what does that mean to you in terms of what Republicans and Donald Trump will do to make sure the people don't have their say?
Well, I mean, we also had a great election in Virginia where we saw a massive shift from just 4 years ago when Glenn Youngkin got elected. And this tells me that we're going to win the midterms. We're going to finally have a House that puts a check on this president because Republicans are afraid to do it. But it also, we see that Republicans are trying to change the rules, whether it is Trump bullying Republican states into doing redistricting to get me more seats, whether it's, they're passing the Save America Act that would be a modern day poll tax on people, trying to get fewer people to vote, whether it is them trying to intimidate election officials, going in and seizing, ballots and ballot information from Georgia. They are going to do everything they can to change the rules of the game to favor them. But it's the same thing we've always seen. It's like when we make progress fighting their lives, when we make progress helping people, the first thing that happens in the backlash is voter suppression, is propaganda, and violence. And right now we see all three of those things happening because they know they can't win on the merit of the issues because the American people are fed up.
Congresswoman, I have a quick question. I think we're going to spend a lot of tonight talking about all the terrible things Republicans are currently doing in our country. But I think a lot of people also are kind of missing what Democrats are going to do to not just stop Republicans from making things worse, but also to make things better. And in Virginia, I think Abigail Spanberger won because she was fighting for an agenda of making things better.
Yes.
Is there any ideas that come top of mind to you about what things that Democrats will push whenever Democrats are returned to the majority?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's so many things, whether it is, the right to vote is the basis of every other right. And so we need to not only reauthorize, but probably strengthen and rewrite the Voting Rights Act that the Supreme Court gutted. We need to make sure we are restoring the, funding to Medicaid, getting more people affordable health insurance, making sure that we are actually addressing the cost of healthcare, not just putting a Band-Aid on it, no pun intended, that we are building on progress we made and growing back on addressing clean energy efficiency, bringing energy costs down, addressing childcare costs. I mean, really everybody, what I hear from all corners of my district is, look, we were told if you play by the rules, if you work hard, you'll be able to get a good life and give your kids the opportunity to have a better life than you did. Live in a good home, go to the doctor when you need to and not go bankrupt. And the American dream is out of reach for so many people that we need to put policies in place that lower costs and make the American dream seeable, not just achievable, but seeable and achievable for more and more people. And that's what we're going to do.
I think there's especially discontentment amongst my generation because I mean, you look at the polls of young people and they have zero faith in the political system because I mean, I think a lot of people, and I think this is largely right, they feel like our future was mortgaged to pay for foreign wars and like Iraq and Afghanistan and tax cuts for billionaires. And Republicans have done that every single time. And so I think it's so important to have these affirmative policies that Democrats are talking about to get young people to not just tune out and feel depressed. So thank you for that.
That was an excellent question from young Micah. And I just want to say before, because we do have we have our next guest coming up soon.
Yes.
What you were saying is so true because like when I was growing up, one salary could pay for your kids to go to college, a house, a car, and even a vacation, like, for a family of 4. And now you need both. You need both parents working, and then you can't even afford college.
Right.
If you afford college, it's like a community college or a state college, and you hope that your kid gets a lot of scholarships. Thank you so much for joining us and for bringing your guests with us.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, brother.
Appreciate it,
I
man.
hope your situation resolves. I have no doubt, because you have an excellent congresswoman.
Thank you.
so much.
Take care.
Yeah, have a good one. Y'all take care.
Micah, I gotta say, I'm thoroughly enjoying, like when we spoke to the congresswoman just now. Like, people assume that because you have like a Democratic member of Congress, that they're only going to speak to Democratic constituents, and I just and I might be guilty of making that assumption, incorrect assumption at times, but no, she clearly said she speaks to people that are, MAG people who voted for Trump.
That's how we win.
Yeah,
that is definitely how we win.
So next up, we have a progressive organizer and executive director of Blue Missouri. Jess Piper is with us, folks.
Hi, how are you?
It's a pleasure to have you here, Jess.
Thank you. It's so good to be with you. Good to hear your voice. I've been in the green room or whatever it is backstage listening to all of you, and this is fantastic.
I love your room, by the way. You have, it's dimly, somehow it's dimly lit, but also bright enough to see you.
A big old ring light. Yeah, I live in a 125-year-old farmhouse, so getting light in any room is difficult in this place. But yeah, thank you.
It's very cool. So tell me, what are your expectations for well, first of all, are you going to watch the so-called State of the Union?
No.
Not at all.
I have no desire to watch a liar lie to me for 2 hours, 3 hours. I mean, he's a lunatic. I can't stand those lips. I can't stand those little hands waving around. I can't stand the lies that come out of his mouth. I was on Facebook today and I asked the folks who follow me, what are you going to do instead of watching this? And they were like, clipping my dog's toenails, watching paint dry. I mean, there are so many people that are absolutely not going to tune in to this garbage.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen it. We lived it. If you were alive in 2016, you've already lived through these bullshittery lie fests. What do you think is the most egregious lie that Donald Trump is going to tell tonight?
That he's been exonerated from the Epstein files.
Oh, good.
I think he's going to start with that because he's been lying about it for days. Caroline Leavitt's been lying about it for days. We all know that he's not been exonerated, but just by saying it, he keeps putting these lies out there. And I think he's not going to address affordability. I think he's not going to talk about what he's done to the ACA. And I heard some other folks talking about that. I have no health insurance right now because my premium went up so much. It went up from a little less than $500 to $1,000 a month. Well, where are you going to find an extra $500 a month right now? Right. And
Right.
I'm in a rural space. I work for myself, but 1/3 of rural people in America do not have access to healthcare plans from their employer. They're farmers. There are people who work in the ag fields. These people don't have access to employer paid insurance. So they've been using the ACA, or a lot of farmers are actually on Medicaid, right? Because their farms take a loss every single year. They're not seeing a profit every single year. So they're on Medicaid. All of these things are under attack from the regime. Gas may be a little cheaper, but groceries are insane. I went to the grocery store today and I walk up and down the aisles and seeing people like pick up a pound of ground beef, and realize that it's $8 a pound, which is more than I live on the Iowa line. That's more than the minimum wage in Iowa per hour. You got to pay more than that for a pound of ground beef. Our son shot a deer, which I'm sorry for the vegans that are listening to this, but guess what we have in our freezer right now? We eat deer meat, right? Because that's how high everything is in this country. He's not going to address affordability. And if he does, he's just going to lie to our faces. But here's the thing. I can see my Walmart receipt. I can see my Hy-Vee receipt. I know how much I'm paying for all of this stuff. And so do all my neighbors, even if they did vote him in, right?
Yeah, I mean, he sold us a bill of lies. You know, he said that he was going to cut our energy bills in half 1 year from today. And that was like, you know, a few weeks ago. 1 year passed. You did nothing, but the prices have gone higher. The prices of groceries have gone higher. Affordability is not a hoax. And that is the drum that we need to be banging this entire year, and until he's out of office and we flip the House and the Senate.
Exactly. And so when we talk about energy costs, well, there's my friend Joe. Whenever we talk about energy costs, we all need to remind our neighbors, these AI data centers that are coming in, there are so many towns across the state of Missouri that they are trying to push these into rural spaces and make it to where, you know, they're poisoning our air and our water and taking our water away from us. We have skyrocketing electricity bills, gas bills, water bills. And my neighbors across the street, I mean, they're in their 80s. They're on a fixed income. They can't take an extra $50, $60 a month because an AI data center wants to come in and take all the electricity. And then, by the way, drink up all the water. And we're in place, like in Missouri, in the heartland, we do have access to wells. You know, we have water underneath the ground. What are they doing? They're taking the water and cooling these data centers. And what are the data centers for? And by the way, they're not employing my neighbors. They're to sell us crap. They're putting in these huge buildings to sell us more crap and drinking our water while they do it.
And Jess, hi, by the way, and it's so great to see you as always. But another drain on our resources that's not getting enough coverage in places like Missouri and right in my backyard in Roxbury, New Jersey, are these concentration camps that they're building that are pulling from our natural resources. These towns cannot sustain 10,000 beds in a concentration camp. They literally physically. There's no infrastructure in place. And places like Roxbury, that people are saying this to them and they don't care. They bought this giant warehouse anyway. And I think you and I have talked about this. You actually rang the bell on this long ago, where you were talking about them gobbling up all this land.
Yes.
And let's talk about that, because this is happening, and it's like we're all talking here. It's like it's well, how do you make polite conversation while they're building concentration camps? But this is the weird dichotomy of our shared existence right now.
Yeah,
it really is. And, you know, my home state of Arkansas with the governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, they put in my home county, they bought up 800 acres. And they said they were going to put a prison for 3,000 people in a town of 2,000 people, Charleston, Arkansas, right? And from the beginning, I said, that's not going to be a prison. That's going to be a concentration camp. And guess what? They passed it without asking any of the residents. They went through and got the permission before they even told the people what they were bringing there. I have a guy that I graduated high school with who's MAGA to the core. He's the sheriff of Franklin County, Arkansas. He found out what they were doing and he's standing up. So these are all, you know, these concentration camps, putting people in these camps. And by the way, it doesn't seem like they're deporting people anymore, does it? Seems like they're holding on to these people these days so that someone can make money, like a prison, you know, a private prison, which it obviously is. Even MAGA folks don't want to see that. They don't want to hear about it. And they didn't think that they were going to be putting in concentration camps. Now, they shouldn't have voted the way they did because they allowed all this to happen. But I think even MAGA is surprised at the cruelty of what we're seeing.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, that's one of the things that's piercing the bubble. I honestly think that the visuals of it's somebody's abuela and they're going to the courts where they're just trying to do the right thing, or they're showing up to pay a parking ticket and they're snatching them. I do think that those images are making a difference. It's why we have to share them as much as possible.
They say that the cruelty is the point, and that is basically like the MAGA brand. Actually, the people who said, "Ooh, liberal tears," and cry more, cry harder, etc. Their whole thing is about cruelty. But I wonder now if we've crossed a Rubicon line where even some of the stuff that's going on right now is too much even for MAGA to accept.
Yeah, I mean, I live in MAGA land, right? I live in the middle of rural Missouri on the Iowa line. The folks that you're talking about that are like drinking liberal tears and doing all those things, that's that's online behavior. We all know that. But the people who live here and who voted in that manner, I think have been surprised. And this is what they do. They don't say they were wrong. They bury their head in the sand, right? And they act like, I don't know what's going on. What do you mean Epstein files? What do you mean concentration camps? And this is why it's important that we have candidates out in these spaces that are knocking doors and talking to their neighbors and saying, you know me, I live up the highway from you, right? Do you know what they're doing? You know what they want to bring to Kansas City? You know what they want to bring to Warrensburg, Missouri? Have you heard about the data centers? Have you seen, your electricity prices and your grocery prices? And that's how we make change, because these people in general they're not paying attention like we are. They're not on Twitter. They're not looking at the news 24/7, which we shouldn't be either. It's driving us crazy. But this is the work we do, right? But talk to those people and remind them, hey, you seem like a decent person. Why in God's name would you do this? Why would you vote for that? And remind them that they do come from a decent place. And maybe they were voting because they're anti-abortion and that was their one wedge issue. We'll show them what has happened, and that they used them and they abused their vote and now they don't care about them.
Yeah, it's just the next guest that we have is not here yet, but Brian Derrick. This is one of the things that it's so interesting to me, because he identifies candidates and he identifies districts, and he doesn't give up on red states and red districts. In fact, he overemphasizes the importance of making sure that we have candidates in these districts. And it's so interesting to me, because something you have talked about so many times is that these folks haven't had somebody knock on their door and tell them the reality and who's to blame and what's going on and who's responsible for it. And you did that. You ran. You talked the talk and walked the walk. And getting that message out to people, getting candidates in these areas is so important. And can you just, like, before you leave, can you just sort of touch on the importance of not sleeping on red states and red districts, and say hi to Brian Karam?
Hey, what's up, Brian? Hey, I had to come see my cousin. She's working hard, man. Hey, the camera, the light. He's right here.
Harry Moran behind me is like the coolest. It's literally like my Super Bowl. I met Asha Rangappa. I just met Mayor Jacob Frey. I got the legend that is Brian Karam, the guy who made what's the fucking Seth Trump Gorka? No,
that guy.
Seb Gorka, that made Seb Gorka scream at him like it was like a freaking primal scream of a possessed person. But Jess, do you know Jess Piper? If you don't know Jess Piper, you know Jess Piper, and this is Brooklyn Dad Defined, who I think you do know. But
I know, yeah.
Jess Piper is literally my queen. She is amazing. She lives in Arkansas.
Missouri, close.
Missouri.
Where in Missouri?
I'm up in the northwest corner on the Iowa border.
Wait,
north of St. Joe, north of Kansas City.
Yeah, where?
Oh, well, I don't want to say that.
Well, I have my in-laws are from Missouri. You gotta say it right, because they're from Missouri. You don't say Missouri, say Missouri.
I'm from Missouri. But I know you have more.
University of Missouri.
That's right. So I just wanted to
preview. I'm going to say here's my opening tonight for my speech. You ready?
Okay. Sorry, Jess. Hold on.
Okay.
Yesterday morning at the White House, President Donald Trump called every reporter in the United States sick people, and he also said we're on the side of criminals. Donald Trump is a convicted criminal. Let me say bluntly, I'm not on the side of criminals.
Well said.
Thank you.
He is a criminal, motherfucker.
He's a convicted criminal.
Sorry, Jess, I know you're from Missouri. I thought you said, because you were talking about Sarah Huckabee Sanders and you said Arkansas, and my brain went funny and haywire, and I was like, maybe she's from Arkansas.
No, I am
Say
original.
hi, Kurt Bardella.
Me. I did it. I said it again.
Hey!
Would do it again.
But for real,
I'll let you guys go.
No, I love you.
I love you too.
Lebanese right here. Lebanese in the house. We love
Yeah.
peace, love, and joy.
Habibi.
Habibi, my Habibi. Jess, let's for real. Honestly, like I'm sorry, but this is important. What you have talked about a strategy of capturing these votes and that it will make the difference. So can you just before you leave, just touch on that?
Yes, a lot of people will look at a state like Missouri or Arkansas or Iowa or anything, any of these red states and say they get what they vote for. Well, you and I both know that we don't have people to vote for. When I ran in 2022, 40% of the seats were uncontested. So you can't rub my nose in it and say this is what you vote for when there is no one to vote for, when the Democrats have walked away from spaces like rural America. And we have, but guess who else has? The Republican Party. They're not here knocking doors. They're not making calls. They're not talking to any of my neighbors asking for their vote. So the perfect time is right now. Get inside these rural spaces, get inside these red states, run. Today was the filing day, the first official filing day in Missouri, and we have over 100 candidates running, and I'm just so excited. And so I want to say, even if you feel down, even if you feel like, things are going wrong, look into red states. Look at Iowa. It's this close from flipping. Iowa. If we can do it in Iowa, we can do it in every single state across the country. And I appreciate your time. Everybody just link arms, stay together, throw sand in the gears where you can and run if you are able. Thank you. It's so good to see you guys again.
That was so
good to see you. So good to see you. And Brooklyn, you've been holding down the fort, man. You need to take a little break because you have been just burning the candle at both ends. I'm here to tap you out so that you get a little bit of a break.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Jess.
Bye.
Bye. So Jess was a great segue because she gets it, and she talks about not giving up and the importance of these districts in red states, etc., and how important every single race is up and down the ballot. Somebody else who does that, who understands that so well, somebody I've had on my podcast in the past, and he blew me away with just how freaking smart he is. Brian Derrick, political strategist and founder of Oath Vote. Hi, Brian. It's so good to see you again. How are you?
It's great to see you. How's it going?
Well, at this point in time, that is such a loaded question always. But I have to say that the funny thing about tonight, about where you are, about where Sam and Brooklyn are, about where I am, about people galvanizing in opposition to this moment in time, there's an energy that I can't sort of put a name on, that is important, and it matters, and it reminds me of the power of we the people, and it reminds me of our resilience in the face of overreach and fascism and authoritarianism and abuse. It also reminds me of the power of we the people in shaping our elections by focusing our attentions, energies, etc., on the right candidates in the right districts. And that is something you do better than anybody. Welcome. How are you doing? And can you talk, I don't know if you saw what Jess had to say, but can you talk about pick up where she left off, but also talk about some of the races right now that you think, are worth focusing on and highlighting to give us the best chance to getting true accountability in November and beyond?
Wow, that was beautiful. I love the energy that we're bringing. It's a lot of positivity, which is what we need right now. So as Jess was saying, huge election year, right? Everyone is talking online, on TV about the Senate and the House. Really important. Lots of important races happening there, and we can talk about that. But there are tons of important races happening in the states as well. We have 36 gubernatorial elections for governor this year. We have 30 for attorney general, 26 for secretary of state, over 5,000 for state legislative seats. We have state Supreme Courts that are up. We have county level races that are going to decide who counts the votes in 2028. There are literally tens of thousands of really important elections happening all over the country this year. And so no matter where you live, there are important elections happening there. And so, yes, as you mentioned, I am the co-founder of Oath, and our job is to analyze all of these elections just to make recommendations to everyday Democrats about where they can make the biggest difference based on what they care about. So if it's protecting democracy, we might recommend one thing to you. If you want to focus on climate change, we might recommend something else.
Yeah, I mean, that's so important because it can feel overwhelming. It can absolutely feel overwhelming. And people, I know you know this, right? Like people right now are looking around and going, what can I do? But not just what can I do, but what can I do that makes a difference? And that looks a little bit different for everybody. But one really simple thing that they can do is give. It's donate. But donate to someone where their dollar is going to make a difference. With dollars being as tight as they are now, like it's crazy and it's challenging and nobody wants to throw away their money. But if you say to somebody, hey, one way you can combat what is terrifying and feeling overwhelming is to put your money in the right place that aligns with your values. I mean, it's so empowering because that, I think one of the antidotes right now is to give people autonomous power so that they feel like they get a voice and a say in shaping the future.
Yeah, I think that that's so right. And it's why I do what I do. I've been a fundraiser and a campaign manager and a comms director for candidates all over the country. And I believe in the everyday people power and our potential to shift the direction of the country using just that, not the special interest groups, not the billionaire cash, but actually to just coordinate our energy at the grassroots level and to move the direction of the country. And so you're exactly correct. We're up against a lot. And so we don't have a lot to waste. We don't have extra to go around. We need to make sure that we're being super judicious about what we are looking to give. If you're being so generous as to give that $10 or $50 or $100, you want to make sure that it does actually make a difference to the candidate that you're giving to. And in some races, I'm just being point blank honest, like it doesn't, right? There are lots of races where the campaign is like advertising to you and emailing you and like annoying the heck out of all of us with the frickin' spam texts. And in some of those races, your dollars are not going to determine who wins. And in other races, they very well might. I love that Jess is from Missouri, because there are tons of actually really competitive races in Missouri, and an average state-led race is like $100,000. And so super cheap compared to, look at the Ohio Senate race from 2024, it cost $100 million, right? So it's all about focusing on where you can have the biggest difference. And if we all do that, then we're going to win. We're going to win huge this year.
Well, that kind of brings me to this question I have for everybody pretty much that I talk to in this moment, which is we should, right? The metrics, the data, the trends, the numbers, historical precedent, it all points in the same direction, right? That there should be, and any other election that we've had in the last several months, whether that's in Oklahoma or in Miami or New Jersey or Virginia or Georgia, et cetera, Oklahoma, like I said, every metric is pointing in the same direction. But the question inevitably is the person who's going to be standing up there on that dais today does not want us to be able to exercise those votes, does not want us to actualize that inevitable reality that every single sign is pointing to. So what do you say to people who are like, why would I give you this candidate my money when we're not even going to have free and fair midterms, or we're not even going to have an election in 2028? It's a game over. Democracy's done. It's cooked. We're finished.
I'm going to put on my dad hat and I'm going to say a failure to plan is a plan to fail. And so that type of thinking is voter disenfranchisement in and of itself. If they have you believing that your vote doesn't matter, they are already winning. That's part of the plan. And so number one, you have to defeat that type of thinking. That being said, we also have to prepare for the very real reality based on the last few elections that Donald Trump will try to subvert the election before, during, and after, because he's done it before. And so there are lots of strategies that we can put in place now. There are lots of organizations doing important work now in order to prevent that from happening. It's a really wide range of threats to the elections, and so therefore it requires a really wide range of responses. And I don't feel like we need to go into the weeds of all of them, but just to highlight some of like the really, really important ones. One is around litigation, making sure that we have. Hello.
Hi, Harry. Hi.
Oh, hey,
do you know Brian? Do you know Harry? Do you know
Hey,
each
Brian,
other?
how are you?
Yeah. How's it going?
Harry is one of those candidates who's going to be running.
I know.
Yeah.
Let's do this thing, man.
Absolutely.
Brian,
We're just-
one of the things that his organization does is they highlight races and issues for people to match people with candidates and issues that align, but also to make people's dollars go the furthest, so that when they do want to contribute or get involved with a candidate's campaign, that it more closely, that every dollar counts.
Every dollar counts, because we see a lot of that now. A lot of people like asking for, and all. Well, first of all, the overlying issue is it sucks, and it shouldn't cost millions and millions of dollars to win an election. Like, thanks Supreme Court with Citizens United there. But unfortunately, that's where we are now. But like to Joe's point and what you all do, it's very important to get people maximize your dollars. Like, let's use them effectively, efficiently, in a way that makes sense, that actually will win elections. So appreciate
100%.
the work that you're doing.
Absolutely. Likewise. Thank you. Thank you for running.
It's two sides of the same coin. It's pretty cool. It's like your peanut butter's in my chocolate. Your chocolate in my peanut butter. This is like my favorite kind of synchronicity.
Absolutely.
But it makes such a difference. Sorry, Ryan. Go ahead.
No, yeah. I mean, just on the subject of how do we protect the 2026 elections and beyond, right? Is we have to make sure that the election rules themselves are fair. Luckily, a lot of that work actually happened in 2022 when we were electing secretaries of state and attorneys general who believe in democracy and who we know are going to actually stand up for the integrity of our election this year. People like Chris Mays, the attorney general in Arizona, who won by 280 votes out of 2.5 million votes cast.
Wow.
That was one of our top rated races of that year. Insane. And now she's going to be protecting people's right in Arizona to have their ballots counted. And so part of it is thinking ahead, right? That we're playing 4D chess, not checkers. The second part is making sure that when it comes to access to the ballot, that we have a plan. And in large part, that's going to come down to Democratic governors. More than 60% of all of the competitive seats this year are in states where there's a Democratic governor. And so if our Democratic governors have really strong plans to protect polling places and to protect voters, then we're going to be in a much better position to actually deliver the ballots that we need to win. And then the last component is around post-election. Trump has already run this playbook before, but we have to be prepared for every eventuality. There are a lot of really awesome organizations out there, Democracy Defenders, Protect Democracy, Voting Rights Lab, and others that we work with directly who are making sure that there are processes in place and people who we can trust who will be part of the process to ensure that every vote is counted and that those results are certified. And so that's like the 40-second version, maybe 2-minute version. But there's so many different things that we need to be focused on if we want the elections to go well.
And I think all of that is so important, because I think one of their tools is that they want us to believe, like you said, they want us to believe that our voices won't be heard. And so what is the point? And that's obviously by design, and we cannot let them prevail on that, because that is disenfranchisement on its own. So we just have to show up and say, not today, Satan, not today.
That's exactly right.
So before you go, what are some of the races? Because you and I talked about this on my podcast. This is my favorite thing to do. What are some of the races? Because I'm watching Maine, and I'm watching Ohio, and I am watching Alaska and North Carolina, and I'm looking at the math. And let's talk some races on the House side, some races on the Senate side. What races are you like, don't sleep on this one? The math might be mathin' for the Democrats.
How long do we have? Okay. There are so many. Seriously. Number one, check out the women who are running to flip the House. There are 6 districts where women are running either as second-time candidates or local electeds that are running now for Congress for the first time, who are doing exceptionally well, and they alone could be the margin to flip the House majority. So we're really excited about that. Rebecca Cook, Janelle Stelson, Joanna Mendoza, Christina Bohannon, and more. On the sub-federal level, because you know that I'm all about state and local, a few campaigns just came online in the last 48 hours. Supreme Court races in Georgia and Michigan Do not sleep on state Supreme Courts. They will play a really important role in 26 and 28. We need those court majorities.
I'm glad that you brought that up because the state Supreme Court, I went out to Wisconsin 4 times where Elon Musk was spending millions and millions of dollars to put Bradley Schimmel, a MAGA guy, in the state Supreme Court, and we did not let that happen. So I'm really proud of that effort too. So like you said, those state Supreme Court races are extremely important. Yeah, especially in swing states. So
yeah, and in the majority of the country, they are elected, right? And so you should know whether your state Supreme Court is elected or not. The federal Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, only takes a couple dozen cases a year, but state Supreme Courts hear thousands of cases about Trump's policies and how we're basically putting boundaries on the MAGA crazies. I'll call out Aaron Ford running for governor in Nevada. Really important race. Get involved there. And then I'll leave you with, I'm just going to shout out very specific, but Dante Pittman, a state legislative candidate in North Carolina, was one of the closest races in 2024, won by 870 votes, broke the Republican supermajority in North Carolina, and is up again. So that's going to be a really important race as well. So state ledge, governor, House, Senate, it all really matters.
I'm going to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania next week. Somebody very notable will be speaking on behalf of a congressional candidate there. Can you speak to that race a little bit and the Democrat in that race? And I think I probably need to let you go after that.
Bethlehem, is it Bob Harvey? I don't know where Bethlehem is. It's who?
It's a fireman.
Bob Harvey.
Yeah. Okay. Is it Bob Harvey? Okay. Do you know much about that? Do you know anything about that race? Because I'm going out there to have some beers with a notable fella, and we're going to talk a little bit about it.
Against Brian Fitzgerald?
Maybe? You tell me.
Okay. So yeah, I think we're talking about Bob Harvey. I'm sorry that I don't know Pennsylvania geography better, but if Bethlehem is in that district, Bob Harvey running against Brian Fitzgerald, definitely a winnable race for Dems this cycle. There's only a handful of really competitive districts where we have a Democrat that we can fund early because we have a historic number of competitive primaries going on, which is awesome. We want to see more candidates running, but it means that in competitive districts where we need to win in November, we don't know which Democrat yet is going to be the candidate to take on Republicans. In this district, we do. And so Bob Harvey, super, super important race. Brian Fitzgerald is this like wishy-washy. He pretends to be a moderate, but really he's enabling Trump and all of the worst parts of MAGA. Yeah. He made news a lot during the One Big Beautiful Bill crap. So definitely the year that we get Brian Fitzgerald out and replace him with Bob Harvey.
God, that's music to my ears.
How do you feel about Maryland? What, 8?
Maryland's 5th congressional district.
There it is.
You know, today is the filing deadline, and get this: 24 people in the primary alone.
Oh my God!
24 people. Listen, competition is a good thing.
Yeah.
When people are running for the right reasons. That's why, because you get the best of the ideas, you get the best of it, and the people get to make a choice, which it all is about. And that's what it all comes down to. And talking about, like you said, Citizens United, the people need to make the choice, not corporations and big money. So
that's right. Okay, what's the verdict on Maryland redistricting? Is it over, or are we
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. You know, the Senate President, Mr. Bill Ferguson, didn't bring it up for a vote. Listen, I understand people's hesitation to do stuff like that, but like I said, we're not at politics as usual right now. This isn't. We have to fight fire with fire. Like, this is not just, hey, God, we're not going to hope our way to a better future. Now, I wish we had the time in Maryland. Like I said, if I was alone, I would have hoped that we could have did it like California did. The Prop 50, they put it there. And you know what? That's how, let the people decide. And then what? Did they decide? Overwhelmingly. I think it was like 70% plus that when it passed. So let the people decide. And I feel like that was the best way forward. Unfortunately, we didn't get it done. But, you know, I am encouraged, like you just said, with the women races alone can flip it, because we love our women, we get behind our women, because women are the present, women are the future, and y'all are kicking ass. So I hope that I get to serve with a lot of those other women in Congress and the people that are fighting to make a difference out there.
Like Brian, who is fighting to
Well
make a
said.
difference out there and making a difference out there.
This is
Honestly,
one woman who is fighting to make a difference right here. Okay.
no,
Yes.
like I said, we've talked in the past, and I have a little bit of your origin story, and I know some of your whys. But like, can you just like close us out with, why are you doing this? Why is this important to you? Yeah, let's start with that.
Yeah, man. Some days easier than other days, but every day really important. And I really believe that. My why is that it's not a choice, right? That I don't even know that there's an opt-out button. Like, we're in it together. And for me, it's just a matter of when we will succeed. And I want us to succeed soon so that the least amount of damage is done and that people are harmed as little as possible by this president and what he represents. But it's not a should we, shouldn't we? It's a how do we win and how do we make it tomorrow? And so that's why I wake up every day thinking about. I want to help other people find their voice and their power in our democracy. There are so many ways to be involved. You do such an excellent job of lifting those up for people, which I really, really appreciate. But hey,
another fighter, come back for democracy. Tara Mayer, who just got finished talking about democracy, about our 250th.
That was a great panel.
In the hands of this monster. Tara, do you know Brian Derrick?
I don't.
Oh, Brian runs Oath Vote, and it's Brian, why don't you introduce yourself to Tara and give her a little bit of synopsis about what you do and what you just said? These are my favorite badass warriors together on one screen at a time.
I love it. I'm Brian. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Oath, which is a donation platform that helps Democrats figure out which candidates need their help the most in order to win and beat Republicans up and down the ballot from coast to coast. And we were just talking about why we do this work and how we're going to whoop their ass all year long in special elections and general elections and primary elections and whatever else it takes.
And why we cannot let them make us think that our votes won't count. Why they cannot get ahead in discouraging us from making our voices heard by scaring us into thinking that our voices won't be heard.
That's right.
That's exactly right.
Scared of us. That's why they're trying to silence us. And that's why I have my shirt, silence is not an option.
Boom. That's the message.
Okay. Thank you so much, Brian. Are you going to watch this shit show Dumpster Fire by any chance? Not this show, Shit Show Dumpster Fire. This is not the shit. This is not a shit show Dumpster Fire. The shit show Dumpster Fire that we're talking about, that we're not paying attention to or are paying attention to. We're kind of programming all the things. Are you going to watch?
I'm not. And I usually do, and I usually would. And I've made a decision that I actually don't have anything to gain this year in this moment by watching that man lie. I know the strategy. I'm not learning behind enemy lines. We know the playbook. We know what they're doing. We know what he says. We know what he posts every day. I know the message. I don't need to hear it. It's propaganda, and I'm going to skip it for this year.
I'm aligned with you on that. Thank you so much, Brian.
Of course.
Oh, it's great
Thanks
to
for
talk to you
having
as
me.
always. Have a wonderful night.
Great to see you.
Great to see you too. There's something. Hi, Sam. There's something palpable. There's something electric in this moment that I don't know. Am I crazy? Do you feel it?
Joe, I feel like I gotta watch this. I gotta watch it because I'm running for office.
Yeah.
So I need to get out there. And when I ran last time, I had the opportunity, and what I was doing, I was telling the voters what's going to happen. This is what we're up against. It was a threat at that moment, but now it's no longer a threat. We are living through it. So I guarantee Donald Trump tonight at the State of the Union is going to invoke something crazy. I don't know about any type of extremist, but he's definitely going to talk some executive orders. I'm directing the Secretary of War to do X, Y, and Z. They said I need congressional approval. Well, here you go, Congress. I am doing this. I just told you about it. Here it comes. I wouldn't put that past him. So it's important that everybody knows about it. So I'm one of the messengers about how we stop him. So I need to know what his intentions are. Even though we know he's full of crap, and he's lying.
Yeah, that's the thing, right, Sam? This is the fine line. This is the constant balance that we all have to make, which is like giving him too much oxygen, giving him too much application, giving him too much focus, going against him and being not Trump, and then but also paying attention to what he's doing. Like, you know, Barack Obama was talking about that fucking video where he turned the Obamas into apes, and he's like, don't focus on what he's doing on that screen. Focus on what he's doing in the office. Like, this is the thing. It's a delicate dance that we all have to do, because we can't lose sight of even the trivial seeming shit, because it all matters, but we have to focus on what actually matters at the same time.
Let me ask you a question, and Sam, please jump in on this one, please.
Sure.
Like, a lot of people right now are having buyer's remorse with Donald Trump. Why? Because they said they didn't know. Oh, I didn't think he was going to do X, Y, and Z. We did. We knew it. We were screaming.
I mean, he did say it a million times a day, right?
But
There's only a whole
but that's the thing.
Project 2025 about it.
But that's the thing. To the point, do we stop? I feel like, you know, I'm going to take one for the team. I'm going to go listen, because people need to know. We cannot use that as an excuse. Oh, I didn't know he was going to do X, Y, and Z. We have to be aware of what he's going to do, because he telegraphs what he's going to do. I mean, the good stuff he lies about, but all the other bad stuff, he's telling the truth 100% about. Do we have any responsibility to report to our followers, our subscribers, and hell, just our neighbors, our American friends, our citizens, about what Donald Trump is planning to do?
Yeah, you know, I'm watching the State of the Union, and by the way, I'm covering for Brooklyn, who's over there taking a much deserved break after 2.5 hours of talking about Trump, which is probably not the best.
I love it.
He says he loves it. So I'm here at the Capitol. We're live. Thank you to the 13,000 people that are watching live right now. It's really quite incredible.
Wow.
I have the State of the Union pulled up on my other monitor, not because I enjoy watching it, just because I'm trying to see like what's happening. And from my eyes, the Democratic side is pretty empty. There are some people there, but what I'm seeing is actually from the Republican side, J.D. Vance and Mike Johnson and MAGA crony after MAGA acolyte walk up the aisle and get a round of applause. These are the people who are currently covering up the deaths of 2 American citizens. And I just, you know, it's so unbelievable, because these are the same people that are covering up Jeffrey Epstein and trying to protect Donald Trump. So I think it's just totally shameful. And by the way, how's my audio? Can you hear me fine?
You know, it's hard for us to hear a little bit just because there's so much background noise.
Okay. You sound clear.
Yeah, you sound clear.
Okay, got it.
If you have like a Asha Rangappa, it's fine. Everything's fine. Guys, it's fine. I'm not fangirling at all. Asha Rangappa, I'm not worthy. It's fine. Yes, please, if you want to say hello. Hi, guys. Sam Schwartz, Asha Rangappa.
Hi.
15,500 people watching this stream. My goddess.
Doing a shimmy.
Oh my God.
That was pretty cool.
Like, when I tell you guys,
Your
I
wine
just,
matches your dress.
oh yes, it does.
I'm a fan.
Oh my God, I'm a fan. Okay, I already fangirled like a crazy person with Asha Rangappa, but when I tell you guys, this is my honest to God truth, that Tara Setmayer and Asha Rangappa are like my pillars of what kept me sane and alive during the worst of my life, literally the lowest I've ever been in 2017 and 2018, when I was in a very terrible situation at home and I thought I was going to run my car into a telephone pole by myself and leave my kids behind because they'd be better off without me. I am not lying to you that when Asha would go on CNN,
We love to see
she would speak truth to power in this clarifying, brilliant, fierce, badass goddess way. And Tara did it too. It pulled me back and it brought me into this moment where I was like, you can do it. They're out there doing it and they're fighting, and you can do that too. So thank you to Asha Rangappa. Ugly cry. Well, oh my God. Like when I
Nice
saw
to
her
see
cry,
you.
I literally almost died.
But no. Since we got her here, Asha, can you give us? I asked these people 3 words. 3 words. What do you expect from this State of the Union right now? Just 3 words.
The actual one that's going on?
Yeah. Not the what Donald Trump is going to be doing. His performance over there.
Oh my God.
3 words.
3 words. Just describe what you anticipate in 3 words.
Bullshit.
Yes.
Bullshit.
Yes, that's what we're here for. That's what I was looking for. She understood.
Those are great words.
There's a simple eloquence to that just sums it up for me.
Love you guys.
Oh my God.
Appreciate you.
Literally living legend right there, guys. I totally stalked her Instagram for many, many years, obsessed about how gorgeous she is, but she is just as beautiful in real life as she is on social media and on TV. It's just true. Oh my God, it's happening. So Harry has this on the phone. It's such gross, visceral imagery. Like, can I tell you, Harry, it's actually kind of, to me, there's a moment that it's almost surreal for me right now, because one of the things I think about is the fact that he incited an attack on that chamber. I'll give you a real quick backstory. When I was in 8th grade, I told you this story in person. When I was in 8th grade, we went to Washington, D.C. for a class trip, and we walked into the Capitol, and I looked up at the rotunda, and I was the dork of the class, and I started to cry. I started to cry because I was overwhelmed. I am totally a crier. I was overwhelmed by the reverence of that space, of the importance of that space. And then my friends thought I was a dork, which I already was. And then when we walked into, we got to sit in the gallery, and they were talking about busing or some boring bullshit. And I was sobbing my eyes out because I was like, this is impactful. This is legislation. This is this body, this incredibly deliberative body that shapes all of our lives. And I was crying like a baby, and seeing someone and sitting next to someone who defended it that day, seeing someone who sent a rabid, feral, unhinged, fucking mob of dickless motherfuckers to that chamber to overthrow a government and overturn a free and fair election while sitting next to someone who defended every single person in that space that day, regardless of how they voted. There is something about that imagery, Harry, that sends me. It sends me to a place of incandescent rage that I can't put into words.
Well, that's the thing. I've been carrying that since it happened. Every single day. You know, a lot of people see it and have moments where it's just like, yikes, this was bad. I have that every single day. So, you know, but I learned about righteous anger and not just being mad and pounding, you know, I'm going to tweet something out or I'm going to post something. I'm just going to get mad, doing something about it. Something, this crazy thing called running for Congress, you know, doing something crazy to just as crazy as that, because it's necessary to get in there and enter the fray. And I always joke, who enters Congress? Who wants to join Congress? Like, it's crazy up there. Who in their right mind wants to do it?
I mean,
it's going to take somebody just as crazy as them to show them that we are going to stand up to your crazy, and we're going to stand up with truth and morals in our heart. So,
and the thing is, too, if that imagery pisses you off, like it pisses me off, like, you can do something. Hey, hi, Lauren. Hi, I'm alive. Boo, I love you. Bye. Hi, guys. Okay, bye. If it pisses you off, like it pisses me off, you can run for Congress, but you don't have to run for Congress, right?
Not the only
right.
one,
Like, there's so many things we can do. If we all do a little, then no one has to do it all. And maybe that's talking to your neighbor. Maybe that's podcasting. Maybe that's tweeting. Maybe that's talking to the grocer, talking to the guy at your gym. Maybe that's talking to your family members who you've never talked to about politics. Maybe it's knocking on doors. Fuck Christy. Fucking home. Is she there? Is she there? Jesus Christ.
I don't see her, but you know who I see right now is I see Pete Hegseth and Pam Bondi basically just
Can I
shaking
just ask a
hands
question since Scott
with
Bessent is on
everybody.
the screen? Who the fuck's face is Scott Bessent wearing? Okay, like, I want to know what in the name of Hannibal Lecter kind of cadaver does Scott Bessent put on his face every day, because that motherfucker looks like he's wearing a skin mask. Okay, I'm sorry, he just does. And poor Terry Moran, who is a legitimate journalist, is live streaming behind me, and I'm talking about skin masks and Hannibal Lecter, and totally in my big girl voice, messing with Terry Moran's extremely legitimate live stream. But I got to be truthful to who I am. But Terry Moran Scott Bessent is a fucked up looking dude.
Joe, I wanna just bring on our friend Kaivan, who's here right now.
Hi, Kaivan.
And Joe, I know that you have to go, Joe.
Yeah.
So whenever you have to dip
I'll be
out.
back. See y'all in a little bit.
And look at Joe Walsh on the screen. Hi, Kaivan.
How's it going?
I got Terry Moran behind me. I should be like
I saw that. I was wondering who it was, actually. It's like, what is going on there?
Like a real journalist. I'm like Kaivan, like I'm in that meat, but in a Kaivan Terry Moran sandwich, and I feel like I don't belong here.
Oh God.
Like, it's like one of these things. It's not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Kaivan, it's good to see you. How are you?
I'm good because I'm not watching the State of the Union and I'm with you instead. So can't complain.
This is new for me. I don't even have it on my phone right now. Normally I'll hate watch some of it, but right now I would really rather do this counter programming where I'm not. Yeah. So you're not watching it, and why?
You know, I just feel like, honestly, these things don't matter that much. They don't move the needle politically. And what I care about is that we defeat Republicans. And however tonight goes, unless Trump has a major episode, which I'm open to, you know, it's not going to really shift things happening here. So, you know, it's kind of just more for the media class, it feels like. And that's why he's going for 2, some say 3 hours, because he's just going to dump everything he can in there. But I think it's really interesting because what we already know a little bit about the speech is he plans to target transgender kids. And it's so ironic because the economy's in the toilet, right? People are paying 28% more for orange juice under Trump this year than they were at the end of Joe Biden's term. Most Americans that vote now say that they preferred the job Joe Biden was doing, and yet he's going to focus on these culture wars. But is the legacy media and are all these pundits and all these folks going to talk about how, oh, Trump's obsessed with the culture wars and he won't stop talking about things people don't want to pay attention to? No, right? They never get that same sort of narrative. So I do think I'll be watching to see how the mainstream media covers tomorrow based on this speech. And I'm not saying my hopes are high. That's to say the least.
I just want to jump in for a second because I'm with you, Kaivan. I don't think the State of the Union really matters that much. I think it's been hyped up in like modern America to be this like big thing. At least under Trump, it's this big thing. But it, like Tara Setmeyer was saying earlier, like when she was a staffer and a member of for a member of Congress, the State of the Union like never was a thing. Like members of Congress used to. It was always
a written letter.
Yeah, it was. When I say not a thing, I mean it wasn't like a big deal, right? It was like a thing that members of Congress would go to like take a nap at. Honestly, she's like she was saying like she would make a bet with her boss or something about like how long it takes for him to fall asleep or something. And now it's like you go and watch this thing, and it is essentially just like a political partisan like it's like the RNC tonight is what it's going to be. It's going to be the RNC mixed with like a Ku Klux Klan rally mixed with like a, you know, just all the worst things that you can imagine. That's what it's going to be tonight.
Well, I love Tara, and I think it's funny she said that because I guarantee you that members will be falling asleep tonight, although it's pretty apt if you want to actually talk about the State of the Union because Congress is asleep on the job. So I actually think it really does capture the sentiment quite well.
And I'm honestly waiting to see if Donald Trump falls asleep.
He might just fall asleep at the podium, Joe.
His prologue.
I wonder if he's going to have a glove.
Okay.
What are they going to do? It's either going to be a pound of makeup or a glove. So which is it going to be? And
which is a question.
One thing for sure, Jake Tapper doesn't care.
No, Jake Tapper doesn't care. What I'm waiting for is for the cult to start painting their hands with cake makeup in solidarity, like they wore the tampon.
The ear thing.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, again, the word on the street here is 2.5 to 3 hours of this harangue of nonsense. And like, first of all, nobody's watching all of that shit. It's like when people say, you know, I'm sorry that happened to you. Like, I'm not reading all of that.
That's
like,
hilarious.
That's
yeah,
kind of this
I heard
moment.
it could be up to 3 hours. I mean, that is insane. Like, truly insane.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what they're going to have him
It's really
on.
a punishment for everyone that has to, for their job,
Right.
to watch it. Like,
I think he equivocates like attention to worth. I think for him, just being up there and knowing that he gets to command that space for however long he wants gives him some kind of merit that he knows he inherently doesn't actually have. It's like a toddler's petulance.
it's really insane. And I think what's so interesting as well is to see the interactions with folks. And I'm not watching, but I know this happens every time, of who is groveling, you know, got there hours early to get the kiss the ring of Donald Trump. And I'll be especially curious to see how the justices behave tonight, because obviously this is one of the most corrupt courts we've seen in decades. And I think the idea that they would go sort of pal around with this president as he's fundamentally undermining the judiciary, attacking them by name, all of that is disgusting. So definitely something that could make a headline, I think. Dan, my congressperson.
Hold on, sorry.
Everybody get out there and work for Dan Goldman.
Guys, this is one of the things that just happens tonight, Joe. Wait.
I love it.
No, this is Dan Goldman.
This is Dan.
That's
This
my
guy.
congressperson.
Oh, hi.
They were together on a panel.
Nice.
This is an extraordinary moment, and Congressman Goldman.
Can I
it's
say something
incredible. Yes,
extraordinary?
yes.
We need fucking fighters in Congress. Dan Goldman's a fighter. Get him reelected. That's what we're doing.
Dan Goldman has been fighting against all of this since the OG days.
It feels like a long time. It feels like a long time, but we've got a lot more work to do. And I can tell you that the energy we need is real. We got to get out to the ballot booths. We have to make sure we're going to have our elections. And I can tell you that when we take back the majority in November, I have a long list of investigations that I'm looking forward to start.
Which is the kind of accountability that we are lacking, sorely lacking, the kind of constraints and guardrails that your colleagues across the aisle seem extremely remiss in putting into place right now. He's run amok. He's turned Mike Johnson into a secretary in his cabinet. We don't have any checks and balances. So that accountability is something I very much need.
I think it's too nice to say that he's a secretary in his cabinet. I think he's more like an executive assistant. But it's a shameful. I say to my Republican colleagues all the time, you literally leave your family every week to fly many across the country to come to Congress where you're hoping to be in the majority so that you can control things. And all you do is roll over like a lapdog for Donald Trump and do nothing. Have no accountability. Congress is at its weakest right now because of this Republican majority than it has ever been, and it's a disgrace. But we will keep the pressure on, and we're starting to see some movement from them because they realize, Donald Trump's policies really are not good. They're not working. We're going to lose in November. And so they're going to have to run away from him. So stay tuned because these next few months will be interesting.
I appreciate that. I totally shanghaied you and grabbed you and put you on the screen. And thank you for your patience with that. I know a lot of people are worried about their votes not being counted. They're worried about interference in these midterms and beyond. Those are legitimate concerns. This is Donald Trump. We obviously have seen what lengths he will go to make sure to subvert democracy so that it works out in his favor. What would you say to people right now who are worried that we won't have free and fair elections in November?
You're right to be worried, and we got to take action, and we got to make sure we understand exactly how they are trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together because they are trying to rig the election. And so the first thing is to understand it and anticipate it because he will try to gaslight everybody about it. And if we are in front of him, if we're out in front of him and we're educating people about what he's trying to do, then he's unable to gaslight. And there's all sorts of different things that he's trying to do, and we're going to mount a charge and prevent them from happening. But overall, I think people just need to be paying attention because this is, in my view, the number one concern for the next 8 months.
Absolutely. If I could just cut in for a second. Hi, Congressman, big fan. Thank you for all you do. I'm here with Johnny Palmodesta, who is a very well-known content creator. He was on the ground in Minnesota, watching all of the ICE protests after the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I'm sure you saw some of his stuff across your feed. I wanted to kind of give the floor to him for a second, if you're okay with it, to talk about what you saw on the ground there. And you're wearing an Ice Out pin, which I appreciate, and I think many Americans appreciate that in a time like this. So I just kind of wanted to give Johnny the floor to maybe just talk about what he saw there, if anything stood out to him. I'm sure there's a lot to talk about.
I have to tell you, if you're from Minneapolis, if you're from Minnesota, you know very well that is a community defined by love. Something that's tremendously different there than that of what we're probably going to see in the halls of the State of the Union tonight by that of the radicalized far right, is people coming together in Minneapolis and Minnesota and the Twin Cities region, coming together to say, we want to fight for that of freedom, for democracy, fight for the fundamental constitutional rights of one another and each other. And I'll tell you something. My time out there, I had the opportunity to spend a month with the good people of Minnesota. It was a wonderful time. There is nobody better. I think I would have rather been tear gassed with than the people of Minnesota. It was truly a wonderful time being out there.
Yeah, and I kind of want to just I want to pick up on that because we did see journalists being tear gassed, and we saw American citizens being tear gassed. Peaceful protesters, people who are standing there blowing a whistle, are having pepper balls shot at them by ICE agents, and as Americans and just bystanders who are watching this, I'm sitting there confounded as to how actual federal agents of the state are doing this, and yesterday, or I think it was this morning or yesterday, we found out why. A ICE lawyer, Ryan Schwenk, he testified. He's a whistleblower. He said that he was instructed to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution, and that DHS/ICE gutted the 584-hour training program. They cut 240 hours classes that teach the Constitution, legal systems, firearms training, and I think most importantly, limits of officers' authority, which kind of explains why you see these officers doing what they're doing on such a mass scale. It's almost like they take pleasure in it, and it's actually because they were being told to violate the Constitution by the upper echelons of ICE. I wondered if you could comment on that as a member of Congress, if you're seeing any sort of maybe some accountability for people in 26. Is that something that we could be looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, and I was a federal prosecutor for 10 years, so I worked with criminal law enforcement agents all the time. These are ICE agents are civil. They're not arresting people who are committing crimes. They're arresting people for immigration violations, and even the criminal law enforcement agents are horrified by what they are seeing from these ICE agents who are so clearly unqualified and untrained. That not just because of the horrific way they're treating peaceful protesters and the aggression, the affirmative aggression that they're showing, which is not at all what they should do. But you also know that because they're putting their own colleagues in serious danger. You do not shoot into a car where there's another one of your colleagues at the front door, in the driver's side door. You do not shoot someone on the ground who's being pinned down by 5 other people. Now, that's the least of the concerns, but what it shows you is how little training they actually have. And that's why that you made the right point, that the lack of accountability from the FBI is what makes this truly a fascist regime, because you have these secret masked agents who are excessively and violently, as you say, pepper spray and pepper balls and tear gas and ripping people out of cars and invading people's homes and of course killing people. And the FBI is not even investigating it. So there's no accountability from the government. So they know they're acting with impunity. And I can tell you this much, that will not continue in January of 2027 when we take back the House. There will be accountability.
Thank you so much, Congressman.
Thank you, guys.
Really
Take care.
your time. Thank you. Well, that was a wonderful surprise. Yeah, I'll just keep grabbing
great.
people as they come by. Yeah, and sorry, Sam. It's so nice to meet you, Johnny.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, and thanks for all of your work. And I cannot, we all know that eyes on this. We live in a visual economy right now. Putting these things on video, recording them, it is massively, massively important. And I know, Kaivan, we've talked about not wanting to live in a surveillance state, and that's so important. And it's a really weird, delicate dance that we have to do right now, so we don't abdicate our privacy and our freedom, but we also somehow manage to document what they're doing in real time. I've talked about this a bunch of times publicly. When ICE was in Morristown, which is where I was born, where my kids were born, I said to my kids in the car, I'm going to go record what they're doing. And both of them, they got really upset. I could hear the anxiety in their voices. They're 12 and 16. And they both almost in unison said, don't you dare. Don't you dare go and film that, Mom. They'll kill you. They will kill you. They'll shoot you. And they're teenagers and pre-teenagers, and their understanding of our government right now is that the simple act, the democratic, lawful act, the peaceful act of recording and documenting what they were doing threatens lives, but they have that understanding because it threatens what they are doing, which is why what you are doing is so massively, massively important, and why we have to continue to record and document what they are doing in real time.
It's so interesting to hear you say that too, because I think one thing, I don't know if I'm in New York, so we just had this crazy blizzard and people are making such a big deal about this snowball fight that happened. And I'm sure you've seen it. It's gone super viral. And of people throwing snowballs at law enforcement, and the police have responded so aggressively. They're putting out so many statements. I mean, even the mayor has spoken out about it. And you look 8 years ago, there's a really viral video I just posted on my Instagram of police officers playing with kids and teenagers, having a snowball fight, giving them, you know, gloves and safety things during the storm. And I think it just shows how much Donald Trump has dragged our country down by dividing us on every possible issue. Every single thing about daily life is just the Olympics is the latest example, right? I mean, why did he and Kash Patel have to make this about themselves? They have to do that with every single thing. And I think it really does sort of just suck the life out of our democracy. And, you know, disunion is all that you get from that type of behavior. So I'm sure we'll see a lot more of that tonight, unfortunately.
Look, and I think it's important to note on this, the chance that you'll hear in my travels from Los Angeles to Chicago, from Portland to DC to Minneapolis, meeting these protesters, these activists, these organizers, these community members coming forward to speak truth to power is a simple chant, which is who keeps us safe, we keep us safe. And it's a chant that I think needs to be remembered tonight as people are watching Donald Trump perpetuate his hate-filled, divisive agenda. He's not here to keep us safe. The American people are going to be here to keep us safe. Leaders like that, for example, you know, Melanie Stansberry or Adelita Grahova are going to be keeping us safe. And so, you know, I'll tell you, we expect to hear a lot of divisive rhetoric tonight. I know that everybody tuning in is going to be ready for that, but understand that no matter what, at the end of that speech, we're still going to be as united as ever, and we're going to be continuing marching forward 2026's midterm, and then, of course, getting ready for 2027 to turn things around.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on, Johnny. Really happy.
Thank you, Johnny.
There is so much more to talk about with what they're doing in Dilley, with the children's detention centers. Kaivan, you've written a piece for the Siren about how many people were killed by ICE.
Over 30. I mean, they say 32, but we don't know, right? Because we have to rely on the government, which we can't trust. I do want to just say, shout out to Sam for pulling off this stream. This is like an iconic series, and I know other people are involved too, but what a boss.
And it was also Joe, who was our other co-founder of the Siren, and Brooklyn Dad, who did this for 2.5 hours. And I've only been here for 20, 30 minutes. I don't know. But
fair enough.
That's kind of
just very impressed. You know, I think that one of the things that you guys have done so well is really be an authentic voice. Like even now, right? You're not this is not all pre-planned. I mean, it was to the best of Sam's ability.
The best of our ability.
But just pulling in people, Congress people, talking to them, being authentic, being real is so important. And I think one of the things looking ahead to midterms, but even 2028, is how important it is to tap into authentic grassroots organizers who also do have a platform and do some of the media stuff. But I know, Joe, you're in your community as well, doing a lot of this work every day. And I think that it's so important for people to, yes, engage online. Yes, get your content online, be informed, make sure you know the news, but go do something about it in your community. I was able to canvas for local businesses here on what to do if ICE comes in. And it was such a meaningful experience to get together with my neighbors. And a lot of them are the older folks that sort of hold down communities and do that volunteer work. But I would love to see, the under 40, under 30 cohort get as engaged on some of that stuff.
And Joe, thank you for pulling in Dan Goldman there. He was not actually on the schedule.
And, wait, what? I didn't hear that.
I said props to you for getting Dan Goldman on the stream. He was not on our schedule.
I totally just grabbed him. I literally grabbed the poor guy.
Yeah, I was on my phone checking the whatever. I looked up. There's Dan Goldman. Joe, do you have a speech that you have to go to? Are you fine to stay?
I do, but I just wanted to pick up on what Kaivan said real fast.
Yeah.
I'm doing a panel on humor in this moment. And humor as resistance, and that's something that Brooklyn and I talk about a lot. We like to laugh. People will say it's insensitive. I don't give a fuck.
It keeps us from crying.
What?
I said it keeps us from crying.
Johnny,
it does. Autocrats hate that. But I will say something else that it does that kind of ties these threads together and picks up on what Kai Von was saying, was that one of the antidotes, I say this all the time, I sound like a broken record. I'm not that creative, clearly. And I'm also old, and my kids will tell you that I tell the same story 500,000 times, which is why every time we go to a restaurant, they just have bets on how long it's going to take me to tell the waitress that I was a waitress for 20 years, but I was, and it's fine. I was. And everybody should wait tables or work in a restaurant in some way, shape, or form, because it is a perfect example of slice of cross-section of life. But anyway, community is built through conversation. It is built through catharsis. It is built through laughter. It's built through connection. And when you do that, whether it is simply talking about something that is happening that makes someone feel powerless, or whether it is making fun of those who are making you feel powerless, or whether it is crying with those who feel powerless, that is how you get through. Because right now, what we all know is that the only way out of this is through it. And I firmly and solemnly believe, and I will believe this to the day that I die, and why I think today is so electric in its own way, is that the only way through is together. That is truly the antidote to this moment, this dark, dark moment in time, the darkest moments I've ever had in my life, where I could not see a path out. There were hands holding mine. And that was what carried me through. And see, ugly cry. That's how we're going to get through this moment too. And community is so crucial. These conversations, giving people a place to go right now when they don't want to watch that fucking spaghetti sauce stained, psychopathic, senile septuagenarian slithering across their fucking TV screens. Give them somewhere to go that makes them feel safe and seen. And that's what this is. And so I just wanted to say
Joe,
that.
I take it you're not a big fan of Trump then, right?
Oh, what would give you that indication? I don't know how you would ever have come up with that conclusion, Sam. I've never even talked about the guy. I didn't join Twitter to tell him he had old balls. I didn't do that. I never once said I was sorry he had to see himself naked. Not once.
When you said the spaghetti stain, I instantly thought of like Tupperware, when you've had spaghetti in Tupperware too long and how it stains Tupperware. Yeah.
That was vivid imagery. I'd never heard that one before, I have to say.
Oh my God, that's exactly what it
perfect.
I hate to cut this off, but we do have Rep. Melanie Stansbury over there waiting to get on. Kai Von, please stick around if you're able. Joe, you'll be back at around 10 or 10:15 on this stream?
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay. You'll be
I'm gonna
back.
leave my thing on, but I'm not gonna be on the camera.
Yep. Okay. Let me figure out how to take you. Okay, I'm just gonna take you off for a second. Okay, Joe will be back. Kai Von's gonna stay on. Thank you to how many people? Guys, there are 16,000 people watching live right now.
Woohoo!
So thank you all for watching this instead of the BS State of the Union.
That's right. That's right.
And we now have a very special guest for you. And I will let Brooklyn Dad take over. I'm gonna move back to my station. Excuse us while we play some musical chairs for a second.
Okay, so I have been asked multiple times today who I was most looking forward to interviewing, and my answer each time was the same. It was New Mexico's 1st District Representative Melanie Stansbury.
Hey everyone! Thanks so much for having me.
Oh my goodness, you don't even know.
Oh,
You don't
this
even know.
is
It's a huge
exciting.
thrill. Huge thrill. So I'm a little surprised to see you here and not in front of your favorite president.
Well, I do have him on in the background just to make sure I don't miss an amazing moment of America winning, because we're winning so much. It's starting to sound like the Kennedy Center speech he gave a few weeks ago. But listen, I'm boycotting this. Last year I held up my sign for the president, and well, actually, it wasn't even for him. It was for the world. I call it my SOS to the world. Because if you recall, his State of the Union was just a couple of days after he embarrassed the president of Ukraine in the Oval Office.
Yeah.
And the entire world was like, how is this happening? And now it's like, at this point, so much has happened. That just seems like a footnote in history. But, you know, it's crazy, right?
Oh my God. Like this 1 year feels like 10, like compressed, into just the one. And
I feel like some weeks are like that at this point.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So, I mean, let me ask you this. The State of the Union, he's going to spend the next 2 or 3 hours wall to wall lies.
You think he's going to talk that long?
Not really. I don't think.
I don't know. Some people are saying he's
We're saying it. Yeah, I don't know. This is an iced coffee, so
I hope not.
I don't think he has the stamina.
The stamina. I don't know.
He used to say that about Hillary,
Right.
and now he's Sleepy Don falling asleep in the Oval Office.
Yeah.
But in your opinion, what is the worst thing, the worst lie that he will spread tonight?
Oh gosh. I mean, there's so many. I don't know. How do you pick from one lie? Tell me.
So to me, right, there's a hierarchy of lies, and at the top, the most egregious lie is the one that hurts the most people, right?
Mm.
So in my opinion, I would have to say if it were me answering the question, I would say it would have to be a lie having something to do with voting rights or with, for instance, he says, Democrats, they love to cheat. That's all they want to do. That's why they don't want the SAVE Act. They want people to be able, they want 20 million illegal immigrants to be able to cheat. Right?
Are you the one that called into Z-Span?
What?
Are you John Barron? Okay, folks, I think we figured it out.
So that's in my book, that's one of several of the worst possible lies.
I don't know. The thing about Trump is he's so unpredictable as a human that you never know what's going to come out of his mouth, even when he's scripted. But I do think that I bet you Susie Wiles sat down with him today and was like, you better not go off script. So I don't know. I know the White House is trying to refocus on the economy. We know he's going to talk about tariffs tonight. He will probably talk about the SAVE Act, but do we think he's going to go off script like he did at NATO, like he did in all his other addresses, and spread lies about the 2020 election, spread lies about Voting Act, the Voting Rights Act? I mean, we don't know.
I do.
You think he will?
I think we know.
We've seen it before, right, brother?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even try to predict the behavior of this chaotic human anymore.
Kyvan, what do you think?
I think he will go off script because otherwise the narrative is he is being controlled, right? And maybe he is being controlled, but I think at a time when he is so weak and so unpopular and the policies are failing and he's getting rebuked really at every turn, I think that if he comes across too prepared, too behaved, people will say what happened. And it will really look like he's slinking away in this lame duck period, which, I mean, I would love to see him just sort of do that. Of course, I don't think we can be so optimistic. And obviously, he's a rageaholic, and I think we'll see if justice is done, right? If he just catches Kagan out of the corner of his eye, right? Or something like that, he would go off. So it's just that all it takes is that, it is unpredictable, but you can predict that he's going to be an absolute disgrace.
But I do think, especially in a moment like this, I mean, we do have to remember that the midterms are in a few months, and they've been sending him out on the campaign trail again, thinking that that's actually good for their members. And I think it's important to understand, like, the White House knows this is a mainstream America moment. It's not a MAGA base moment. And so I think his advisors will have told him, you need to stay on script tonight because we're going to lose the midterms and then your entire agenda goes down the drain. So if he acts normal tonight, don't be surprised. Or I guess maybe do, right? Like,
I would be surprised because there have been so many times that I was like, oh my God, let's go back to 2020.
Okay.
2020, I thought, when COVID hit, I thought, he's going to be reelected because clearly he's going to pull it together just going to be normal long enough to appear just marginally responsible. And he didn't. I mean, it was like the lowest bar of all time. Just like, don't kill more Americans.
Right.
And he couldn't. He couldn't. So I keep seeing these things where I'm like,
all right, well, for sure now he's going to be normal, and then
Mhm.
but he's never normal. So
Right.
one thing, he is unpredictable,
Mhm.
but one thing you can predict about him is how erratic his behavior
He
is.
extremely, yeah.
So what are the Democrats' plans for taking on Donald Trump and Republicans for the remainder of this year,
Mhm.
going into the midterms? What do you need to do
Yeah.
to cross the finish line with flying colors? When I
Yeah.
say with flying colors, I mean we can't just squeeze
Yeah.
by with like a 5-seat majority in the
Mhm,
House. We
mhm.
need like double digit win. I'm greedy. I want to see it.
I like the optimism. We are, even though we are favored currently in the national map, we don't know what the outcome's going to be. And I'll just say this, we can't take anything for granted.
Yep.
Because I think it can be disempowering to think in a moment like this where you're watching what's going on, where you're like, all right, we got this in the bag. If I go grocery shopping or have to pick up my kid and I forget to vote, it's not that big of a deal.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
We cannot take anything for granted. And what we know is.
So that's number one.
Yeah.
Let's continue. I'm sorry.
Yes, no. And we know they're going to try to cheat their teeth through this election. And they're trying to cheat on every front. They're trying to pass the SAVE Act that is a voter ID law. And voter ID laws are rooted in the Deep South and the Jim Crow South of making it difficult for people to access the polls. And that is the reality. We know that it's going to disenfranchise tens of millions of Americans if they pass the SAVE Act. So we got to fight legislatively to stop that. We know that the Supreme Court is about to rule on a Voting Rights Act case that could completely turn the maps upside down. And a lot of people aren't talking about this. There is a Louisiana case that is in front of the Supreme Court right now that was heard earlier this summer. And if you recall, 2 or 3 years ago, they turned over another part of the Voting Rights Act that gave DOJ oversight over states gerrymandering. And the part that's being challenged in this Louisiana case basically is the core of the 1965 Voting Rights Act that says you can't racially gerrymander districts.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So the thing that people don't realize is that the Supreme Court is given hints that they could hand down that decision in the next 2 to 3 months. If they do that, people like Ron DeSantis are saying they're going to redistrict not just Florida, but the entire South and take away Democratic districts. So that the Voting Rights Act, the SAVE Act, and we know that Donald Trump is using extortion to try to steal voting roll data from every state he can.
Yeah.
And we don't even know what they want to do with that voting data. And then, look at the FBI raid of Fulton County the other day in Georgia.
Yeah.
We know they're going to use intimidation tactics. And so it's in the totality of that, in the current map, we had a polling briefing today. Democrats in the generic map are winning by 8 points. And in that scenario, we
Wait. Oh, okay.
We not only win the House, we blow it out of the water.
Right.
But when you start adding the layers of what if the Supreme Court hands down a bad voting rights decision and will Southern states redistrict in the middle of the year? And
But wait, they couldn't possibly try to enact new district rules
plan to.
so close to a national election.
They plan to. That Ron DeSantis has told the legislators in Florida that as soon as that decision drops, he will call for redistricting in Florida.
He can call for it, but I mean, so what is our recourse then? We sue, right?
So, well, it depends on what the decision is. So
help me out here, Melanie.
So
'cause,
let
my
me.
face just
I
went
know.
like,
I know. Okay,
Ugh.
we can talk about hope. We can talk about hopeful stuff, but this is why
I need some hope.
We need hope, but also we got to be real.
That's the whole ball game. Yeah.
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 If we're gonna be successful in our battle, you need to know what the battlefield looks like.
All right.
Right. And so, first of all, I get asked this all the time: do Democrats have a plan? we have a plan. We actually have the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, which is actually overseen by Eric Holder, the former AG from Obama. And they have an amazing staff, and they are the primary entity that is suing all the states that are violating the Voting Rights Act. They were the lead litigation team with California on California's redistricting. And I hate to say it, we're winning. We're winning. We're winning in the courts. Yes, I know. I'm not going to jinx us, but because what they tried to do was just blatantly illegal when they began what they're doing. For example, in Texas, they violated the Voting Rights Act. So the real risk here is that with that Supreme Court decision, every state has different voting laws, and that's by design. And so a state where you have a Republican supermajority with a Republican governor, unless that's constitutionally unallowed, in some states it would be unallowed. For example, New York, that's why they had trouble with redistricting. But in Florida, they're saying, yeah, we have the law on our side. We'll redistrict if the Voting Rights Act gets turned over. And I can't tell you how damaging that would be for representation. But let me just say this. Even if they got some of the core aspects of the Voting Rights Act, we are poised through partnerships between the caucus, between the National Democratic Redistricting Committee to sue them and to bring lawsuits in federal court, to bring lawsuits in state courts if they violate certain aspects of state law. So overall, Democrats have a plan for litigation to keep our elections fair and free. But I do want to say this, and this is like a hopeful thing. There's so many things people are always asking, like, what do we do? I can tell you're very sad now.
I am. Can you see my face?
I know. But this is why you can't give up the hope. And I'm gonna turn it to a happy and hopeful note, and then I'll bring it back. But like, here's the thing. Like, this is why elections matter up and down the ballot. If you are only focused on the national election, part of how we protect voting rights is you make sure that you elect a badass Secretary of State who's going to protect voting rights in your state. You elect state legislators that are going to pass voting rights legislation to protect your voting rights in the state legislature. And you elect county clerks and county commissioners who oversee elections at the county level to make sure that your vote actually gets counted. So that is the most important thing you can do right now.
Kaivan, can I just tell you, like, for years, I'm not a spring chicken. I'm kind of old, in late 50s, and I was maybe 3 years ago old when I learned like how important these local elections are, like what she was just talking about with the Secretary of State. These are things I never even cared about. I'm curious now. You are highly plugged in. So I want to know, how aware have you been about the importance of like those local election
Yeah, I think, incredibly aware, because we're seeing that that's where a lot of change can get done, even the national story aside. And I think one of the things we have to get back to, is obviously we have to stop MAGA and Donald Trump. They are holding our country back and dragging us down in so many ways. But I do think that a professor of mine used to say, America is supposed to be this science lab, right? The states and our local communities are supposed to try out a new idea and elevate it when it works well and bring that to more people. And I think we've gotten away from getting to try those exciting new ideas because we are stuck just trying not to backslide as a democracy. And there is so much cost to that. And I think even beyond that, right? I think part of the story that we miss here with this last decade really is this is the decade that we as regular people who aren't billionaires have a chance to actually fight for and keep a chance for our future. Because with all this drama happening, they are chopping up our government and our country and giving all the power to those billionaires and then those AI companies. And it's the local officials that are fighting and suing and trying to get some control back, so that we have to say, you better not fire every truck driver in my state because there better be a human in that truck. Those types of things that really matter so much and really determine the everyday lives of millions of Americans. So I do think it's super important. And we've seen, here in New York, right, just seeing people like Tish James and what a quality, individual that is, and why it's so important that when lightning does strike, she's ready to respond. And you can't always, I mean, with Trump at the helm, I think you can always expect a disaster, but right, some of these heroes are coming out of nowhere really and doing an amazing job, right? The mayor of Minneapolis, just think about the power of how ready he was to respond to what just happened there, and a different individual wouldn't have handled it as well.
Yeah. This young man is so smart. I love this guy.
Well, and I just have to say, it's such an honor to be on with you, Congresswoman, and everyone needs to look up her owning Leland Vittert on News Nation.
Oh my gosh.
The Epstein Files, one of the most unpleasant hosts I have ever experienced, and you did such a beautiful job.
You know,
Loved it.
yeah, for anyone who hasn't watched, I did an interview on News Nation the other night, and you know what? I have a great relationship with some of their other anchors and newsroom people. And so I was expecting a conservative editorial bent, but I was not expecting that. It was truly unhinged. But I'll just say the internet has not been kind to Mr. Leland. So
He is so sensitive, just like a little inside baseball. So I had the same thing happen where I've done a bunch of shows. I went on a show. It was like back when they were trying to defund NPR. And of course, I'm like, okay, he's a journalist. Certainly he's going to have some sort of nuanced opinion about NPR. And he's literally like, why isn't this the same as state-sponsored Chinese propaganda media? And I was like, what? And then it's so funny because a lot of these people have those right-wing blogosphere, connections. After the interview, which I felt like I whomped him, he all these headlines on the blogs Leland Vittert shuts down Democrat. And I said to my friends, and I'm like, did he shut me down? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
I'm just gosh, the pettiness.
Well, you know what was funny to me is that he had this coffee mug and he kept going behind it and I could see him smirking. I'm like, you're as bad as the president who tells, Caitlin Collins to smile while talking. We were doing an interview about the Epstein survivors, and you could tell he was enjoying the combat sport of trying to discredit this case. And I'm like, this is sick. This is not okay.
So I've just been given the signal that we have 1 minute to go. I want to know, since you brought up I
gotta tell you the positive stuff because we didn't get there. But yes, Epstein.
Okay.
Yeah, go.
Real quick.
Okay.
What the hell is happening with the Epstein files? Just today, I heard that there's a bunch of Trump-related Epstein stuff that just went poof, vanished. So are we going to get anywhere with holding anybody accountable? Not one single pedophile has been arrested.
My hopeful answer is yes. So my guest tonight at the State of the Union, who is suffering through the speech upstairs in the gallery.
Without you?
Yes, she wanted to be there. So there are more than a dozen Epstein survivors in the gallery, and they are here to face the president. And I'll just say this, some of them have stories where the last time they were in a room with the president was with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oof.
So let me just say that. So
that'll work.
Let me just say that. But let me say this. I've been looking at the unredacted files. So my guest is a state legislator who just passed a bipartisan truth commission in New Mexico. It has subpoena powers like Congress, but was passed unanimously in our state legislature to investigate the crimes that happened in New Mexico.
Great.
And our plan is to not only pursue those crimes, but also investigate what happened at Department of Justice and FBI when they essentially buried this case and why they buried this case. And yeah, I mean, Donald Trump is engaged in a cover-up. And I can tell you, I have seen the unredacted files. I have seen the files, some of the files that have magically disappeared. There are files that have never been posted, and we know they're there because they were listed under a list of documents that was in the possession of the government. But it's very clear. Let me just state this unequivocally, that the FBI investigated Donald Trump for the rape of a minor. It's in the files. And what is now missing from DOJ's website is the 302Bs, which is the FBI's direct interview with the victim. Wow. And there were 4 interviews with one victim. But what we do have, and which are publicly available, and actually which I got in the fight with Mr. Leland about the other night, is that the summary documents that show that there was an accuser, that it was investigated, and that these tips were found to be credible, those are online. They're out there.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Let's go, internet sleuths. You got your work cut out for you.
Yep.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. This is a real thrill for me.
Yeah, it's exciting. Thank you for having me. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, folks, you heard it here. They got the goods on Spanky McDumbass, and if you look online, you can find them yourself. And you saw my face live go like dour and sad when I heard about the nefarious plans, but then it got uplifted, and that's how things are in the live streaming world. So next up, we have a very special guest. He's an expert in all things with international affairs. I think it's safe to say that, right? I can make that claim, right? He's the former deputy assistant secretary of state, none other than Mr. Joel Rubin. Thank you for joining us. Did I get that right, or did I botch it?
Dude, you nailed it. I just love it. It's when Joe does it, she does the former secretary, deputy assistant. So we call ourselves, it's a DAS, DAS. It's so much easier.
Nobody will know what that is.
No one knows what the hell a DAS is,
yeah,
except for dorks.
But hey, welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Buddy. Thanks, man. Thank you. Oh my God.
Is there a reason you are not watching our president? It sounds so funny to say that.
Oh, God help us. I needed comic relief. I just took a break, right? I mean, this is sorry for wearing the tie. I was doing some international
I got
TV
one too.
hits.
Nerd.
Oh my God, man. Yeah, you look well, you look beautiful. Look at that. You've got the beard rolling straight into the tie. I have beard confusion. I can't tell what to do. You do not. You have confidence with your beard. Kayvon, I don't know. Maybe one day you'll get
Every
one.
other day, yeah. Right.
You know. I mean, look, man, like, so I talk about this stuff on TV, right? A bunch, and try to make sense of the world. That's the podcast. And I was doing TV hit tonight on Canadian TV, and it's almost like, I'm so sorry, Canada. It was Canadian Broadcast Corporation, CBC. I'm so sorry, Canada and Canadians, for what we're doing to you.
Yeah.
And it's like throughout the interview, they're like, yeah, we're close to the Americans. We have a lot in common, but like this guy's destroying our life. And then they're making meme jokes on some card from the White House about Canada's the 51st state. And it's like, I know, but it's not funny to these people.
I saw that they were saying that Canada could have won too the Olympics if they had just listened to
I saw that.
That's
so dumb.
Man.
People are crazy.
And
Who said that, Kayvon?
I think it was Rachel Campos Duffy, probably.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. So that's it, right? International affairs is a big gobbledygook of chaos. When we talk about chaos here at home, don't even get me started. Or we should get started talk about what kind of a mess we're in.
Well, Joel, that was kind of what I wanted to ask you about, because everybody can see the writing on the Armada, and I'm just curious, why the hell is Donald Trump attacking Iran? Seriously, why?
Yeah, right. So first and foremost, because he got ahead of his skis and he started threatening Iran to stop murdering their own civilians, which he was right to say rhetorically, stop murdering your own civilians. And then he sent the ships out there, and they're on their way out, and he got trapped by his own rhetoric. And now he's saying, well, I want to negotiate about the nuclear deal, but that's the nuclear program they have that I destroyed 6 months ago. And that's based upon the nuclear infrastructure that was under control in President Obama's deal that I ripped up 7-8 years ago and unleashed. So there's really no clear answer, except now here we are. And that's like the worst way to stumble into a war, is the worst way to do a war. And when you look at the data and the ships and the assets we're moving out there. So like, not to date myself, but I was a young civil servant at the State Department when we invaded Iraq. I was in our military affairs bureau. And I remember the Bush administration from the top basically pushing politically regime change on Iraq and sending our forces out there for 5 or 6 months and depositing a couple 100,000 troops into Kuwait and into the heart of the Middle East, major assets, and then just plunk, sat it there. And you can't leave them there forever. And so now we're in this dynamic where eventually it's shit or get off the pot. And so I think we're in a situation where Trump is, if he gets lucky, the Iranians will agree to a deal that he can say is better than Obama's, which it never will be better than Obama's deal, because they've learned a lot in the last decade of how to build nuclear weapons, knowledge they didn't know before he got out of the deal. And so if not, then we may very well walk backwards into a military action and intervention into Iran.
Yeah, we already had a deal. We had a perfectly working deal with them.
Yes, we did.
Kaivan, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think it's also really interesting to see just how the international community does not take America seriously anymore. And why would they, when they keep sort of going back and forth on their word? Roosevelt used to say, speak softly and carry a big stick. With Donald Trump, we have a guy that bloviates loudly and carries a very tiny one, just as Stormy Daniels, I like to say. But no, I'm kidding. But, I think at some point,
that's a name.
Even what concerns me the most is that when Democrats win back power, even the work Biden did to restore NATO and do all of that, how many times can we expect our allies to engage in that whiplash, right? At some point, they just are going to discount us permanently.
No, they can't. And Kaivan, I'm really glad you said it like that, because look, the Europeans right now are disconnecting from us. When you threaten to invade a friendly sovereign nation like Denmark through Greenland, which is a NATO ally and partner, you rattle to their core the confidence of our partner governments in Europe to a level where they aren't going to get it right back. And remember, it's sitting between Trump here and Putin there. And I do seem to have some muscle memory of how when Donald Trump was running, he said he would solve the Russia-Ukraine war in a day. And instead, he doesn't even want to talk about it anymore. All right. So we've got a real crisis in our credibility. And, there's to add a layer to this, Brooklyn, why now? Right, like hubris is a funny thing. It can really grab hold of you and make you think you can do anything. And American hubris is a real disease when it comes to military action overseas. And we just did an operation in Venezuela a couple months, 6 weeks ago or so, to extract Maduro. I have my critiques about it, but let's just be very clear. That was a very precise, limited intervention, an extraction, and a departure. All right. And so now Trump thinks, well, he can do it anywhere. I got it. I know how to do this thing, and that is, I think, also part of what's factoring into this. And you heard his envoy, Steve Witkoff, say, we don't understand the other day. Why aren't the Iranians just giving in to us? We have all this military force. And the Iranians are like, we lost 500,000 people in an 8-year war with Iraq. What you've got is peanuts compared to what we dealt with. That is just not how these guys roll. There have to be other ways to get them to heal and deal with their issues, which are significant. But the way we're doing it now is really half-assed backwards.
I worry that, in fact, I know that Trump doesn't have anybody with your knowledge, your experience, your background.
Well, they fired them all. They doged them. Right. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a bunch of lightweights that are not going to offer any kind of resistance to any impulse he has. And I think you're absolutely right that he has these little strafe runs where we grab somebody's president today, and yesterday we bombed another country, but then we got out real quick, and so Yeah, he thinks he's got it like that. But on the flip side, is he setting a precedent by doing this shit for other countries to think it's okay for them to act likewise?
I gotta hop, but bye, guys. Thanks so much.
Hey, thank you so much for joining
Stay
us.
strong. You know what, Brooklyn, you brought up a thing that is so important for Americans to understand about the governing philosophy of the White House in terms of international. They wrote a national security strategy towards the end of last year, and those strategies are typically guiding documents for the overall operations of the national security apparatus of the U.S. government, state, defense, intelligence, justice, homeland, those institutions. And the core takeaway that I have of that strategy is that spheres of influence would be the governing philosophy, a radical break from our multilateral philosophy post World War II, which guaranteed global peace and created a forum like the UN, for example, to adjudicate disputes and argue and debate and resolve through international law, and not perfect, but a structure that never existed before and has kept the peace, including during the Cold War. Well, now spheres of influence basically means, hey, we, the United States, we're going to have the Western Hemisphere. It's ours. Ergo, let's invade Canada. Let's knock out Venezuela. Cuba, you're next. Then Russia gets Europe. Yeah, you know what they're doing in Ukraine? It's their business, not ours. JD Vance. And then China gets Asia and East Asia and the Pacific. Taiwan, anybody? So, that's where we're looking. And I'm a big fan of multilateralism, not because I think it's a beautiful idealistic construct, which of course, it has that to it. And Eleanor Roosevelt created the UN system, frankly, or the structure of the UN. But it's also really in our national security interests to have a multilateral institution that guarantees broad international peace and security. And by ripping that out, which is what we're doing, we now have independent actors doing independent things. So today it's Russia, tomorrow it's the US, the next day it's China, then maybe it's Saudi Arabia in their region, which they just had. Maybe it's other countries in Africa. And the structure to try to tamp down conflict gets eliminated. One last thing, I know I'm on a rant here, but I'll tell you, a thing that bothers me about this Iran negotiation is it's us and Iran. It's not us and our European partners like Obama had, where we had a massive amount of global alliance firepower behind us. And I'm not talking military, I'm talking economic. Right now, it's us and Iran. And the paradox is that if you're an Iran hawk, if you're a right-wing guy in Iran, you're saying, let's go regime change now. You're actually watching the U.S. legitimate Iran by treating them as an equal at the negotiating table, which never was the case under Obama. They were the subject of the negotiation, not a partner in the negotiation.
Interesting.
And so it's like all upside down.
So Trump has kind of elevated Iran and diminished
Iran,
the U.S. at the same time.
Mm-hmm. That's right, and made us a weaker, given us a weaker hand. So it may look like we're strong because of all this military might, but we're actually really on diplomatic quicksand.
Interesting. What's the end game here? What is going to come of all of this chicanery?
Bombs away, baby. Get ready. Sorry, I don't mean to be snide about it. So this weekend is Purim. Purim, I'm Jewish, and Purim is Jewish holiday celebrating the first big survival of the Jews against a genocidal maniac named Haman, and it took place in Iran. So there's a lot of symbolism in the Jewish world, and people are asking me, well, is it going to happen before or after Purim? Monday night is when we have big parties and celebrate the destruction of Haman and the freedom of and survival of the Jewish people. And so the clock is ticking, man. They have a negotiation on Thursday. I don't know if it's going to be conclusive, if it'll be enough. And then it goes back to my Iraq analogy. He's got 30,000 plus new troops sitting out there, 2 aircraft carrier groups, hundreds of aircraft that cost a lot of money. That's a lot of rotation. That's a lot of fuel. That's a lot of food. That's a lot of other parts of the world that don't have assets. He's going to have to either use them or bring them back home. And if he brings them back home without a successful negotiation, it's a loss. So that's what we're looking at.
Interesting. Joel, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And
Brooklyn,
I don't
my
know,
pleasure, man.
do you say happy Purim?
Purim Sameach, happy Purim.
Okay.
It's a real joyous festival. The Hamantash, and everybody knows these things. The little triangle food with the little jelly inside.
I haven't
Anyways.
had that. Yeah.
Oh, well, you're in New York, man. They're Hamantashen everywhere. Get those Hamantashen. But it is it's a joyous festival because one thing about the Jews, we have this thing, right, where it's like they tried to kill us and we survived. Now let's eat.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense.
Story of our lives, story of our history. But you're awesome. Thank you for what you do, keeping the light on for all of us, and joining with Joe in this, and Sam and the team. It's really, really cool. So congratulations on a big show tonight as well.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. See you soon. All right, and let's keep things going. I believe next we have Mallory Hagan and Maggie Gelson Burnett.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Hello. Popping in on your screen.
Welcome to you both. They are the
I just realized
co-hosts
my mic
of Pretty Furious on the Siren Network.
Yeah.
How are the two of you?
We're good, man. We are doing our best.
Well, thank you for joining, for taking time out from watching the State of the Union. I know that that's must-see TV for you. Yeah.
Yeah, we were absolutely not doing that.
I have it muted in the background here, and yeah,
Maggie, don't give it the
it's
views.
something.
Come on.
I'm
We
just
actually
trying to
popped
count
up
how many
live
times he
ourselves.
lies. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, what did you say you have on in the background?
I have the State of the Union on, and I have it muted right now. I'm just trying to count how many times he lies, and I just really would love to keep a running tally, but
What
I
are you
might
up
let
to
There's
now?
news to do that for you.
People get paid
Maggie's
to do
actually
that.
playing a drinking game every time he says the word affordability.
Exactly.
She's not. She's with child. She's
I
not
am
playing a drinking
pregnant.
Tell me about your show. How did you guys come about forming this Pretty Furious show? Were you just pretty furious? You're pretty and you're furious. And you're like, we're pretty and we're furious. Let's make a Pretty Furious show.
Pun intended. Yeah. Mallory and I both have backgrounds in pageantry. So that was kind of how, that's how we met. That's how we knew each other. And so, we were kind of at a point where I think we both were just so fed up with everything going on in the world. And we were like, how can we channel energy into something that might inform people in a way that's accessible, that doesn't feel overwhelming? How can we talk about women's issues that are impacting us, impacting the world? Yeah, I mean, I think, the TLDR is that we were both really just pissed off and needed a place to gab about it. So yeah, Mallory, anything you want to add to that? But I think that's the short version.
Yeah, you covered it. I mean, Maggie and I obviously care a lot about politics and specifically women's issues and reproductive rights. And now both of us becoming moms in the last year, all of this is really hitting home in a way that we talked about before, but now it's like in our homes, in our faces. So being able to channel some of that, talk about it, speak with experts, speak with lawmakers, and then also, do episodes about the Skinny Confidential and pop culture and other things and how all of that ties into feminism and the way that it intersects with politics. And so we've been having a blast. We've just come up on 1 year of having our show. We're happy to join.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to join the Siren. Been friends with Joe for a little over a year now, and through the Seneca Project and Tara, and all these worlds are kind of coming together right now at the Siren, which is really nice. But yeah, we're loving it. And I want to, you know what? I'm just going to give us some props right now because I went through a pregnancy and had a baby. Maggie is pregnant, and we have managed to put out an episode every week.
Every week, yeah.
That's impressive. Very impressive.
We're cooking with gas, you know.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah.
congratulations actually to the both of you for being new moms and holding it down. I know that's not easy to do. As new moms, and forget about just new moms, just as human beings and Americans, what have you seen in the past year that really threw you for a loop, that made you like catch your breath and say, "Oh my God"?
How long do we have?
Yeah. How much time you got? No, gosh, what a great question. I think, I'll speak for myself when I say this, that I think seeing the Epstein files and seeing what was in those. And I told Mallory, I think we both did this, where we went through a lot of what journalists had pulled from the latest release. And I think there's graphic and there's horrible and there's vile and awful things. And this goes 10 steps beyond that. And so, and I think when you factor in, the very glaringly obvious consideration that these are children. So, who we're talking about in these files are kids.
Yeah.
So then you have a new mom, a pregnant person, reading this information. And I think that is where, I really took a step back and said, if you're still supporting this man, this is it. Like, this is it. Like, you have had ample chances to get off the boat. And if you are not off, then I think it's over for you. I don't know that there's a coming back from that. So I think that's my that was my moment for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Maggie and I have talked very publicly about the fact that both of us are survivors of assault. And my platform as Miss America, as I traveled the country, was child abuse prevention. So I worked with many national organizations on the topic of child abuse and specifically sexual abuse prevention. I worked with the National Alliance for Missing and Exploited Children. So this topic just really hits home in a way that it's unfathomable to me that this man is standing up here tonight giving an address instead of being in handcuffs. We just got through saying that on our live. Like, he shouldn't even be here. We shouldn't have to listen to his dribble. And it's really unfathomable to me. But I would say, just like taking a step back and being a new mom, but also a bonus mom, there are 3 boys that live in my house. And seeing the way that this administration and the people who have put Trump in power, the way that they view women and the way that they encourage young men to view women and the way that they move messaging around women, like your body, my choice, like all of those things that have come to be through this administration, that personally terrifies me, knowing that it is my responsibility to undo all of that in my home and ensure that I raise respectful, kind young men who value women and value our contributions to the world. What's that famous saying? I brought you into this world, I'll take you out.
I'll take you out.
But in all seriousness, it really is. It weighs heavy on me on a daily basis that this is the world that they're living in and the people that they have to look up to, and that we have to do better for them.
Let me just reassure you. My mom raised me and my grandma raised me. And, as long as you give them a good, strong foundation of love and teach them about respect, I think the rest is going to take care of themselves. Just nurture them as human beings, but also make sure that, like, if you see any of those warning signs where like kids tend to like latch on to like you said, the your body, my choice thing. If you hear anything like that, or anything that like an Andrew Tate would say, or those nasty scumbags, on the bro sphere, whatever, it's time then to have a talk with them, because those things are appealing to young men, young adolescent minds that are looking for leadership. They're looking for a direction. They're looking for someone to beat their chest with. Me man, me
Right.
man. You
Yeah.
know, and just help to recenter them again in your world, in your reality. They'll be fine. The things that I heard the two of you
I
say.
do live in Alabama though, so we have to like. I gotta, you know what I mean? Okay, you laugh, so you get it.
No, but just listening to the two answers that you both gave about the Epstein files, like I can hear the way the two of you speak and communicate. I see why you have a successful show. And I mean, when you said you wanted to offer something that was accessible, you were 100% accessible to me just now. And so I thank you for the answer you gave about that. When I started to read those Epstein files, and I could not continue. Like, they were so horrendous. They were so horrendous. Me, a #1 Trump hater, thought, oh my God, this is terrible. There's no way this is true. That, like, those words came out of my mouth. I was like, it was too much for my brain to comprehend.
Yep.
Like,
Well, here's what I think is very interesting is that I think across party lines, the collective thought is that Jeffrey Epstein is a horrible human being. I think if you asked any Republican, conservative, MAGA person, they would go, oh, he's awful. He's bad. He wrote that Donald Trump was the worst person he's ever known.
Yeah.
He said that. So when people say we need proof, we need more, what more do you need than the guy that you already know is a horrendous, awful, terrible human being thinks that Donald Trump is worse?
Yep, exactly.
I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny, right?
Yeah. But it's like you have to laugh almost at the cognitive dissonance that's required to separate the two, right? You know, so that I think is where it is unfathomable to the average person, you know, to look at this and say, well, how do you not make this connection? How do you not make the distinction that this is the leader of the free world is doing this to kids? You know, I think it's for the average person, it's completely understandable, you know, but for these people who are in a cult, they somehow can put those two things separately. So, yeah.
Mallory, you said you're in Alabama.
Alabama.
Every time I say Alabama, I want to say it like
Alabama.
Greenville, Alabama.
I just want
I have shrimp for dinner too while we're at it.
Now, are you in a blue part of Alabama or a red part?
I feel very fortunate. I actually live in Huntsville, where the FBI is now coming, as is the Space Force, Space Command. Huntsville is very purple. So we've got some state legislators here that are Democrat. Our mayors, even though they're nonpartisan, are quite Republican. So it actually, I think, Huntsville is a great example of what should be happening across the country, right? Like, we've got different ideas and different parties and people who basically are forced to work together for the greater good. And because of that, Huntsville is a thriving place. We're one of the fastest growing places. We've got more PhDs per capita than any other place in the United States. So I do feel lucky to live here, but we are just a little bit of like we're in our own space compared to the rest of the state. Maggie went to school here in Alabama, so she gets it as well.
Yes, that's my obligatory Roll Tide in there, but yeah, that's my only association with the state of Alabama.
But we also both lived in New York, and I lived in Brooklyn. When I went to Miss America, I represented the state of New York. So we're no stranger to the city as well.
Where in Brooklyn?
So I lived over in Windsor Terrace, actually. That's like actual in Brooklyn.
No, wait.
The Windsor Cafe has a Mallory Hagan special.
Oh my goodness,
that's amazing! I didn't know that.
Wait, so let me just make sure I got
Alabama
this right. Near Parkside and Lincoln Place, around there,
around the park. Yeah,
Bedford Avenue, and Oh,
Close. Close.
that's very cool. Very cool. I used to
Yeah.
live over there too, back in the
Yeah,
day.
so we're no stranger to the city life, and then now both of us are out in the burbs.
Yes. Yeah.
Maggie, let me ask you this: if it were your job to ensure that the Democrats win the midterm elections of 2026, but you can only focus on one issue, what's that issue? What's that silver bullet?
Gosh, what a great question.
I'm
If
full of them.
if I were a Democratic strategist, you know, I think that it's something we joke about how many times he's going to bring this up tonight, and I'm sure he's probably already brought it up, 400 times. But affordability is something that I think if Democrats don't quickly find a way to make affordability their topic versus Donald Trump making it his, he has harped on affordability since 2016. Really, he has had this as a cornerstone of every campaign he's had. I think that is how Democrats are going to appeal to the person who may have voted for a Republican last time, or may have been MAGA last time. What the everyday average American is feeling, and Mallory and I just talked about this on our live as well, is costs are not going down. Costs are going up. The tariffs, the implications that had for every single household in America. We just read a stat that every single household in America, the cost of living went up at least $1,000 based off of just those tariffs alone, not even factoring in any additional natural inflation that would happen. So this is something that I think if Democrats can really get behind and find a way to make the messaging more accessible to the general public and not dress it up in these fucking, little phrases they use that are too smart for the average person, which is what Democrats are famous for doing, is making their messaging incredibly inaccessible. I think then they might have a real shot at doing really well in the midterms. But until they do something like that and change the messaging, then we'll see.
Excellent.
Well, I think we've seen some headway this past year.
We have, yeah. I have a lot of faith. I have a lot of faith.
You saying, Mallory? You saying the Democrats have started to amend their ways?
Well, I'm not so sure that it's because anyone's doing anything especially right. I think that that the average American understands that what's happening now is definitely wrong, right? So they're being presented with another option. We need to take advantage of that. But I do think we have seen through the DNC chats, we've seen through the work that the Siren's doing, like people are understanding now that if we don't get our messaging together and start working as a unified front, that it's going to be very difficult. And so I do think that there are a lot of people who are taking leadership in this space and bringing all of us together to put forth messaging that works. And I hope that we'll continue to see the headway that we've seen this past year.
Yeah.
I'm excuse me. I'm inclined to agree with Maggie on the affordability thing. I think that's something that people, regardless of whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent, when you go to the grocery store and you buy meat, when you buy coffee, when you buy other things, you notice like my bill shouldn't be this expensive, for what I'm buying right now. This is too expensive. And the electric bill, all that stuff. Right. But with that said, also keep an eye open, please keep an eye open for voting rights, because they are trying desperately to sneak a fast one past us, and it's a mixture of threats of having ICE at our polling stations, or doing away with mail-in ballots, or it requiring that married women now have to go and get a passport or a birth certificate or blah blah blah, all this stuff to make our lives miserable and disenfranchise so many different people. If we don't have our voting rights, really, what do we have, right?
Well, and to that, I think many people will always say, if you have a winning platform, you don't have any reason to disenfranchise people's votes. So they know that their platform's not winning. They know that the midterms are in trouble. They know that their base is on to them. And they know that this Epstein issue is not going away. When you put all of those things together, the only way that they can dream up to continue to win is to cheat. So
that part.
If they didn't.
Yes.
If they didn't
well
already.
said.
Yeah.
Mallory and Maggie, thank you so much. Where can our viewers find your content?
Yes.
Where can they watch or listen to your show? Is it video or audio or both?
Both. Yes. We are at Pretty Furious Pod everywhere. So you name the platform, we are on it. So TikTok.
As Pretty Furious Pod.
Pretty Furious Pod.
Excellent.
Yep. Yeah.
When do you release your new shows? What
we
day?
do weekly episodes typically on Saturdays right now. Saturday mornings is when we're releasing. And then this next week, we think we're going to probably have a couple episodes coming out. So yeah, be on the lookout for that.
Well, you got a new viewer right here.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
So good to chat with you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the State of the Union. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the State of the Union counter stream. We are here hopefully snatching views away from Donald Trump while he lies to poor unsuspecting Americans about how badly he has screwed up the country. Well, he's not talking about that. He's trying to make it look as though he's some kind of financial whiz. I don't know how people still buy that from the guy with 6 bankruptcies. Next up, is Joe returning? But next up, we have a very special guest. All of our guests tonight, by the way, for the record, have been special. But this guest is none other than Rachel Vindman. Rachel, welcome to the show.
Hey, Brooklyn. How are you doing?
I am doing well. How about you?
Not too bad.
I like your glasses.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am not watching the State of the Union. I was actually doing some parenting, as one does. It's good that I stayed up this late, because usually I am not awake this late, but that's when the teenagers want to have all their deep conversations. So
you mentioned parenting. How many?
We have one, and she's 15, newly 15.
That's an interesting
earlier this month. Yeah, it's a very interesting age, isn't it? And parenting in the middle of a Senate campaign and all this stuff. So there's a lot going on. But that being said, it's worth it, because we have a lot of craziness these days. But we have to do all the things. We have to keep working. We have to keep fighting. We have to keep parenting, and because we're doing it for them, Yeah. So we're trying to make it. But it's but everyone else. My husband and his brother and my sister-in-law are all at the State of the Union, and I'm very proud of them for going and sitting through that, because I personally do not possess the amount of self-control that it would take to remain quiet and listen to all those lies.
What would you have? How would you have disrupted the proceedings?
Yeah, I don't know that I don't know. I think I would just get up and walk out. I just couldn't handle it.
I'm if it was me,
Mm-hmm.
I'd have gotten up and said, "You a fucking liar."
Yeah, I mean,
on national TV.
Yeah. Okay, I admire that. I mean, I would like to do that. I would really love to do that. But but he is. I mean, that's the reality. He is. And, I was just reading some messages from friends. It's basically, at this point, it's devolved into a Trump rally. And I know this is like alternative broadcasting. As I said, my husband's there, and his brother is there. And in our family group chat, we've had a lot of discussions about it. So there's, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, but it is really tough, because some days I just wonder, how do we come back from this? I'm tired of trying to be the adult or on the side of like, we're trying to like maintain normalcy when no one else is. So it is good to see this power of like, we're not going to be part of this. We're not going to just listen to you. But, we have to have other forms of protest as well in the areas where we can. So it's a really challenging thing.
So you like the counter programming against Trump's State of the Union, that approach, because I understand somebody said that half of the Democratic seats are empty.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. And I like it. I'm torn.
Obviously, it's better for us to be in normal times
I
when
guess,
we don't have to stage a walkout from the State of the Union, right?
Yeah. So I guess my question is, what, if anything, are we doing this again next year? Because let's say he's still president next year. I mean, it's a 4-year term, and this is only
if he's still president, if his lips are moving, he's lying.
Right. No, for sure. So are we doing this for his entire time? What do we do when the Republicans then boycott, when we have a Democrat president? Like it is a tricky thing.
Then the room will be less stinky.
That is true. Indeed. And, I did see some footage of him walking in, and it looked like Justice Kagan and Justice Coney Barrett were not so excited about him. So,
of course not.
Yeah. I mean, both of them. And I thought, like,
wait, did you say Barrett?
Yeah, Barrett. She definitely gave a look. You should see. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it definitely seemed like she gave a look. And
Sam is looking it up now.
Seems like all over it.
Yeah.
But so my sister-in-law went because Speaker Jeffries needed help with getting some of the Epstein survivors in and escorting them, sitting with them, and I mean, how brave are they?
Amazing.
How just to be able to survive that and be an advocate for themselves and others. And I really admire that they're able to go, that they're able to be part of it, to just really be, in their face of like, we're not backing down, and and really get in his head. So I'm proud of them. I don't know if I could sit that long without just by listening. I'd have to have my AirPods in to kind of drown him out a little or something on noise cancellation. But, so I don't know what the right or wrong answer is, but I've enjoyed this program tonight. I had a meeting for a little bit, but I've been watching when I haven't been busy, and I've been listening, and it's been so uplifting because, that's the problem, is listening to him and watching him really we all know we're in a bad place, and listening to his nonsense and his lies is so hard. So I am a big fan of the alternate programming for that reason. But I do want to say, I would ask, if you didn't attend, what would change your mind to attend next year? What would be something that would make you attend next year? Or maybe the answer is I wouldn't.
That he would no longer be president.
Yeah, I mean,
seriously.
And, I think I suspect that's the answer for everyone who isn't attending. And
he is a different kind of person, if you put the sexual assault to the side and the racism and all of his other horrible failings as a human being, one of the main things that irritates me is the constant lying. And it's not even, he's not even good at lying. He's a bad liar. And he
has all kinds of tells. You're right.
Yeah.
He lies about everything, and no one says anything.
And he lies about stuff that that's irrelevant. Dude, that's easily disproven.
Right. But it doesn't matter. And this is what don't know how we got in this place, Brooklyn. I don't know how we got in this, like how so many Americans really thought that he was the answer. And it scares me because like it's a bigger problem. It's a wider problem. And yeah, I mean, to me, that's what keeps me up at night is you know, as especially after, you know, Biden won in 2020 and then we lost in 24. And I think, like, what was it? You know, I still keep wondering and asking myself.
You want me to tell you what it was?
Sure, please.
Yeah. So Kamala Harris was not a white man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's it. That is it. She came within striking.
Yeah.
She was this close with 107. She had 107 days to put a campaign together.
Yeah,
She raised
no.
$1.5 billion.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But at the end of the day, that was it. They kicked America kicked us in the groin with the 2024 election, because there's absolutely no way a guy with 34 felony convictions with one adjudicated rape settling or finding, whatever the hell that was, a guy who's been a proven fraudster, buffoon. There's no way that he comes in ahead of Kamala Harris, you know. And what was it? The difference was 1 percentage point. He likes to brag that he got a lot of counties, right? He got the most counties ever, right?
And they repeat it. I mean, he says stupid shit and then they repeat it. And then they repeat it and they repeat it and they repeat it. And I'm so tired of it. It is just, they repeat his lies. He's going to lie for 2 hours tonight.
It was a landslide.
Yeah. I don't know if he's gotten to the election yet. I mean, I'm not watching, so I don't know, but I haven't seen. But he's lied about everything. And then the way he is talking about the Supreme Court, the way he's insisting that we pass the SAVE Act, bring back the filibuster, the spoken filibuster we haven't done in over 50 years. But he wants these things so that he can steal another election, because he knows they cannot win, and they cannot win. They will lose the majority in the House, and I hope the Senate as well. But only if it's a free and fair election. And that's something that I feel too many people are not paying attention to. They're not paying attention to what they are planning. And I feel like we're just constantly distracted by all this other noise.
Yeah.
On that happy note. I'm gonna go read a book.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked our last guests, Mallory and Maggie. You are a Democratic strategist, and your task.
That's giving me a lofty title. Oh, or this is a hypothetical. Okay. I was like, whoa.
Your task is to help the Democratic Party win the 2026 midterms, both the House and the Senate. But you can only use one issue as the weapon to bludgeon the Republican Party with. What is that weapon? What is that issue?
Corruption.
Interesting.
So I keep giving my husband a hard time because he has
That's
this
a good one.
slogan.
That is
He's
actually a
trying
good one.
to, yeah. I mean, I keep joking that he's trying to make fetch happen. If you have seen Mean Girls, and because he keeps using the slogan, I'm like, it's too wordy, but it's like end the chaos, cut corruption, or crush corruption, or maybe it's see I can't even do it. It's like end the chaos, cut corruption, and crush costs. Some iteration of that. But here's the thing: is that it all centers with corruption. the chaos, I mean, of course we have a lot of chaos, and I do think that's part of it. But what people really see is the corruption. In Florida, housing insurance rates, home insurance rates, which affects everyone. 2 of our favorite restaurants have closed. They closed in 2020, 2025. And they were long-term local restaurants open for 30 years, 20, 30 years, and they closed because of landlord issues. And the landlords are facing higher property taxes and higher insurance costs. So the way this affects everyone is it's all connected. And I that is we have many I think instances of corruption in Florida, but this is something that we know resonated with the Republicans because they were so excited about Doge. I remember going into Marshall.
Waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yeah, I know, right? I saw this guy in like this very old man in Marshall's wearing a Doge shirt like last March. I remember this very vividly, and I was like, oh my God. But it resonated with him because I think everyone knows there is corruption. I mean, but no one is as corrupt as this administration and the people that they're enabling. I think if people really understood the backroom deals, the everything, the way that the system really is stacked against regular people. I mean, those of us who like do the right thing, that's how I consider regular people, wherever you are on the socioeconomic scale, but the people who follow the rules, it's stacked against us. And I do feel like if you can shine a light on that and see not just the corruption, but then how it affects us, that's what I would use. So don't tell Alex, because I keep thinking this is like the goofiest slogan. But I mean, when he explains it, it's good. It just takes like 10 minutes to explain it. And I'm like, okay, wow, that didn't take long. But in the end, I think the chaos masks that. We have so much chaos that they're able to like, oh, look over here. It's like a magic trick. You're looking over here. But then, underneath the table, they're stealing all the money. And we pay for that. I mean, that's our money. That's our resources that we're supposed to be using for everyone. And we're not. And when you look at, sorry, I'm on a tangent here, but like when you look at, say, billionaires. So,
I just want to let you know I've been given the 30-second.
Okay. I'll definitely wrap this up in 20. So my husband sent his campaign video to a billionaire, a well-known billionaire, and he was like, really? You hate billionaires? What, are you joking? And that was his response. But this person could not have built what they built in any other country in the world. I won't give you any more hints, but they accomplished what they accomplished here, but they think they don't need to pay us to pay it back. And that is another form of corruption in my mind, that they're able to get by and we're able to benefit from the system, but they don't want to pay back into the system. And they want to say that it was their intellect that allowed them to be so successful. And I think I would consider
without
that
any
a form of
help
corruption.
from anyone else.
Exactly. I mean, if you could have done this, you should have done that in a different country. But oh wait, you couldn't, because the infrastructure exists here.
That's right.
So with that, I'm going to go read my book. You guys have a great night.
All, let me just say that was an excellent answer. I mean, it was different than what I was thinking. So that was very, very cool. And it was so nice to have you here on the show.
Well, yes, and thank you for doing this. And I am probably going to go to sleep, but I will. But I have been listening. You guys have had some great interviews, and you're so good at this. It's like a marathon. It's like Donald Trump talking for 2 hours. Only it's interesting.
Thank you. I hope I can get you on my show, the Defiant
anytime.
Weekly.
All okay. Right. Yeah. I'm a big fan, actually. All right. Good night.
Good night. All right, folks, ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to slide over to the left and let my man Sam ride so he can introduce our next guest for the show.
All right. What's up, Brooklyn? How are we feeling 4.5 hours into the longest?
Was it 4.5 hours? It doesn't even feel like 4.5 minutes. I feel good. No, I don't.
I feel very tired. I'm ready to go to bed, and I have a 5 a.m. flight, so that'll be fun. So I'm not going to bed. I'll be up all night.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't envy you.
I am very, very excited to bring on our next guest. He is my good. Wait, I just got a text. Oh, okay. My good friend is Chris Mowry, but I don't know if he's muted or not.
I like his videos.
Are you muted?
Oh, yeah, we can't hear him.
Okay, I feel like
Got you.
There it is.
Okay, I know you can hear me. I cannot hear you guys. It's like I could hear you 15 seconds ago. Now you're muted for me.
How about
and
now?
I just texted you, Sam. I'm so sorry. This is a terrible introduction here.
It's okay. This is
I
it's
cannot hear
live.
you guys. Even though I was just hearing that great conversation previous to this. What happened? Hold on. I apologize, folks. Technical difficulties.
Try to rejoin.
Chris, did you just diss his introduction? It was the best introduction I've ever heard in the many years that I've been introducing.
It was
Okay, I'm going to back out. I'm going to back out and rejoin.
It was a mid introduction, but
All right,
yeah,
so-
okay. Well, so yeah, 4.5 hours in. I haven't really watched any of the State of the Union, but from where we are, I can actually hear the applause. If you go outside, you can kind of hear it.
I don't care to hear any
Yeah.
applause for that jackass.
Not-
Look at him. Look at it. It looks all wrinkled up and
Yeah.
he looks pathetic. He's leaning on that left elbow.
It's
talking
pretty,
about Venezuela. I'm keeping the oil from Venezuela. I always said keep the oil.
It's a pretty sore sight, to be honest. But I don't know. I guess I've been tuning in and out just to monitor the State of the Union, just to make sure that like he doesn't, say the N-word or something, because he might.
he
Like
could. It's
something
possible.
like that could happen, where it's just like insane. To my knowledge, nothing has really happened like that. I do know that there are 70 Democrats who have officially boycotted the State of the Union. 70
Wow.
congressional Democrats and 1 independent, which is pretty unbelievable.
That's huge.
And I think it's a really good kind of sign of where the party is going into 26.
I wouldn't mind seeing a crowd shot. I wonder if they're going to show us they're going to pull out and show us how empty the chamber is.
I have this from Midas Touch. If you guys can see my phone, if you see that, there are a bunch of empty seats, and you can kind of see that Trump is basically staring at the middle of the right kind of side, like where the Democrats sit. There's a whole chunk of seats that are just completely empty.
He's back in.
Let me bring Chris back in and see if this works now. Test.
Well, I can hear.
How about now, dude?
I can hear both of you, but you sound like very high pitched.
What do you mean we sound high pitched?
Well, Chris,
Yeah,
I actually
I don't
understand.
I just did a bunch of helium, so that's why that is.
It literally sounds like you guys are like helium robots.
This
right
is
now.
my regular voice.
Oh wait, let me. I'm so sorry. I have no idea. Every time I join and I test the audio, everything sounds great, and then as soon as I get in the studio, okay, let me try one more time. I'm going to change browsers. Trust the process.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I got you.
He's got a process. He's
I don't-
changing browsers.
I gotta say, this is probably the worst. I've never really had like a live like that where I just can't join, but I want to just say, you've done 4.5 hours of this, and I have to really give you credit. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go. I think we'll probably end at 11:15 is what I think.
Wait. What you have to do is say, Majid, you've done 4.5 hours of this. What are you going to do next? Go ahead.
Majid, you've done 4.5 hours of the most brilliant commentary that I've ever heard in my life. What are you gonna do next?
I'm going to Disney. No.
That's great.
Isn't that what they always ask the guy? Tom, you just won the Super Bowl with your fourth team. Tom Brady, of course, I'm referring to.
So we are waiting for one more member of Congress to join us at 11 p.m. We'll see if he joins.
Who is it?
Jonathan Jackson, Rep Jackson. Jonathan Jackson. We'll see
from Illinois' first district. Is it?
Yes. We'll see if he joins. This where we are is like a maze. There's just so many, like it's a labyrinth, and sometimes they get lost. So sometimes people have just not shown. Let me add Chris back and see if this has solved the problem. Testing.
Hello.
He's giving thumbs up.
Well, I think we're. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
But your voice sounds like a high pitch.
Does it actually?
He's
joking.
Okay, you almost got me. I apologize. Google Chrome is where it's at. Safari.
Dude, why? That should have been your first go-to. What was your first one? Was it Opera?
It was Safari. A huge mistake. Terrible
Safari's
thing.
still a thing?
It's still a thing.
StreamYard like does not work with anything other than Chrome, so I guess for the future. But guys, I'm gonna finally officially welcome Chris Mallory to the stream. Chris is a fellow Gen Zer. He is a political commentator. He does incredible work. I'm sure you guys have seen some of his clips go viral.
I have.
He really kind of holds MAGA to the fire, especially like on TikTok lives. Is that right? Like you go and you debate MAGA Trumpers on TikTok for like how many hours per night?
That is true. That is accurate. You know, lately, I won't lie, I've started to hit a little bit of my limit. So not every single night. It used to be like every night, and then lately I'm like I'm starting to break. I'm starting to bend a little bit because obviously it can be challenging. But I go on TikTok live honestly just because I'm so passionate about politics, believe it or not. Like I'll go live like really late at night, like 1, 2 a.m. because I'm just like, screw it. I got nothing else to do. I'm not tired right now. My sleep schedule is a mess. So of course I'm, I don't know, I'm insane and I like talking to the other side of the aisle. So I debate Trump supporters. Could definitely be challenging, but try to hold people accountable, especially for so many of the lies that spew out of this administration. It's like impossible to keep up with. I know both of you. I know Sam, the person to your right, very well. I see him all the time. Also holding MAGA to the fire. So, yeah,
that's definitely right. You want to say something?
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say. Well, first, thank you for that. If you had to pick one of your least favorite MAGA lies.
Oh wow!
The one that makes you roll your eyes so far back to the back of your head that you need to go to the emergency room.
Wow, well. Listen, there's so many to pick from. Right now, I'm gonna say specifically when it relates to the Epstein files. Okay, the amount of times that I've had debates around the Epstein files and this idea that Donald Trump has somehow been completely exonerated in this set of files, and that. Then relating, one of my biggest passions is, this is the largest expansion of executive authority we have seen in American history. And right now, these three-letter agencies, the DOJ, the FBI, the CDC, whatever three-letter agency you can think of, they've all been hyper-politicized, really filled with loyalists for the first time ever. And to try to explain some of these basics, like, hey, we've never seen an administration with a president actually direct his DOJ in this way to do things, direct Pam Bondi to go after political opponents, direct Pam Bondi to cover up the Epstein files. Like when I kind of go down that realm and try to explain those how stunning this administration is in terms of how the executive branch is functioning, the amount of people I get that just go, that's not true, or it was the same under the Biden administration, or he's completely, vindicated in he's not in the files. It drives me up a wall.
Because they're basically giving you the nuh-uh defense.
No,
right?
literally. And obviously, like that's the same with so many of these other arguments, but it's just like that's not true. I think similarly, like before the election, when I would do this, you hear so many of the things about what Trump's going to do. On day one, we're going to see the golden age of America. Inflation's going to be zero. The Biden-Harris administration caused all this rampant inflation, all these things. And now we're here, and I go, so what's going on? And I get the same defense, which is like, well, I mean, inflation it's gone. It's practically gone. I'm like, that is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. It's just not true. I'm like, this is crazy. I can't even have a conversation with someone not living in reality. So down that same concept, just people just with the defense of it's just not true. Inflation's not rising. Tariffs don't cause inflation. Trump's the greatest human being to ever exist. He's not in the Epstein files. And I'm just like, all right.
Whenever like a new like controversy or scandal drops for Trump, I'm always like, maybe this will be the one, and it never is the one. And I'm wondering, like, do you think that there's a level of like, obviously they're delusional, and they're like, psyching themselves out to think that he's really not this guy, but like, how is it possible that this guy can be in the Epstein files more than Harry Potter is in Harry Potter? More than Jesus Christ is listed in the Bible. More than God is listed in the Bible.
Yeah.
How is it possible that this guy can be listed in the Epstein files more than those people? And they're like, nah, it's chill. He didn't do anything. He's totally exonerated, and he's it's so obvious.
It's genuinely stunning. I think the one kind of piece to say all that to go on this long rant about how, because we know that there's it's the unfortunate reality that he spits so much misinformation that so many people are living in a different reality. I do think that the Epstein files for him has been, at least at some level, maybe not to the level we hoped, but at some level different. And I think maybe for the really, really staunch Trumpers, the people really ingrained in the cult, it's like they won't let go. But I was actually having a conversation with one of my friends today about this, and I won't say his name, but we're going to call him AJ, okay? And AJ is one of my best friends growing up. Like, I've known him for 10, 15 years, and he's a smart kid, okay? He's a smart kid. And he didn't vote in the 2024 election, and I've argued with him about politics a lot. And he, in so many ways, leans like toward this kind of like Trump movement, and I don't get it. It's like I talk to him and he seems to understand, he seems to get it, he seems to know Trump's full of shit, but for some reason I could just never get him across the line. And I literally got a phone call from him today, I am not lying, and he said, and I never thought I'd hear these words, 10 years of all the shit, of me, screaming about politics, whether I was on social media or not, I've always been passionate about this. He said, I was wrong. I was wrong about Donald Trump. He was like, I watched the Pam Bondi testimony, and it was one of the most disgraceful things I have ever seen. The Pam Bondi testimony about the Epstein files, and it was I'm starting to see like some people who are less like directly. Obviously, we're all kind of nerds. We just pay attention to politics all day. Some of those people really start saying, you know what, enough is enough. And I think that relates to the fact that the Epstein files is the one thing, Sam, that I think is. You would like to believe is different. It actually, his whole idea is based on this. His whole movement is based on the idea that he is an outsider, and he would come in and expose the deep state. And we're seeing really for the first time ever, I think so clearly, at least we've all known this forever, but so clearly in so many people's faces, like, no, he is not the outsider. He's not here to expose the deep state. And now all these people are saying, wait a second, he's the insider, at least.
He literally is the deep state.
Right. He is he's not releasing the files. You see the Pam Bondi testimony, you see the distractions, you see the lies. And it's like, that is so ingrained in what the MAGA movement's supposed to be. It's like the one thing that I do think is starting to show some cracks, which I think is there's some hope there.
It's funny you mentioned that your friend, the Epstein files, are the thing that made your friend kind of like falter
Pam
on
Bondi.
MAGA. Yeah, Pam Bondi
Pam Bondi.
specifically, because that is kind of like par for the course with MAGA, at least the Pam Bondi thing.
Yeah.
I guess what did it is like the fact that she was like covering up like child like pedophilia.
Yeah.
Because like I don't know how you get your way out of that, but funny enough, I have a friend, won't say his name, another childhood friend, went to high school, middle school, voted for Trump. He says he really didn't do that much research. His parents like kind of strong-armed him into it. I don't know how true that is, but that's the median voter, guys. So voted for Trump. Over the next year, I have been conducting a psyop to make him not a Trump supporter. And I, occasionally every 2 months, I text him and I'm like, hey man, did you see this crazy thing? Did you see that he tweeted a video of the Obamas as apes? And, just kind of I think doing that has led him to now a year and 2 months later, he does not say that he's a Trump supporter. He's very upset over the Epstein files. He's very upset over the job market. And so for those of you watching, like studies show that that's the best way to deprogram someone, not from MAGA, but like from cults in general. Is like,
wait, just to send them something?
No, not that. But like from a
Just
friend,
a psyop.
psyop.
All right.
A friend or a family member reaching out to somebody is it's more effective than like hearing a politician. It's more effective than like a text message from some like random politician. Like reaching out on that level is the most effective thing.
Wow.
That studies have shown.
Wow, that's actually really interesting, Sam.
Yeah.
And it brings me to my next point. And Chris, if you have to go, let me know. But I'd like to keep you on for a couple minutes longer. We did a bus tour together 2 summers ago. It was called Tour to Save Democracy. We did not save democracy. Democracy is very much at risk.
Yeah, that is true. Unfortunately, that is true.
And one of the things that we really wanted to do on that bus tour was we wanted to do what I was saying, which is talk face to face to other Gen Zers. And we did do a fair bit of that. We went to, I think, like 20 different stops across the nation.
I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah. We went to 20 stops across the nation. They were all swing districts. So it was like very coordinated to like try to like be in those places where we could potentially do the most good. We did no good. No seats were flipped. Everybody lost. It was bad. But anyway, like we did talk to a number of Gen Zers there, and I don't know. That's just, I think, a very good thing to keep doing. Talk to the people in your lives who are Trumpers like you do, all the time.
Yeah, and I want to say really quickly because you, Sam, I know it's the first time we've talked in a while. Is brought a smile to my face to see your text message. You will never give yourself enough credit for this, but folks, like the Tour to Save Democracy 2 summers ago. I mean, we're talking about an incredibly coordinated effort. Through obviously fundraising to make this happen, but just like the logistics of this, where we started in San Antonio with a bus, and we went, from San Antonio all the way across to, Southern California, all the way up California, all the way across through, I don't even know. I flew out of Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah.
There's obviously states in between there. We made a bunch of stops, and there's all those stops have to be, all those stops have to be, coordinated. All the places to stay have to be coordinated. All the events for the people in Congress have to be coordinated. And Sam sitting there was like the guy behind all of that. He is unbelievable. So, although democracy was not saved, it was incredibly impressive work. And yeah, even those events, Sam, like I really do think there's something to be said about, getting face to face with people, making those trips, even for us, like making, I didn't know you super well before that, obviously we grew close from that. Even I remember vividly being on that bus. We were on the bus when Joe Biden dropped out of the race. We were on the bus when Donald Trump was shot at. Like we were all there together, watching these very intense moments in American history play out, and still showing up and trying to like have conversations with people.
It was a group of Gen Zers, not just me and you, but it was like 10 people on an RV. Yeah. And we literally every day, some bombshell news story, world-altering thing would happen, and we'd be like, "Okay, I guess Joe Biden just dropped out."
Yeah, dude, Sam spent like a year plus of his life coordinating this thing. 10 of us get on a bus and talk like the 2 weeks of the absolute craziest news cycle you could imagine. Happened right on that 2 weeks.
Butler, Pennsylvania, was that one?
We were there for that. Joe Biden dropping out, Kamala Harris becoming like the de facto nominee, and then Butler happened literally within 2 weeks. And then it was just the most ridiculous thing. So we were on the ground going to these stops, like stumping for Biden, and then we had to switch to doing it for Harris. And it was like a little awkward. It was very weird.
It was intense, but I think again to your point, Sam, like I feel like even on that trip I'm remembering, and I wish I remembered some of the more specific places. This was obviously a very intense time for everyone, stressing about obviously wanting so badly to win this election. But we really did have some great conversations with people, and people who, you can really make a difference one-on-one, just talking to people in your community or showing up to other communities. Like I remember so many faces in Northern California saying, "Wow, you guys really started in San Antonio, you're all the way up here. You care enough to come to our district and support these candidates about gun violence." And it was really great.
There are so many candidates across the nation that people don't know, and that's a shame because like there are candidates running in like really, really tough races that I think they know that they're going to lose in. Like we went to one of them in Northern California, pretty deep red sea. I think this candidate knew that she was going to lose, or at least like, I don't know what, but basically like though they do that, it's a very strategic thing because when you are a Democrat and you're running in a very deep red race, you're able to the Republicans have to spend like $10 million or a couple $1 million because now they can't just like freely sit back and like win the election. So like that's why like places like Run for Something are really important. Like Run for Something, have you heard of them? They are a group that trains candidates and like recruits them. They say if you're interested in running for office, submit to our website. We have so many different things. Like it's not just Congress, like it's all the local city and county positions that like they just go uncontested and no one runs for them, so they just don't have a position. And so Run for Something is like, guys, if you just apply to our site, there literally may just be an open city council seat in your city that you could just be on because no one else is running for it. So yeah, really, I think just really interesting stuff. But when we look at 26,
looks like he just ended.
He just ended. Trump just ended. All right.
Oh, that
Great.
Wow. Okay.
It was.
So how long was that?
It was
11. He started at 9 Eastern.
So 2
2
hours.
hours. Exactly. I thought he was going to go a little longer.
Yeah, some people were saying 3 hours. I didn't think he had the stamina to make it 3 hours. Stamina.
I had stamina. I will say.
Looks like it was exactly 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just even right when.
But the 2 hours is not much longer than one of his rallies. He does those rallies for about an hour and a half, hour 45. So 2 hours is no biggie.
And now everyone's gonna, wait in line to shake the pedophile's hand.
Yeah.
And that's awesome. I love that. I love that. That's so great. All right.
Hey, look, can I just say briefly?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, this is, I guess, talked about a lot, but still not talked about enough. I mean, he looks like shit. He looks terrible. I mean, you got right as soon as he got up on the stage, I was like, oh my God, this guy is really, it's not looking
He's falling apart.
Yeah, it's bad.
They're not sending their best.
They're not sending their best. They're not. Oh man. Wow.
From my screen, it looks like pretty much every Democrat is gone, right? It looks like it's completely empty.
Who are those people?
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I just saw Amy Klobuchar standing there.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to listen to highlights. But you were watching, Chris, right? A little bit.
Low lights.
I low lights. That's right. Yeah, I watched for about pretty much up to until I joined here, so a little over an hour. And I mean, it was exactly what you would expect. Just so much misinformation, so many lies, impossible to keep up with, rambling garbage. It's really interesting to watch, I think, relentlessly about Donald Trump's psyche. And to watch him up there, he starts in the first 30 minutes, he's kind of getting going, and then he ramps himself up. And that's when he really starts to get angry. Now he's pointing at people and he's, saying, the Democrats did this and they, hate our country and they hate you. And then, the PR games came out to play and he's asking, if you believe in, I think his exact words were, if you believe that our job in Congress or your job in Congress is to take care of the American people first before illegal immigrants stand up. And then you would see one side of the aisle stand up, and then he stood for 5 minutes and just pointed at them and was like, see. So, the PR games came out to play, just the sheer amount of lies, the garbage. It was, I think, about what you would expect. I really liked Al Green out there with the sign.
Yeah.
That was very, very powerful. He had,
what sign did he have?
He had a sign that said, I don't want to misquote this, but I think the sign said, it was something in relation to the absolutely horrendous video that Donald Trump posted on True Social of the Obamas appearing as monkeys, and it was something around that. I just don't want to misquote it, but it was a very powerful. Sam might have it here. I actually can't. Yeah, black people aren't apes. Aren't and then he would proceed. Yeah, and he would proceed to get walked out with every single Republican standing and chanting USA.
So they escorted him out, or he walked out?
They escorted him out, I think.
What?
I think, and again, I want to point out for the people watching, like, it might be a little bit of a take that with a grain of salt, but my understanding from watching it live was that they escorted him out.
Correct my memory. When Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert were acting like apes themselves and booing. I think it was President Biden. Were they escorted out?
No, they were not.
Okay.
And in fact, it was illegal what they did. I think is it the Logan Act or the Hatch Act that prohibits campaign merch on the floor?
Well, the Hatch. That's a good question. The Hatch Act prevents if you work in government. Well, I don't even know. The Hatch Act is violated every single day under this administration.
Isn't that the accepting of political gifts or something like that? And I guess electioneering or somebody.
I think it's the Hatch Act, but I remember someone telling me that you can't engage in political activity while in a federal building.
Correct.
Correct.
It's about holding federal office and engaging in political activity. So when we see for example, the DOJ, when the DOJ's website has up or the TSA's website has up, for example, there's been a shutdown. There may be delays in your airfare because Democrats have shut the government down. I think it's a very clear violation of the Hatch Act. That's somebody in their government capacity working for TSA, working for the government, engaging in some political activity by directly saying on a website, for example, the Democrats shut it down. I believe the idea of the Hatch Act being that, these people who work in government, if you work for the TSA, we want you focused on working, in whatever capacity to help, air travel, as opposed to using your levers in government to focus on that and, calling out something for political purposes like the Democrats this or blah, blah, blah. It's been violated like a billion times under this administration because laws, I guess, are just like starting to fall apart. But to your point about, the last time, I believe that might have fallen under the same category if Marjorie Taylor Greene was wearing a Make America Great Again hat and Donald Trump.
She was adorned with,
it was
MAGA
something.
merch.
It's interesting, though. I'll say this, that it's very interesting. There'll be some conversations around the PR goals for Democrats. I think that they went with the, sit the entire time in defiance and don't speak and don't, there were some people who stood up and yelled, but, generally just sit, be defiant. And there will be some conversations around should they have taken the approach of just scream at him the entire time like Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Republicans did. Regardless, I'm not sure it makes that much of a difference. I mean, Donald Trump, it was just like a rambling nightmare regardless.
And every day that he's in the White House handing out those stupid hats, those MAGA hats, the Trump 2020.
2028.
He's had Trump 2028 hats in there, which is against the 22nd Amendment, and it's also illegal.
Right.
So we got double stupidity in the White House, and then he wants to. Didn't he like kind of hold like a quasi RNC in the White House once? Like he basically does that every day.
Yeah. Well, it's also interesting to that point that not only are like these laws not enforced at all, because again the DOJ just follows whatever Donald Trump says. If you don't follow what Donald Trump says in the DOJ, you get kicked out. In fact, I found it fascinating. I saw an article the other day. The DOJ, when they bring cases, is normally historically shoot to kill. Like they win every single case. They're the best of the best. If you're a DOJ lawyer, you're supposed to be the best of the best. For the last 20 years in DOJ cases filed in DC, the rate at which those cases failed / were thrown out was 0.5%. So you'd say 98% of those cases would essentially make it through. Someone would plea out or whatever. In the last 8 months, DOJ cases filed in DC have a rate of being thrown out at over 22%. And so it's so fascinating to see because all the people who actually, follow the law and the Constitution were pushed out, were forced out. And now it's a bunch of, Trump goons who care more about Trump than the Constitution. And to that point, Donald Trump just now spends every day in the White House directing these people to do whatever, and then he spends the day, fucking around and doing quasi RNC events.
It's interesting to see the number of attorneys that have resigned, from the Department of Justice because they were asked to do something that they just morally or ethically couldn't do. And it's also that you cited, what was it, 22%?
Roughly,
of those cases that were lost.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna bet you that 100% of that 22% were Donald Trump's idiotic, frivolous lawsuits that were looking for some kind of retribution or revenge against a political adversary.
The weaponization of government that he rode to office on.
On
ending the weaponization of government. He turns around and actually does real weaponization of government and totally politicizes the DOJ. And I think it's so crazy when he's telling the DOJ to investigate James Comey and Letitia James and Adam Schiff and taking like Stephen Colbert off there. Like these people, it's such an egregious claim that lawyers resign in protest because they can't get anybody to sign off on the what is it called? Like the indictment or something?
Yeah.
Like they can't get anyone to say, So the lawyers that are signing off on that in 28, because we can't really do anything about it in 26, maybe we can kind of do some hearings, but if Trump is still in the White House, I don't know how much we're going to get passed. But in 28, the people that signed off on these things, there has to be some kind of ramification.
Yeah,
right?
There does, 100%.
Are you of the mindset, and I think we'll end with this question unless you have something to end with.
No, I'm good.
Looking forward to 28, are you someone who says we got to look past MAGA and we have to kind of turn the page on the country and, where it's not going to happen again because or are you someone who's like full Gavin Newsom, we gotta put these people in jail for what they did, and they did commit literal crimes.
They did.
Which one of those two are you kind of leaning towards?
Well, listen, that's a
That's a good one.
That's a very good question. I feel like I'm already turning into a politician. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna directly answer the question. No, I just feel like
You don't have to answer it if you don't have. Like,
I'll give you my honest thoughts are like, if it's just between those two, I'm not sure. I think my head goes here. My head goes to number one, in terms of like all the 28 nominees, like I think that there's so much conversation right now about like everyone wants to scream and yell about Newsom or this or that and who's strong and who's weak. And tend to be under the belief that like I like all of them, and it's really early. So like I feel like some of these conversations are just like, well, we don't really need to be doing that right now. But to that point I certainly do believe that like there has to be a movement of like the people who got us here. There has to be some amount of accountability, and in that in like a perfect world, I would like to start adding 4 or 5 amendments to the Constitution where we're like, actually securing democracy in a much stronger way. We're adding amendments around like, for example, changing how the executive branch, making it more clear how the executive branch operates in, political ways, this hyper politicization of the executive branch, ending Citizens United, some of those things.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of like it's kind of both at the same time. You've got to run on this idea of like, we need to turn the page. Democrats have to offer something that's really, really different than most people I think are used to, at least used to understanding or used to hearing. Actually give a message for the American people that can say, what, we're done with this like garbage political movement. We want a movement that's actually going to like, give us health care or, make everybody's life generally better. While simultaneously, I think that you have to like go. I mean, and maybe this is too much of a personal grievance. I don't know. I'd have to kind of think about this more. It's a really good question, but yeah, I want to see some of these fuckers be held accountable because they have sold us out, and it is. I don't know how they just walk away from this, but I don't know. It's a really good question, Sam. Can I throw it back at both of you? What do you think?
Well, I just wanted to piggyback on what you were saying about those new amendments. I personally would like to see an amendment that prohibits anyone who has been convicted of a felony from ever running for office, period. That's one. And two, I'd like to see another amendment that prohibits people brought before Congress from acting like Pam Bondi did. I don't know how you would put that into words to make that work, but that was a disgrace. And if you're bringing someone before Congress because you're looking to get answers for the American people, then the American people deserve better than the Dow is $50,000.
Right.
I can't believe you're laughing. No, that's not it. You can't refuse to answer just because you don't feel like it.
Yeah.
You can't use another member's time to attack a Democrat who was just asking you questions. That's fucking bullshit, right? So there needs to be, because these people are working the system. They're gaming it to avoid giving answers to the American people. And if there's a loophole, you got to close that loophole. And I think it's a good way to close that loophole would be an amendment.
Yeah, that's great. I agree with that 100%. That's really well said.
I'll answer this, and then I think we'll close. But I've put a lot of thought into this, and honestly, like I think a big reason. There's so many reasons why we're here in Trump 2.0, but I think a big one is because Joe Biden and Merrick Garland went really soft on MAGA after 2020, and it was after he had just literally incited an insurrection and a riot. We all know this. This is not news. Yeah. But like, if I'm the president, that guy's got to get locked up. Someone has to go to jail for that. And it can't just be the people who like stormed the Capitol. It's got to be the people who literally are the reason that it happened. That didn't happen. For the most part, didn't happen.
They tried. That was what the whole impeachment was for.
Yeah, they tried, but he was not convicted by the Senate. And also, I just think that the lack of real, like Biden wanted to turn the page, and I think that's kind of where we are today, because he turned the page kind of right into fascism 2.0.
Yeah.
And so that's just my opinion. That's totally separate from what I think about Joe Biden as a president, which I think he's a very, very successfully legislatively successful president, and he'll look back on as a very, very good president. Mm-hmm. But in terms of just where it led us, and it's not Joe Biden's fault, just to be clear.
It's because Joe Biden is a politician from a different era, is a pre-MAGA politician. MAGA completely like says screw the rules, screw what normal standards are, and so that left guys like Joe Biden, a career politician, like not like flustered, like not knowing what to do.
I think Joe Biden has a lot of decorum, and he's an old guard politician. He didn't want to have his entire presidency be defined by looking back on Trump, and I get that. But also, if we don't look back and actually put these people in jail for what they did, it's going to happen again and again and again. And the last thing,
I actually, that kind of sways me a bit, Sam. I like that. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that like when you show criminals that they can commit crimes in the executive branch, in the Department of Justice, as the they're just going to keep doing it. They're just going to keep doing it. So I agree with you on ending Citizens United. That's got to be the first thing we do.
Oh yeah.
Because I think that kind of solves a lot of these problems, and probably expand the Supreme Court, and get term limits in place, and ban gerrymandering, and pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. All those things got to happen, and there also has to be some prosecution of people who actually committed crimes, not what MAGA was saying when they came in, which is we're going to put everyone in jail.
Right.
And I remember when I heard that, it was very scary, right? But like these people actually committed crimes.
Right.
So,
Right.
I don't know.
100%.
Any closing statements from either of you? I think, Chris, you're our last guest of the night.
Oh, wow. Well, first of all, I want to say actually two things. Number one, I really appreciate you guys having me on. It means a lot, number one.
Of course.
Number
Thank you
two,
for joining.
well, actually, I have three things to say. I lied. Number two, I'm like the president. I'm just going to lie. Number two, to everybody watching, let's give some. I don't know if you guys have a chat. I don't even know exactly where this is live right now, but if there's a chat somewhere,
have a chat.
It's on the YouTube.
Okay, on the YouTube.
It's on Substack.
Do me a favor. It's on YouTube, Substack, Twitter. Well, if you're there, give some love to Brooklyn Dad, Sam Schwartz. Like it says right up here to my right that it went live for 5 hours and 7 minutes. Unbelievably impressive work. These are people that I see all the time online. They kill it. Please show some love for them. Again, I really appreciate you guys having me on. And then. Actually, maybe I guess the third thing kind of combines with the second thing, which is just that I'm very impressed by both of you. Keep at it, keep killing it. And we'll get through this time in American history, I believe. Just got to keep pushing one day at a time.
Yeah. Back to you.
Thank you for saying that, brother. And I'd like to say in closing, I'm very impressed by this young man to my right. By Sam actually pulled this whole thing together, like all of it, the logistics and the equipment and the stuff like that. Like he made this shit happen. And I know how tough it is because I do my own show, the Defiant Weekly, and having to manage all the production and audio and video and all that stuff is hell. So
I'll just say this: there were members of Congress who were scheduled that we confirmed, and they just did not show up.
Yeah.
So
not great.
But
that's not an attack. It's just like these things are very difficult to pull off. I'm not saying I'm so great, but like these things are difficult. So,
but
support independent media.
Oh,
that's the thing I'll say.
I'll say this, right? Physically, right now, I'm a little gassed, right?
Me too.
Spiritually, I'm renewed, right? But mentally, I'm freaking exhausted. I mean,
I'm so done.
When I say I'm exhausted, I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about this past year and a month.
Okay, yeah.
I'm so fucking exhausted. And I say that despite the fact that I really do enjoy politics, right? I do. I watch politics kind of like the way I watch sports almost, right? Here's the difference, right? I would be perfectly fine with not watching another day of politics if I knew that the threat of Donald Trump collapsing our democracy was gone. I would be happy going back to like my not watching politics news every day. I would be happy because that's what my weekends are like. My weekends I don't watch the politics news, but Monday through Friday I'm watching it wall to wall because I do love our country. I care about our country, and if there is anything I can do to help save us from falling into the abyss of fascism or authoritarianism, I'm there. I'm all in.
Yeah.
So I want to thank all of our viewers. You guys, damn, we almost hit 20.
We're at 23,000 viewers.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. So I mean, that's like it's pretty good.
That's nice. I like
Pretty
it.
good. That's
pretty
crazy.
good. That's the biggest live stream we've ever done, and it went for 5 hours and 10 minutes. And now we have to pack all this equipment up and go home. And I'm getting on a plane at 5 or 6 in the morning, so I'm not going to sleep tonight. It's over. It's so over.
Sam, it made me tired just thinking about it. I'm so sorry.
But anyway, I just want to close. This was streamed to the Siren, which we are a fairly new media network. We've been in existence, I have to say 6 to 7, not to say 6, 7, but we've been in existence for 6 to 7 months. Yeah.
I don't even know what this
Brooklyn
means.
Dad beat me to it. He beat me to it.
But yeah, so we're a new media network. We're at thesirennetwork.com. If you guys have been watching all night and you like what you saw, we do these every single day. Well, we do live streams like once a month, but we have content every single day with Brooklyn Dad, with Tara Setmayer, with, of course, JoJo from Jers. So become a paid subscriber if you can. It supports us. That's how we got here today, was from the paid subscribers who funded our flights and our travel here. So we're, if you guys like what you see here and you want us to keep doing it, please consider becoming a paid subscriber at The Siren. You can find us at thesirennetwork.com, or you could just click the Substack link, type in The Siren on Substack, and you'll find us. But anyway, your support is greatly appreciated. Brooklyn, thank you for holding down the fort for the vast majority of this stream. You probably put in 4, you were here for the whole thing, right? For 5 hours and 12 minutes. So yeah, thank you very much. I was so honored to join you. We'll do more of these. I'm sure we'll be back at the State of the Union next year. We have stuff every day, as I've said. Chris, thank you so much for joining. And I'll talk to you shortly.
Cool.
I'm sure.
Sounds good. I'll jump off here. So maybe if you guys want any more closing stuff to say to your audience, again, thank you for having me. I love you both. We'll talk soon. Brooklyn Dad.
I'm good and close.
I gotta go to sleep.
Okay, then we're closing. Well, I hope to talk to both of you soon. I love you very much. Get some rest.
Love you too. Go to bed, everyone watching. Get some rest, and we'll talk to you. I don't know when we'll talk to you, but we'll talk to you shortly. Probably tomorrow. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.